thugging with it? Is that what that nigga be saying, y'all? What's thugging with it? Yo, stop worrying about my girl, bro. Yo, you just got in here and you asking about my lady? Yo, what you think this is, bro? Hey, yo. Oh. Just because her last name Love, that love ain't for you, bro. Stop playing. That love ain't for you, bro. Stop playing, bro. You being too nosy. You talking about did the DA lady return back to work today? Fuck. I'm in here all frisky and shit, boy. Come in hot to trot, boy. You better sit your ass down, boy. I'm in here looking for my lady and shit, boy. All smitten and shit. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. These two lawyers right here showing off. Ball homie right here and shorty back there. I ain't gonna lie, they the all-stars of this shit right now, don't you think? Don't you know, Bobby? They shining. Tap the light. Yo, is Thug praying or reading, y'all?
What? I'm gonna turn it off. So I think it was replaced. So. Hi, good morning, councils, interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. I'm going to go ahead and take roll at this point in time. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Bronson, Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen.
Tap the like button, yo, so we can get some more people in here. Tap the like, run us up. Let's get 50 likes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning.
Magnolia.
Mr. Matthews, Jr.
Stanley, don't ask about my girl no more. We cool, bro. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem so far, bro. Hey, look, when she pop up, don't let me see you staring either, bro. You feel me? You could glance a little bit, but don't be staring. You be respectful. I know she got that half a globe on her.
Not today, okay.
Don't be watching my planets and shit, bro. Like don't be doing that shit, bro.
Good morning.
Chill out.
All right.
You got wandering eyes and shit.
Okay, Ms. Hilton and Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith, good morning. Good morning. All right. Before I get started and take up all our jurors here, Sergeant Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody here from Law and Crime?
What?
Can I get you to come up here along with a representative from the state and maybe one person from the defense, please?
What type of shit is that?
Yeah, you need to take this out. All right, it's talk radio. Can you all hear me? Listening devices, everybody, please.
Oh, man. You want to talk to Law and Crime.
Let me give me a thumbs up. Okay, all right, thank you.
I actually think that's their volume is low. Gifted culture. He reading comments. His neck gonna hurt looking down that long, bro. Tap the like. Tap the like.
I would have posted nigga right now. What?
EbanFims.
And the other woman kind of said, it's really a shame, it's really a shame, because now my kid is saying the word nigger, and he never said that before.
And yes,
Please hit that like button, and while you're at it, share this video with a friend.
Appreciate that. And when you give me credit alone. You can get them credit too, but not in the same conversation you give me credit. Because we don't do the same work. But I appreciate you.
posted.
Salute the free bands, man. Salute the free bands. Salute, bro. I appreciate that dollar. I appreciate that, baby. That cool dollar. Yo, why you ain't become a member, bro? Come on, bro. I mean, I appreciate it, but yeah, you could have made your name green, babe. Hold on, let me type it. It should pop up. Damn. Oh, there you go, bro. That link right there. Yo, if you're new to the room, yo, tap the like button. We about to rock out. We got Brian Steele, Young Thug, featuring Judge Glanville in the state of Georgia singing on the backup vocals. Fuck is wrong with you? It's 101.9. Shout out to my niggas getting money uptown style. I see you, bitch. Yo. Yeah. If you ain't here, you fucking with me. I'm rocking with you like you rocking with me, man. It's 1090 posted, man. Fuck them niggas. Yeah. Tell them niggas I'm out here. Tell Paige who I'm looking for. For real. Straight up. Annie, the composer, she orchestrating people's careers. The next, you know, their careers moving forward determine on whether they could get this showtime right here. So this case is ready to make a whole bunch of lives greater, even Thug. Yes, sir. Gunna doing the best numbers ever. Hold up, y'all. What's the report on Gunna's numbers? Niggas been pretty quiet. Y'all do remember when I went through and listened to the CD, I actually was like, yo, that shit ain't that bad, so technically. I ain't heard a lot of, niggas ain't been talking a lot of Flacco. They had a lot of Flacco about that boy numbers. Straight up. But I think, remember I was saying, y'all, like, I think technically, bro, I think this shit gonna settle. And technically, they're gonna be better off. Noon. Salute to Noon.
I feel like I'm too hard to die, man. I feel like I can't see faded, you know. I feel like can't no nigga.
Salute Daryl. Salute Stanley. I appreciate that, yo. Salute to Stan for the $20, bro. Straight up on the Cash App. Salute to Daryl. I'm in here rocking. I appreciate that, bro. Straight up. Stanley Batiste. I appreciate that. Salute, Stanley. Free bands. Waterside. Y'all, we in here waiting, y'all. It's actually live. I'm not behind. So we waiting on them to get started. They about to damn near go to lunch. That's you? Free bands Noon? Why the fuck they call you Noon, bro? What type of shit is that? That's a different page? Well, that's this same page. Nah, I mean the name cool. I like that. It's actually creative. What that mean? You always up? The fuck is that? Noon. Salute, Stanley. I appreciate that, bro. Magnolia, don't rush it. Jamo, salute. Don't rush it, bro. I ain't in a rush. Shout out to Thug. Oh, he came traditional with the blazer that got the buttons on the side. Oh shit. He probably got to get up early as shit to come to the courthouse, y'all. That's why he be looking tired by the time we see him. They be waking you up for court. You got to get out the jail sometimes at like 4 a.m. and shit like that. So he might have been up since like, and you just starting court at 12, 11:30. That's some bullshit. I could argue that's bad for court. Be honest. I could argue that, like, Your Honor, can we please start these damn cases? You under pressure? Nah, he got some gas. Ain't no way. Got that. Them guards will get it to him. Somebody, you feel me? Shit like that, the people don't mind passing around some grass. Straight up. I'm gonna say most drugs. That's doable. Yeah, he definitely knew what he was doing with the sweater, y'all. Ain't no way. I mean, we determined that before. I mean, everybody knew. Like not only us, the goddamn people in the law and crime chat, the goddamn everybody knew. Who went and bought the motherfucker though? Did they get some sales? I think they did. How many of them sweaters y'all think they sold? Real rap, all jokes aside. I think they got, let's see what type of impression. I'm gonna say about, that sweater is fucking famous now. I'm gonna say they sold about 500 of them. Oh, Noon say big sales. Would you give me a number, Noon? I'm saying about 500. Out of nowhere. Oh, the impressions was on millions. Well, when you look it up, you can find it. It's in a lot of different spots. So, nah, that bitch famous now. 500,000. Oh no, I was talking about 500, literally. I ain't think it got that many sales, but technically, depending on how they look at it, salute Waterside. I appreciate that. Straight up.
It's official in Eben community.
Yo, why the fuck my TTS audio broke? They sold more than 500. I was being petty. Give me a number. I ain't want to jump out there with no crazy shit. I can't fathom it. It's like, are you really trying to like be, you know? Damn, niggas say I'm saying they sold out. 2,500. Okay, I like that number, Ace. I like that. That sound reasonable without reaching. That's a nice lick. I think it's actually worth it though. The bitch was half off. Everybody gonna know, if you know what it is, you know it's gonna be hard to see a nigga wear it in real life. Oh shit, nigga got the thug sweater on, nigga crazy. Nigga got the YSL RICO trial sweater on, yo crazy. Yeah, yo, that bitch was actually exclusive. We should have caught. I'll put that bitch in the motherfucking picture frame on the wall, y'all. It was a Mary. It was on sale though, like it's like from like last year or the year before or some shit. I would have liked it if it was a brighter color, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real. Like a yellow, so the wolf actually popped off more. The wolf blended in. Nah, it wasn't no snake, bro. That was records. Those was albums. He had on headphones. The ready salute. I appreciate that. Straight up.
Posted.
Exclusive co-endant.
Yeah, I would have rather them. I would have rather had a bright color. But technically, a lot of these brands don't really get into the real bright color, so I get the gray. I ain't mad at the gray. But if that motherfucker was like blue or something, like a solid color that made the wolf pop off. I mean, technically, y'all don't want to know the finesse. What if you get that bitch and get somebody turn that bitch to a cardigan? Fuck is wrong with you?
Before I call in our jurors, anything I need to take up with you before I call them? Okay, if not, Sergeant Ingram, if you'll summon our jury for us, please.
I believe Ms. Hilton is on top of it before the mall security officer is event 7/7/2015. That's July 7, 2015.
That's how you smoke them boots.
Interview those people, but I think Ms. Hilton is on top of that. And then I have a motion about character. That's it. Very brief question on it.
Now?
You can do it now, we can do it anytime you want, but if you stop, I don't need that now. Just
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. You need to let me know.
Tap the like button, y'all. Let's get some more people in here.
yes, sir.
Bro, if you get that sweater and get somebody and make it to a cardigan, that bitch is gonna be exclusive. Cause all they gotta do is actually. It went down to $5.95. Oh no, that's love. That's love. It's gotta shoot up after it's sold out, y'all. There's no way. It's just gonna come and go. Y'all want me to make a sweatshirt that got him a picture of him with the sweater on?
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
jury, good morning. Good morning. Finally, okay, all right, so.
Yeah, more than likely, Thug does make a percentage off Gunna's songs.
Of the state's case. So at this point in time, Ms. Hilton.
It's probably a lot of people.
Call Sergeant Cornelius to the stand.
I summon Sergeant Cornelius, please.
Oh, Shorty's still not back. Miss Love. Oh, that's bad, y'all. Miss Love gone 2 days in a row.
Sergeant Cornelius, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram to swear
They
in as a
showed his
witness
face.
before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give.
Oh, they wish showing niggas' faces again.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Oh, man, law and crime done paid.
Jonathan Cornelius, Jonathan J-O-N-A-T-H-A-N, last name Cornelius, C-O-R-N-E-L-I-U-S.
And good morning, Sergeant Cornelius. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Where are you employed?
With the city of South Fulton.
And what do you do for the city of South Fulton?
I supervise the narcotics and gangs unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the city of South Fulton?
3 years.
Prior to your appointment with the city of South Fulton, where did you work?
I was employed by the city of Atlanta for 15 years.
And what did you do for the city of Atlanta?
Canine handler.
Okay. And were you a canine handler for the entire time you were with the city of Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about your history with the city of Atlanta.
I started out in Zone 4, Allison Court, Thorough Drive, all that area. I was assigned to Red Dog for about 3 years. Then I was assigned to Apex for about 3 years. And then my last 5 years, I was assigned to K9.
Okay, and when you said you're assigned to K9, tell the jury a little bit about what you do as a K9 officer.
We respond to any type of canine calls, whether it's narcotics related, whether it's a missing person to track for a missing child or something like that. Self-initiated calls, just out driving in the higher crime areas. We're tasked out to assist the DEA, ATF, outside agencies with calls when they didn't have a canine available.
Okay, and you're talking about canine. Do you have a partner who's in the K9?
Yes.
And who's your partner?
Shakona.
And Shakona dog?
Yes.
Okay. And
He thinks he's a person, but he's a dog. Yes, C-H-A-K-O-N.
And does Shakona have to go through any training in order to assist you and serve as a K9?
Yes.
K9. What type of training does Shakona have?
So initially, you go through the process of picking out a canine that would best work for what we need. So it would have been tracking narcotics and article, which is like evidence recovery, anything with human odor on it they can find. And then the initial is a 12-week training program where they go through, you imprint the dogs on the odors that you want them to be trained on to find. And then after that, you certify the dog with a nationally recognized certifying official.
And how often does your canine have to get certified?
Every year.
And do you still work with Shakona now?
I retired him about 3 months ago. So he's probably at home watching this on TV.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to 2018. Was Shakona up on all of his certifications in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to October 23rd, 2018. Did you have the occasion to assist Officer C. Ross with an investigation?
I did.
Basis. Your Honor, 403.
Overruled.
Okay. And how did you assist with that investigation?
He notified me by radio that they needed an open air search done at 2612 Still Avenue. Once I received the call, I don't recall exactly where I was at that time, but I went directly to that call to assist Officer Ross.
Okay. And as we just discussed earlier, you said that it was was Chacon your officer, your dog that was with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he certified during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's show
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 75 and 76I. Tell me if you recognize 75 and 76I.
I do.
And how do you recognize 75?
These are Chacon's certifications each year through the NNDDA.
And what is NDDA?
National Narcotic Dog Detector Association.
Okay. And is that the certifying agency that certifies all canines?
Yes.
Okay. And is
Well,
that... Go ahead.
There's a couple of certifying officials. We utilize the NNDDA. But there are other ones out there, but this is one of the nation's top ones, which is why we use them.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of Chacon certifications for the years of 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
You're right, this time say like the Senator States Exhibits 75 and 76 into evidence.
Aye.
Yes, 75 and 76 aye.
Any objection, madam? All right, so noted. They're admitted.
Permission of public.
Yes, you may publish them as you see fit.
Thank you. Now, first looking at 75I, and we want to specifically just go to kind of 2018, which was May 24th, 2018. Just walk the jurors through what he has to get certified in. We talk about temperament, building search, criminal apprehension. Just walk us through that.
Okay, so the first three, you'll see that there's a line through those. Those are for apprehension dogs, which Chacon is not. If you see the fourth line, evidence recovered, he would have to find 3 items of that are placed out by the certifying official. It's done blindly to me and Chacon. So they would set the items out. They would give it a rest period and then tell me a certain area to go search. He would have to find all 3 of those items within, I believe it's a 2-minute time frame. You'll see agility and obedience are marked out because that also falls under apprehension dogs. And then tracking, you'll see that that's self-explanatory. They lay a track for us. They might give it 30 minutes to an hour, and you have to successfully find the person or toy or object at the end of that track, going over multiple surfaces from grass, gravel, dirt, multiple surfaces. And then area search and all that, the rest of it, that one falls under apprehension. Yes, ma'am.
And so for Chacon's purposes, he passed the test in order to go out and be able to continue.
I sustain this form.
In 2018, was he able to pass the test?
Yes.
Did he pass the test?
Yes.
All right. And was he then able to continue assisting you out on the street?
I'll let you rephrase. I'll sustain the question.
After this, did he assist you?
Yes, Chacon met all the standards laid out by the NNDDA and the Department of Atlanta.
Okay. And now let's look at 76I, particularly again focusing on May of 2018. If you can just walk us through May 2018 and the significance of what was passed for the certification in May of 2018.
Yes, so you'll see the 4 major narcotics up there, which is marijuana, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. The others we don't train on. Like it would be something like specialty, like fentanyl or something like that. So this encompasses all the major narcotics. So under methamphetamine, you would also have MDMA. Even though they're different narcotics, they still have the same makeup. So, but Chacon passed all of those, and these are also blind hides where they'll have, it might be a building or an office building or something like that. They'll hide the trained narcotics that are given to them by the DEA. They'll hide them blindly to me and my dog. They'll give it a cook time or a settle time, and then they'll tell me which rooms to go search. And Chacon has to find all those odors in different rooms within 6 minutes, I believe.
And was he successful to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So as of May 2018, he was certified for that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now taking you, thank you so much. Now taking you to October 23rd, 2018, tell the jury what occurred once you got on the scene at your home.
So when I get on scene, I talk to Officer Ross, gives me kind of a background of what's going on, so I know what I need to do. After I get kind of the rundown of what they have out there on scene, I'll do a quick walk around, make sure there's no broken glass, any objects on the ground that'll injure my dog. In this particular incident, he asked for an open air search. Open air is also named a free air sniff. So you're just walking the dog around in the area to see if he picks up on any odors and then alerts to any odors or anything like that.
And did you begin conducting the open air search?
I did.
Okay. And what happened as you began the open air search?
So it was set up in a parking lot. I kind of did a loop around to the area where they wanted me to search. I always want to search other areas as I'm going through to just show that he's not just alerting on everything. And then once we got around to the area where they had several people detained and moved off, he pulled me to I believe it was a gray Chevy Sonic. Once he got to the Chevy Sonic, I noticed that his breathing calmed down, he slowed down, his tail starts wagging. When Chacon begins to get an odor, he gets excited, his tail starts wagging, and then you can physically hear him taking in a deep breath through his nose. And then at that point, he begins to bite at the door handle and the driver's side door handle and seam area, which is his natural alert, not taught alert. That's just something he does when he gets in on a trained odor, and then he begins to scratch at the area where he smells the odor coming from, and which is his taught alert to the presence of the odor of narcotics or controlled substances.
And then once he alerts, what happens?
At that point, I give him his toy. That's all he cares about. That's why he works. He gets his toy. I walk him around a little more and let him use the restroom, and I put him back up. I notified Officer Ross that I had a positive alert on the vehicle, and he took the case over from there.
And then as in this case, when Chacon was able to find an odor or identify an odor, and once you finish with that, does that usually conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes, typically if I don't have anything else going on, I'll hang out, I'll stay on scene with them just in case they need any assistance. But as far as handling the case, everything's on the officer at that point.
Okay. And did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Please hit that like button, and while you're at it, share this video with a friend.
Ask you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. You indicated that you walked Chacon around the area generally, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Chacon didn't hit on a blunt that was on the ground near a white car, did it?
No, he did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
No.
All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Sergeant Cornelius, I should say?
Permanently.
All right, Sergeant Cornelius, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today called Joshua Mason.
My bad, y'all.
What's his name? Mason back?
Yo, that nigga got on the the
Mason's
Tupac
back.
suit
Joshua
from I Ain't
Mason's
Mad
back?
at You.
Okay, all right. Mr. Masonzak, good morning, sir. You would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Do I have you swear further testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
I have seen. State spell the first and last name for the court.
Morning. My name is Josh Mackenzack. First name Josh, last name Macenczak.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently employed in the Department of the Army as a forensic examiner.
And how long have you known the Department of the Army?
5 years.
Prior to working at the Department of the Army, where did you work?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long were you with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Just shy of 14 years.
And what did you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I was a forensic examiner that analyzed evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And tell us a little bit about your training education experience.
I went to Georgia Southern University where I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry. This was one of the main requirements needed to get hired by the Bureau. Once I was hired at the Bureau, I went through their training program where I was introduced to a variety of different substances that I might see, how to analyze those substances, and how to use the many different analytical techniques that were provided to complete my analysis. I was also trained in courtroom testimony for instances such as today.
Courtroom testimony.
When you were with the GBI, did you have any continuing training at the GBI?
Yes, every year we were given a proficiency test which we had to analyze to prove that we were technically competent in order to do our job. We also were required to do continuing education through read-ins and meet-ins and just general journal reviews so that we can keep abreast of the new and exciting developments that are happening in the drug world.
And have you ever had the occasion to testify for an expert in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
And if you know, about how many times?
Definitely over 100, but I don't know the exact number.
And have you ever been testified or qualified as an expert in forensic chemistry or forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tenure Mr. Joshua Mason as an expert in forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to withdraw, Mr. Mackenzack? Okay, all right, hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Mackenzack as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Thank you so much. Very briefly, you can tell the jury what is forensic chemistry.
Forensic chemistry is analyzing evidence that may be related to a crime scientifically for whatever the result of the submitter is looking for, whether that be fingerprint, drug analysis, firearms, DNA.
And while you were with the GBI, what specific substances did you test as a forensic chemist?
During my year at GBI, I would test substances that were positive for cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, MDMA, spice, bath salts, any kind of pharmaceutical tablet that might be issued by a doctor.
I want to direct your attention to 2017. Were you employed with the GBI?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I will take you to DOFS case number 2017-1020399. Were you given any items to test regarding that case number?
If I had a report to see, I could.
We're looking at how your report, how refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approve, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87I. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 87I.
I do recognize this.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 87I?
This is a very standard template. Sorry, my apologies. This is a very standard template that we would, for our reports, would look like. One of the main ways I can recognize it is on the second page. It has my signature along with my information, email, phone number, and my name typed out.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your report involving DOFS case number 2017-1020399?
Yes, it does.
And would looking at a copy help you today in your testimony?
One more time?
Would looking at a copy of your report help you today in your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 87I into evidence for the purposes of this hearing. No, not to go back to this.
Any objection to State's 87I? All right, State's 87I is admitted.
Now, taking you to the DOFS case number, were you given items to test in that case?
Yes, I was.
And who were the items given? What agency submitted those items?
According to this report, the Atlanta Police Department.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. As State's Exhibit 61H and 63H. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 61H or 63H.
They do seem somewhat familiar.
Okay, and why are you saying that you can see somewhat?
Well, as I don't have my notes for me from the GBI and the photos that were taken, it's hard for me to do a comparison to what I see here versus what I saw at the time I opened this. However, there are some things in here that are familiar. This is a very standard evidence bag that we received from the Atlanta Police Department. It does have the case number. When I flip it over, I see the items inside that match the description that I put on my report. And at the bottom of this one particular bag, I can see my initials I made when I sealed up the evidence after I made entry into the bag.
And would it have been your typical protocol to seal up the evidence and sign it when you finish testing the items?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen that bag with your signature earlier today?
No, I haven't.
Did my investigator show
Oh,
you
yes, I
earlier
apologize. Sorry,
today?
I misspoke. Yes, I did see this 1B exhibit 63H earlier today.
Okay. And looking at both of these, does it have the DOFS case number as assigned on to the report?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And does it appear to be the same DOFS case number on your report as it is on those items?
Yes, the case numbers do match each other.
Okay. Now, when you were asked to test those items, what items did you receive?
I received a bag of tablets. There were two different logo imprints on.
So is your objection to foundation?
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain this to that.
The report is in evidence right now, so he's good to read something. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. The report is
Report's in evidence, so you can read from it, so I'll overrule the objection.
What did you receive?
I received a bag with tablets. There were two different types of tablets based on their color and the pharmaceutical imprint that were on them. There was another sealed package that contained 3 different bags. All 3 of those bags contained solid material. And then there was one bag that contained a single blue tablet.
And when you received those items, did you test everything?
No, I did not.
Tell the jury, why did you test all the items that you received? Did you receive?
There was the protocol of the GBI at the time because of the sheer amount of cases that we would get in. We could not test every single exhibit. The more exhibits we tested, the longer it would take to get through a case, and therefore our backlog would increase. So the procedure at the time was to look for certain things that would go through quicker. One of those being, is there a certain weight that we can target it more than the others? There's also the potential of, does this particular item possibly fall on a higher schedule than another one? These are all procedures laid out at the GBI at the time, and this is what I use based on my experience also to determine which item would be more preferred over the others.
Okay. And looking in this case specifically, which item did you end up testing?
I tested 1B.01, a bag of solid material.
Okay. And what was your reason for testing that particular thing?
At the time when I weighed this particular bag, it had a net weight greater than 28 grams. It is my understanding as a civilian.
Your Honor, he's an expert.
I'll overrule the objection.
Your Honor,
Can I just make this a continuing objection, madam? All right. I'll make a continuing objection.
It was a protocol of the GBI that anything over a certain weight amount should be tested first for the potential of, it was just the potential of the protocol of the GBI. This one bag was over that weight, which was 28 grams, so it was the first thing I analyzed. Once I completed my analysis, I discovered it was a compound that was deemed to be the highest level that we could go, so therefore the other items were not beneficial for testing at that time.
so when you tested item 1B, I'm going to approach again. Looking at State's Exhibit 63H, do you see your initials on on any of those items in there for the items that you tested?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And which item did you test?
It was this bag right here, the largest one. Yes, ma'am.
And when you tested this one compound, what were your results?
You want to read my entire results or just a simple version? So it is a very long chemical name, but the substance that I analyzed is commonly referred to on the street as bath salts.
And what was the total weight of what you tested?
The total weight of the material inside the bag, so not including the bag.
Tap the like button, y'all. Get us to 75 likes.
31.435 grams.
And again, why did you test on that particular bag?
Because again,
overruled.
Because at the time, the weight, the 31, was over the 28 that was in the GBI protocol, and that the particular compound that I identified justified that the other exhibits did not need to be tested.
All right. Now, as it relates to the other items that were given to the GBI to be tested, while you did not test them, did you identify in any way what the tablets could be based upon? Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase, madam.
Did you identify those tablets?
No, I did not.
What, if anything, did you do with the tablets once you obtained them into evidence?
So with the two different tablets that actually had a logo imprint, I was able to just do a quick Google search for what they could potentially be.
Objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
What they could potentially be. Now, granted, this is not identification. This is just an indication, but there was an...
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It's not identification, it's speculation.
Overruled. And I'll note your objection, madam.
At best, I was able to just at least indicate that it might...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's not in his report.
I'll overrule the objection.
It was an indication that it might be alprazoline, but I never did any chemical testing to verify that at all.
And the imprint on the pill, is that what you used? The imprint on the pill itself? Objection form.
Overruled.
That is correct.
All right. After doing your testing on item 1B, did you produce this report?
Yes, I did.
And again, was it a protocol not to continue testing after you determine a certain amount?
I'll sustain that.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Tap the like button. Get us to 100. I appreciate you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Will you pronounce your name for me one more time because I do not want to butcher it?
Mac and Zach.
Mac and Zach. All right, Mr. Mac and Zach. You received the items to test in this case from Officer Chisholm, correct?
I didn't receive it specifically from him. I received it from a GBI personnel in the evidence room.
Okay. On your report, does it indicate received Officer Chisholm?
Yes, his name is on the report as the officer requesting the results.
Okay. All right. So you did not deal with Officer Chisholm directly, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. And you did not deal with Sergeant Maldonado?
No, I did not.
You do not, it would be fair for me to say that you do not know how the items you received to be tested was given from one officer to the next.
That is correct. I have no witness of how the evidence was handled before it entered the GBI.
Okay. All right, so if Officer Maldonado gave it to Officer Chisholm to give to the GBI, you don't have any knowledge of that?
I'm not even sure if that's how the order went either.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you can't tell myself and the jury what manner the items were seized, like whether it was in a container or anything like that. You just know how it was delivered to you, correct?
That is correct. I have no knowledge of how these items were seized.
Okay, so when the items if items were seized in a pill bottle, that's not how you received it.
That is correct. There was no pill bottle here.
Okay, so you didn't receive a pill bottle at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Let's talk about what you did receive then.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. You received one bag with a few tablets, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you received another bag with one tablet?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're at 2 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you received 3 bags with a solid substance?
That is correct.
Okay. So total, it was 5 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so let's go over each bag one at a time, okay?
Okay.
All right. First, the bag with a few tablets. You received it in a sealed bag, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and you did not test that bag?
That is correct.
It's 12 o'clock.
No analysis whatsoever.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to bag 2.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so bag 2, 1 tablet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't test that?
That is correct.
All right. All right, so we're down to the last 3 bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to make sure because I want to get it right. In those 3 bags, there was solid substance in each bag, correct? Okay. So when the arresting officer in this case stated that he seized 2 bags with substance, you received an extra bag?
All I can say is that when I opened the sealed package, I received 3 different bags.
Okay.
I'm not aware of what the officer seized at the time.
Okay. So as the officer stated that he seized only 2 bags with substance in them, you received 3 bags?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. And out of the 3 bags that you received, you only tested 1?
That is correct.
Okay. So you have 3 bags, 1, I'm saying extra, and you only tested 1?
That is correct.
What?
Okay.
Why, you was lazy? You was tired?
Now, let me ask you this.
Fuck.
You explained the GBI protocol to us in testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if the prosecuting attorney called you and asked you to test those pills, you most certainly would have done so, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did not receive a call to test those pills, correct?
I did not know.
What?
Okay.
What'd you say?
Now, the one bag that you did test, that bag turned out to be bath salts,
That is correct.
not MDMA.
Not MDMA.
Okay. All right, and that was the extent of your involvement in this case, was testing the one bag.
Yes, ma'am.
The niggas was selling
All right,
niggas
let me ask-
bath salt and not MDMA.
You have no idea who that one bag of bath salts belonged to.
No idea whatsoever.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further examination?
Smoke.
All right, any further redirect, madam?
Yes, sir.
All right, go right ahead.
Boot smoke. The drugs wasn't real.
Forensic chemist, does MDMA come in a, can MDMA come in a powder?
It can.
Objection, irrelevant. There's no MDMA in this case.
Overruled.
Can it come in a powder form?
Tap the like button, get us to 100.
And, are there times, are there times where I
Yo, niggas was eating bath salt.
Once you test it, it becomes, you identify it as something else?
What do you mean by labeled?
On this, what was marked on here? What's marked on here?
It says 2 clear sandwich bags of MDMA.
Okay. In your experience in working with GPI, are there times where items could be mislabeled or it's not MDMA when the test that you find is another substance or something else?
Overruled.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And in this case, let me ask you, bath salts, what schedule were bath salts?
To my best understanding of the law, it's a Schedule I substance.
Is that what you put on your report?
Yes, it is.
I'll strike the issue of his understanding of the law. If you can ask him a question in regards to that, but I'll instruct the jury on what the law is.
What did you know the bath salts to be in this case? What schedule did you schedule?
Per GBI protocol, I was required to list Schedule I on the report.
And are you aware of what MDMA, what schedule MDMA is? Are you aware?
Again, just to my best interpretation of the Georgia Code, it's a Schedule I.
So both MDMA and bath salts are both schedule I, okay?
Again, to my best interpretation of the law.
I sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the witness's last statements about Schedule I. If it's applicable, I will charge you as to that.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for an interpretation, but objection.
Don't speak your objection, madam. If you have another way of phrasing this, please go ahead and do so. But he cannot testify about what the law is, okay?
But again, based on your report, that's what you noted, that the item that you substituted, the bath salts. Objection, absent answer.
I sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
Your Honor, just
Nah, get him out of here. We don't need him.
Sir, at the end of the day, what you tested was not MDMA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did not test the pills, correct?
That is correct.
You cannot tell this jury with certainty what was in anything you received beside what you tested,
That is correct.
which was just bath salts.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a nice day. No further questions.
All right. Anything further? All right. Anything further, redirect, madam? No. May we excuse, Mr.
Hey, where the posted nigga at right now?
What's going on with Posted? Hold on, Posted came up. I haven't seen Eban. I'm gonna break that nigga face.
I can't give Posted back to late
please
night.
don't
That
discuss
ain't
your testimony
happening.
to anybody except the attorneys in this case. We
No.
appreciate your patience with us, okay? Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Hilton, what's the length of your next witness, just give or take, guesstimation?
Yo. What did somebody tell her to finish him, y'all? Bro,
Ladies and
did
gentlemen,
somebody
we're
tell
going
her?
20 minutes, and then
Nah.
after this witness, we're going
Finish
lunch.
him.
or you want to have lunch right now?
Off with his head. What? I told y'all they was going for the early lunch.
Call your next witness, madam.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to call Officer Stansel to the stand.
All right, summon Officer Stansel, please.
Yeah, bath salt. Streets ain't real. Literally. These boys ain't no gangsters, man. They was burning niggas, man. How you burning niggas with a happy drug? Bro, these boys is dirtbags, man. Fatality. He might as well hit him with the Epsom salt. Nah. Bath salt ain't Epsom salt. Nah. It's a long story.
I do. You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name and spelling both, please?
It's a long story what this shit really is.
Sherrod Stansel, SHERROD.
This nigga ain't right,
Stansel, STANCIL.
He got mental problems.
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
7.5 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the homicide unit.
And how long have you been with the homicide unit?
5 months.
Prior to your assignment with the homicide unit, where were you assigned?
I had a short stint with a robbery unit, and then I was with our general investigations unit, and prior to that, I was on Apex.
When were you with Apex?
From September of 2019 to December of 2022.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in January 2020?
I was.
In January 2020, was that during the period you
Yo,
assigned to Apex?
we get to clown these niggas.
Yes, ma'am.
And as an Apex officer, did you have a particular area in which you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
I want to take
No, ma'am.
I want to take you specifically to January 21st, 2020. Do you have the occasion to respond to the 151 p.m. manager?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
What is located at 151 p.m.?
I believe it's an Exxon gas station.
And why were you at that location?
Myself and my partner were at the location doing targeted enforcement. We had observed a group of males quickly flee into a gas station upon seeing our patrol car.
What happened once you saw the man quickly flee into the location?
Upon seeing the males quickly flee into the location, we stopped and made entry into the gas station.
Okay. What happened once you went inside?
We went to the back of the store by the gaming area where there's gaming machines. This is the back of the store where there's an enclosed space with the door where they keep little the electronic gaming machines at the back. And it was in that room we discovered 3 males that had run inside.
Okay. And what happened once you went inside the gate?
Took in general conversation, talked to them, and then 2 of the males came outside with us.
Okay. And what happened once the 2 males came outside?
Upon the 2 males coming outside, had a general conversation with one of them, asked him, hey, what was going on? You know, if you have anything, let me know. We can go ahead and deal with that. But once again, it was only 2 of the males.
Okay. And did any of them say they had it?
Yes, I believe Mr. Ford self-reported having a small amount of marijuana.
Okay. You said Mr. Ford, do you remember when his first name?
I
Self-reported.
do not.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your
What up?
report. How refresh it.
Yes.
Yo, he's the picture of a hard head to make a soft ass. A Vander Holyfield ass nigga. Stop being nosy. Put that shit down. Put that don't touch that.
Permission to approach trial?
What do you want?
95
Okay, all right.
I'm going to show you what the mark is. Identification is 95R. Tell me if you
Yo,
recognize
look.
95R.
A hard head to make a soft ass. Look, y'all. That was it. That was the metaphor right there.
System.
Okay. And looking at your report, does it help you refresh your memory as to the first name of Mr. Ford?
It does.
Okay. Where was Mr. Ford?
Darius,
And once he self-reported, what happened?
he was detained without incident.
Okay. And what happened
Self-reported.
to the other male?
The other male was free to move about, go about. He had nothing on him, so he just sat there.
Okay. And then the third male, what did they do?
Mr. BB, I observed he was not there. He actually was still inside in the room, the gaming machine room.
So when you recognize he was still inside the gaming room, what happened?
I went in there to speak with him and get him to come out.
Okay. And did he come out?
He did.
All right. What happened once he came out?
Upon him coming out, he was sat down, and then I went back into the room.
And we said he sat down, where was that?
Sidewalk in front of the business.
Okay. And why did you go back inside?
Given the fact that all the males had come out except him, I wondered, okay, well, why were you staying inside into that room? You know, did you possibly leave something behind?
Okay. So what did you do once you went back inside?
I went back into the gaming machine area, and in the direct spot where Mr. BB was at, I discovered a small baggie containing half a gram of crack cocaine.
A half a gram?
Once you found the
What
crack
the
cocaine,
fuck?
The first step was to detain Mr. BB and explain to him why he was being detained.
Okay. And what did you do next?
Next, we talked to the store clerk and see if we could view surveillance footage of that room to see if they had a camera back there.
And were you able to see any surveillance video?
Yes.
And did that surveillance video confirm or deny what you had picked up inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you observed the video, what, if anything, did you do?
Mr. BB was formally arrested. He was formally arrested for possession of crack cocaine. We had seen him take the crack out of his boot and discard it in the area where it was located.
And what, as this is Mr. Ford, was he arrested?
He was issued a copy of the charges for possession of less than an ounce of marijuana.
And did you collect the crack cocaine from Mr. B?
Directly from Mr. BB, but I did collect the crack cocaine that was recovered, yes.
And did you turn it exactly?
Yes.
Yo, these black officers locking niggas up for this low level amount of drugs is nuts.
Been marked as State's Exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J. Please tell me if you recognize those.
79J is. I'm sorry.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
These, I believe, come from my body camera.
Okay. And what are they of?
79J appears to be of the vehicle I was driving that day and the outside of the gas station.
Okay.
80J, once again, is from my body worn camera. It's the outside of the gas station.
Yo, they done proved these boys get high.
81J, I believe that's Mr. Darius Ford.
Yo, you serving niggas bad
And
sauce. You stealing
82J
from the streets, bro.
is
You ain't
Mr.
no
Durante.
gang. You ain't no
And
gang.
is that a fair, accurate depiction of both the Exxon gas
Yo,
station and Mr. Ford? And Mr.
Burning niggas with party drugs is
Yes, ma'am.
against the rules, y'all. Burning niggas with crack is against the rules. But it's fair game on some more, yeah, y'all had to burn to come up. You could come up off of it because it's fiends. So niggas are kind of permitted a little bit. But bro, fucking party drugs, bro.
Officer Stansel, have those pictures been changed or altered in any way since the time that you saw them in January
Dirty.
of 2020?
No, sir.
Okay.
In fact, you asking for trouble, bro.
Any
Fucking
further,
burning niggas
or
with
any
Molly.
objection?
Might not be what you want. Cause I might get emotional about this shit.
Question still remains. Any objection?
I find out you've been serving me
Hearing none,
bath salt, bro, for the last 2 to 3 weeks,
Say
bro.
79, 80, 81, and 82J are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wouldn't have made it to no court date, cuz.
That's how it was 679.
I'ma feel some fucking kind of way, and you better hope I ain't got no real Molly.
Showing 6 Exhibit 79. If you can just orient the jury, what is 6 Exhibit 79?
Just direct question, director, to me.
Yes.
So the vehicle marked 31242 was the police vehicle, marked police vehicle I was operating that day.
A fake
and
ice cream
the
truck.
male standing next to it was my partner for the day, Officer Pagan. That's also the outside of the gas station.
Okay. And is there,
Pagan?
and is that 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 86.
Once again, that's going
That
to be 151
bullshit
Cleveland
ass
Avenue.
ice cream truck.
And now looking at 81 Tech. Who the fuck? 81 Tech.
That is Mr. Darius Ford coming out of the game room.
Okay. So that is the game room that you just described earlier in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Yo, is this nigga in the RICO, y'all?
That is Mr. Durante BB.
All right.
What is they trying to
And I'm also
insinuate?
showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 78.
Yes,
Yo, they making Atlanta crime look better, y'all.
This is the crack cocaine which was recovered.
What?
And looking at 78J,
Where?
is this the evidence bag that you would have used in order to collect?
The shit flat on the table.
Crack cocaine.
Yes, ma'am. The evidence bag and the evidence marking tags we use.
And on here, does it have any other identifying information as to where it was collected, when it was collected?
Yes, ma'am. So marked on the suspect line, it has the name of Durante BB, which is the male that was had it.
Your Honor, this time state like the tender State's Exhibit 78J.
Got the light for me.
Which one, I'm sorry?
78J.
Any objection to state 78J?
Half a gram, y'all. Yo, let me tell y'all something about a half a gram, y'all. If you got the half a gram in your boot, you could have stepped on it and smashed it so much that you technically, it ain't there no more. A half a gram essentially is, bro, that's a 20 or $20 to $40 worth of crack, depending on where you at, y'all.
And give Mr. Ford a copy of charge. Did that conclude your involvement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Cross.
Definitely could have ate it and survived.
Yes.
Definitely. Shit ain't even real. All like it's baked the fuck up. First off,
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Stanford, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
mega bake
So
on
let's
it.
see. Your involvement in this case is that you come to the location, and as you and other officers pass that location, you see folks run inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was enough to make you all stop and go inside and pursue and see what was going on, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You hadn't seen any crime being committed at that point, right?
No, sir.
Where is this location?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. How many of you guys, law enforcement officers patrolling at that time?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Roughly, how many car? More than one car?
In that area?
Well, right
That
there. at the
pulled
scene.
up,
What
nigga.
we're talking about right now.
We were the only responding car at the area at the time.
Okay.
All right.
All right. And so, see some guys run inside a store. You guys going inside. You
Ho. No.
All right.
Don't let him slide with that. Nah, don't let him slide. Did they run? What we talking about? Full sprint inside a store? Because police get away with this too much, saying niggas ran when they pulled up. Now, we talking about niggas showed enough pill, 40-yard dash, or niggas just turned around and walked in the store? Stop.
Found these folks, and you made them come outside. Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody handcuffed?
Harassment.
No, sir.
Okay. Y'all just talking to them at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, if I understand correctly, you found what you believe to be a rock of crack cocaine, and Mr. Beebe was charged with that.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you remember the incident? You remember Mr. Beebe?
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't see him here, right? He's not in here.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. That's the only thing you charged him with, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Oh, my God.
You didn't have any reason to, and you certainly did not believe there's anything to charge him with other than being in possession of a rock of crack cocaine, right?
You ain't smell no crack smoke in the air.
Yes, sir.
All right, according to the facts of the case.
Yes,
so
sir.
what you're testifying to is exactly what happened that day, and everything was involved on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
You just stalked them niggas.
No, sir.
No basis to it.
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
You chased them niggas into the store.
All right, any redirect, madam?
Nothing for the station.
Man, them niggas could have said that crack was already there.
Officer Stansel be permanently temporarily excused the witness.
He's giving permanent.
All right, Officer Stansel, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to
Who
go
the
ahead
fuck
and
run
permanently
in the
excuse
store
your
with the
witness.
crack
Don't discuss your
and
testimony
get caught with the
except
crack
your terms in this
still?
case, okay?
Yo, hold on, y'all. What the fuck is wrong with these young niggas, bro? How you run in the store, get in the store, and get caught with the crack still? Bitch, you was supposed to open a soda or some shit, a canned soda, and throw that shit in there and shake that shit up and throw that shit somewhere, boy. Fuck wrong with you? Fuck, I never getting, man. Fuck he do?
Are you good? Okay.
Why run in the store if you ain't know what you ready to do when you get in there? You don't know the store owner, you can't give it to him and tell him hold it? Like, if you don't got no connect, why the fuck you just run in that store if you ain't know what to do with it, bruh? You ain't going in the bathroom to flush it, nothing. You just went in the store and got caught with it. That's crazy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:20. How about some lunch? Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess, and I'll have you come back for 1:30, and then we'll see whether the
half a gram ain't even 50. You get the whole 3.5 for motherfucking $1.50. So half a joint, I'm. What I'm saying, it's like, bro, you got to go to the smallest level hustler for a half a gram to even be worth really, like, to have some value. You getting gabbed. Like, if you went to anybody that got sense, technically a half a gram. Technically, I mean, Doug look like a regular dude. I said that at the beginning, y'all. You should never hear about a half a gram. Nigga, you shouldn't hear about grams. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, when I hear cases and they talking grams, like, if niggas ain't talking whole ones, I'm already like, oh, all right, niggas, all right. When you start talking about, like, whole, like, yeah, the next denomination, pallets, you know, car filled, the trunk, you know what I mean, the panel, the side of the door was loaded. You understand? Not like if it was anything that niggas could use right now, then it ain't heavy. How the fuck you got a possession charge, cuz you get high? They don't make them validate none of their claims. Yeah, they do. Motherfucking lawyers is eating their ass when they come up here and say this shit. Like, these lawyers not playing. This might be the most. This is the best case of law we gonna ever probably see. If this is real, this, like, as far as a street case, this might be the most, like, visible experience we get, like, on through a camera. Even though it's a light case, the way the defense is handling it, they chopping this shit up, bro. I mean, they basically teaching us law at this point. Like, in simple form. Like, it's not hard. The simple idea what the case right now. Yo, so you did this back then, but you didn't say it was a gang. That's the defense right now. They ready to walk their ass all the way up. Yup, every time they bring something up. Bro. Oh, and the drugs, did you test it? Bro, it's a wrap. It can't go backwards in time. Too late. So basically, they're exposing that the state leaves these types of back doors open. So what they ready to do? They ready to clean that shit up. I bet niggas ain't gonna get no more RICOs with this type of loose shit going on. Bet that. Bet that. Going forward, bro, they gonna be tight as fish pussy. Yo. All right. Imagine you coming up to be in a DA, to work in this DA's office after this. You get it? Bro, imagine the next RICO. Knowing this, you know everybody in Atlanta that's worried about the courts and shit is watching this. The police even gonna be more on point, y'all. Cause they see that shit could get brought up. I don't want to be up there and that shit get brought up and I look like I ain't covered. Yo, watch how tight it be down that bitch, bro. Yeah, they definitely proving that the police was harassing whoever the fuck they could harass. I don't even think they was going for Thug. I think that was a back end. Like, somebody going through the files figured out all these cases was linked. I don't even think these police was attacking YSL. That's why they not linking it to the gangs in these reports. Because if you attacking YSL, guess what I tell you? Yo, don't lock none of these petty niggas up. Hit them with controlled buys. Don't lock them up. They wasn't watching YSL at this time, y'all. There you go. I just proved it. Because they done caught niggas with drugs multiple times. And if I'm watching you, I don't want to lock you up for this petty amount. I'm going to let you keep rocking while I'm watching. And I'm documenting. Come on, cuz. Come on, cuz. Bro, I ain't just, yeah. I know how this work, y'all. That's why I had to keep my ass in that studio, because my ass would have been in that goddamn courtroom. For real. The whole game is to hit a whole bunch of sales, right? But the more sales you hit, the more you up in your probability of getting told on or actually get caught red-handed. Oh, shit. And you can feel this when you out there, bro. It's like the hawk on your back. Like you know how you go out that bitch in this cold, nigga, like that, and a hawk out. Bitch on you. Nigga, that pressure of the amount of time you got before somebody tell on your ass, you can feel it. And anybody skating around like they don't feel it, like you know a nigga that's getting money. Both y'all get money, and when you see, yo, he look like everything just peachy. He ain't worried like this next time he go hop from the connect, it might go down. That nigga ain't really, like, something ain't right with y'all. Especially if you know what level he on and his flavor don't match yours. At first you think you thought that you should relax. Maybe you paranoid. No, you not, nigga. Paranoid niggas is who win. Fuck told you paranoid, bitch. It's one of the most dangerous goddamn jobs ever. Paranoid bullshit. Nigga, you need to be worried. Look, one day I was really thinking, like, hold on, is that paranoid? Like, if you in your car, right, and you be moving around dirty all the time, if you constantly looking in your mirrors for real, at what point are you supposed to relax? Like, and if they ever popped up on your ass, you know what I'm talking about. Because they definitely done popped up where you just looked in the mirror, ain't see shit. Then all of a sudden, oh, shit. What the fuck? Where the fuck did they come from? What the fuck? Is this a setup? I swear I just looked in this mirror. Niggas was not back there. Was I just dazed off or some shit? Fuck they come from? How I didn't see them coming. Whoever been sitting somewhere at the red light or something, right? Shit, nobody coming. Then the next time you look, the law right there behind you. You like, yo, all this piece of street behind me. How the fuck? Been in the corner, meet him here. Oh, yeah, joint. I had a style of cruising through certain neighborhoods just because of the way the stop signs, you know, the back-to-backs, that's how you get caught up. Where you looking them straight in the face? Nope. Certain stop signs, I'm breezing them. They not catching me. They like this street right here. I'm not even stopping. Look, I'm not stopping at this stop sign. They like meeting me at this little corner. I don't like every time I wind up pulling at this stop sign, they at the other one. So this time, I'm just going to breeze through this bitch this time. I'm not stopping. So that way, if they is there and they on their bullshit, I'm already moving, bro. And that shit worked in my favor one day. Sure enough, I predicted it. I had a feeling, y'all. I said, yo, watch, these bitches gonna be at one of these streets, so I'm just coming through this motherfucker, basically just cruising straight through the stop signs. I get to the one that I'm thinking, and sure enough, I look, there they go. Bang that bitch on them, straight through the red light, stop sign, all types of shit. Fuck y'all, gone. I smoked them, off rip. By the time they got a chance, I bet you they was even tripping. Exactly, James. And look, James, it's a secret about that. You know that was niggas wanted me to work in there. Why you think I ain't worked there, James? Why you think I did what I did? Because they backdoored me, technically. If you paid attention. Because a lot of those people was the people I was drawing. If you paid attention, testing them wasn't, a lot of those people wasn't fucking with yo. They was fucking with me. Now, of course, they wanted to be a part of what was going on. So when they made that little transition, they try to make it a big thing. And yeah, but something wasn't right behind the scenes, and I could feel it in the air, James. Niggas wanted me to be the main engineer in there. And I'm like, yo, I help y'all shit. I'm the one told them to get Dave-O and Cash. I said, yo, get it. Nah, you know, I already got my shit going on, bro. I don't want to just come work at y'all shit. You feel me? I help you set your shit up. But I felt like something wasn't right, bro. It just didn't add up. Real rap. That's why I ain't mind moving next door. If you paid attention, I already felt like niggas had pulled a back door move with the move they pulled. Yeah, James. See, it was more going on. That's why I moved right there like, man, fuck niggas. Because at first I wasn't even going to do that. And then niggas like, yo, niggas ain't give a fuck about you. Niggas post this bitch up. You know what I mean? Open up business and then go direct in competition with me after I helped them set up. But yeah, that's just some insider info. If you know, you know. I don't even tell people shit like that because they wouldn't understand. But I know you watched it, so you know the different dynamics of it. But yeah, that was wild. I tell niggas to this day, yo, be careful when y'all go in these studios. See, a lot of these engineers is not from outside. I'm gonna keep it real, y'all. Like that's a disconnect I have with some of them. Like I can communicate with a lot of engineers and people that do this tech shit, but to be honest, there is a disconnect between me and some of them because some of them I resonate with some of the people from the streets because of we got some things in common type shit. You feel me? But I ain't gonna lie. When I go into the world of people that do some of the same shit I do, I can see the disconnect, and they treat me like I'm a rapper. Like you feel me? Like they not open. They want to feel it, check the temperature. You feel me? Like you could tell it's a thing. But then that made me start noticing. Yo, if the motherfucking police come and check this nigga studio and ask that nigga for that footage, that nigga gonna get that fucking footage up. These niggas is squares. Now, I ain't the niggas say I'm some super goon. Nah, but niggas know me. Fuck the police. Straight up. And I don't give a fuck if you know me or not. You can feel it in the air when you come around me. The law. Hell no, that nigga ain't fuck. I mean, some niggas have seen me. I don't fuck. I mean, it's a thing. You just gotta be there. I can't even describe my relationship with BPD and Anne Arundel County. So, like, I'm fuck 12 all the way. Like, all supernatural with it. You know what I mean? For real. Cause I done had experience for real with them. Ain't no neutrality. You know how certain civilians got a neutrality with them. They don't mind them. Nah. Nope. I still remember. Yo, I could have been a Freddie Gray, y'all. You see me, I'm a little nigga. They done tried that type shit. Yeah, but you shouldn't even be hatting and learn that if you do get hemmed up with them, from them, or by them, you got to make sure you in an area where they can't subdue you or some shit. You know what I mean? They'll do you dirty for running. I'm talking about trash you. Straight up. That's how Freddie Gray got manhandled like that. Just being a nigga that probably get loose on them. They swing through, catch you. Oh, bitch, you ran on us the other day. Now you ain't dirty, though. So you like, what? You can't do shit. I ain't dirty right now. Now they breaking law, though, because now they mad. For real, they do this shit all the time. I grew up in the era of that. Like, that was the norm. Even if you run and get away, technically, them same police see your ass later. Not today. No. In this zone for the next couple months, nigga, your ass might have a, you know what I mean? Now, luckily, like I told y'all, I had the experience to be able to, you know what I mean, Learn how to mingle amongst this. Don't be too deep when you moving. You know what I mean? That's an automatic, you know what I mean? Don't sit still too long in certain areas because you already know. If you sitting there, nigga, you eat. You what you doing? You know what it is right here. This open air. So if you here, you a part of it. For real. And I mean, everybody know. And if you live there, fuck them. Like if you live in an open air drug market, you legit to be there at all times. So it's like that's part of it too. Yeah, hat off in the whip. I mean, I went a long time where I ain't even wear hats. Like, you know what I mean? Now the dreads is not helping me though. But that's something that you gotta deal with. Nah, I go hard with the seatbelt. I ain't gonna lie. If I'm dirty, I will seatbelt up. But I will say, soon as niggas is not dirty for real, you'll catch me butt naked. No seatbelt. Well, I'm gonna say this, y'all. In Baltimore City, the no seatbelt pullover, I've never been pulled over for a traffic stop. I mean, I'm grown and shit now, but I've never been stopped for real for traffic, y'all. I'm gonna keep like never. Even I told y'all I done dipped on them. Niggas know I gets busy and they didn't wrote me the tickets, but it never go through. It's like they don't even treat traffic if it ain't like guns, drugs, or like some show enough like violence. I don't. They must not like traffic shit, bro. Like, and best believe y'all, I get busy out there. I get busy with that car shit. Like I'm definitely hitting stop signs. I ain't really a red light runner. Doing 50 and 30s and 60 in a 30. Yeah, I'm all on that. Like I'm not doing like 30. It's rare. For real. But they don't fuck with you. I mean, of course, if you do some old stupid shit, I done seen them pull niggas over. I think I got pulled over in Baltimore County for a traffic stop. Like, I don't think I ever been pulled over in Baltimore. Like, ever. Even the times I got stopped because they was chasing me and they gave me the tickets, they didn't show up to court. Yeah, I think Thug gonna beat it. Seatbelt up and wear a shirt with a collar. Yeah. I mean, when you got... I mean, hold on. I'm going to tell y'all a secret I had. For a long time, I wear my dreads in a ponytail, and I'm short, so in the car, I look like a girl from behind me. Pause. Pause. Yeah, pause. Fuck you. But yeah, I did that on purpose. Because I know most of the time it's somebody from the other culture, so if they looking and they just see a silhouette, a shorter person with a ponytail, just see the silhouette. You can't tell it's dreads, really. So I think I use that to my advantage a little bit. You might want to try that. If you got shoulder length dreads, yeah, go ahead. No, put it in the cheerleader ponytail. Yeah. Like up high, like. Yeah. Yeah. Think about it. If you looking through the back of somebody's car, you see the person driving got this ponytail sitting on the top of their head. You only see the shadow, though. You can't really tell. I'm telling you, hey, Cash, you know what time it is, man. You know I ain't bluffing. I learned little shit like that. Like, yo, I wonder how I look. Like, if you see me if you just was behind this car, and then I thought about it, I said, you know what? I'm just going to keep my shit just, if I'm riding and I feel some type of way, I'm going to make sure. Yeah, the update. Real shit, y'all. I'm telling you, I think that shit worked. I'm telling you, y'all, I think that shit might have helped. I think that shit might have helped. Because they going, all right, you know what they looking for. They looking for males 16 to 24. So why would you just go ahead and fit into that being extra egoish? You sitting in that bitch and you want to be all, you know what I mean? Shit, you better slouch down a little bit, try to look a little bit smaller, nigga. Fuck all that. You want because you don't want him to think you some 6'4" black. You feel? Nah, bro. You want that nigga to think you 5'6" female, bro. I know so many of them probably pulled up beside me and thought, "Oh shit, I thought that was a girl." I swear, and it was too late. Nah, bitch, you beside me now. You can't do no fuck shit. You better not. You better not try to slow down and get behind me. You better not. I'm a dip. Yo, this shit done happened a lot of times. Where, yeah, I've been watching his ass for a minute. He was behind me. Then he pull up. I give him one slight glance. Keep it moving. I'm watching him though. He better not. He better not tap them brakes and get behind me. He a bitch if he do it. If he do it, I'm a dip. If he do it, I'm a dip. Fuck that. You better not be a bitch, bro. Don't do that. Don't get it twisted though. It was times I was scared too. Where I was real dirty and he did that. And I was scared to look and all that. Shit fuck your heart up, don't it? Yeah, I keep it real. Niggas be lying. Nigga, I done been in the car with just grass. And it's enough for me to be like, man, I don't want this police to pull me over. Cause I'm I'm ready to take his ass on the race. Real. Not today. See, if you know me, you know that's the thing. It's just not today. Like, speaking of this nigga Cash, this nigga in the chat, y'all want to know about some wild shit, so I go holler at this nigga. So I don't know what happened. For some reason, I leave from in this area where he at. Walking, though. I don't know if I even drove to the area. I had to have. I think I did, right? So I'm walking. Think I'm slick. I get down the street. Oh, that's what it was. I think I said I was walking to the store from your spot. I see the police coming up the street. Now, it's a young nigga on the same side of the street as me, right? He coming towards me, too. You a different Cash? Oh, all right, say less. How the fuck is two Baltimore's Cash? Seriously? So, look. So, either way, it's a nigga named, this shit crazy. Nigga named, my man named Cash. So, nigga coming up the street, young nigga. I see the police stop at the stop sign watching this young nigga. So I'm not dirty. It's like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. Early. Maybe even 8, bro. Early. Shit. So the little kid got the headphones on. I'm watching the police. The Luke Cash. So I'm watching the police. I'm looking in the police face. He's staring at the little boy. So as I'm staring at the police, he see me staring at him. So now he's staring at me. So it's this weird ass triangle going on. The little boy in front of me crossing the street ready to cross paths with me. The police is staring at him. So right as I'm getting close to the little boy, I'm staring at the police while I'm walking. He see me staring at him. So as now me and the little boy cross paths. He stay on me. He mugging the shit out of me, right? That's what I do. I yell loud as shit. The fuck is you looking at? The nigga had his police car windows up, y'all. You should have seen his face when I said that. He was shocked. Swear to God. But by now, I'm crossing. So now he's behind me. Because I said it as I was walking. Fuck you looking at? Solid. You know what I mean? This nigga bangs the U-turn. Turn around. Long story short, yo, my dumb ass went to the bookings. Not dirty. No, nothing. Walk through. Try. Thought I was slick. I'm talking about, yo, that's how heavy that shit was. I yelled that shit. He must have really felt that shit in his bones. Yo, the shit was so bad, y'all. When the nigga took me to the police district and left me in the paddy wagon for like an hour, y'all. Twice. Yo, the nigga was taunting the shit out of me. I was leaning on this nigga, y'all. If this was some fucking body cam footage, y'all, I'd have been fucking viral. We talking about, yo, one of the worst verbal assaults. I'm surprised he ain't trying to charge me with some other shit, y'all. But the other police was laughing at the nigga. Because he must have had to tell him. Like, because they come in there, I'm yelling, leaning on this nigga. So I see two detectives. I see him snickering, right? So I'm like, yeah, he a bitch. So look, when they leave back out, they just laughing and shit, right? So they not trying to make it like they laughing at me. So yeah, they had me in the back of that bitch. They left me outside in the paddy wagon. So finally, the nigga come get me, takes me into the motherfucking precinct. Then, after I jokes the nigga for about 20 minutes to a half an hour, nigga takes me back to the paddy wagon and takes me to the bookings. No charges. That's why they was laughing at his ass, because they probably was like, yo, what you gonna charge him with? But yell like what he locked up? What you locking him up for? In the charge, yo, there was nothing he could charge me with, yo. All the shit was about me saying, yo, fuck is you looking at? It was crazy. Walk through central bookings. Oh, guess what they make you do? They make you, for the people that don't know, they make you sign a piece of paper that say that you're not going you giving up your rights to sue them for locking you up for nothing. Basically. Swear to God. I'm not making this up. Who went through central bookings in Baltimore City and had to sign the fucking sign-off sheet? You might not even have known what it was, because they give it to you when you're getting out the bookings for a walkthrough. It's a low-ass piece of paper, low-ass square piece of paper, and the lady explained it to you, but you putting your shit on. So if you just happy to get up out of there, man, you going to take that piece of paper and ball that shit up and get the fuck out of there. You don't give a fuck. Shit crazy, but you basically waiving your rights by not acknowledging that. Like, real shit, they think they slick. So they probably doing this in a lot of y'all, and they gotta be. Whereas though basically they can get away with locking someone up with no charge, which technically should be illegal. But they call it a walkthrough. But if it's, you know what I mean? Now, I'm sure if you in Baltimore, you heard of this shit. But I don't know if they do it in other cities. Cause they could get away with it here, cause niggas be basically thugging on some old fuck it. Nigga happy to get out, nigga ain't making no big fuss. Now some people will go to internal affairs and complain, but not really. But yeah, y'all, Thug, let's get back to the trial, y'all. What y'all think about the Thug trial? We on lunch break.
Conspiracy or RICO. We've just started this case, but nevertheless, at what point in time will a judge be required, if at all, to
he ain't wearing a damn sweater.
That's a good question, Rod. I believe that the judge is going to wait until all of the evidence is in. Frankly, it would be premature at this point for the judge to.
You like for us to answer, and I got two great guests to do that, then you can go onto our social media and YouTube channel, and maybe you'll get up there. Just like, guys, Evan Parrish from YouTube is asking us on a scale of 1 to 10, Brian. It's a 1 to 10 scale. How biased towards the state does this judge appear to be to you? Seems the state's objections slide through easily, while defense objections are always overruled.
Yo, they asked that question yesterday, bro. That question petty. Yo, these people got scripted questions too. Pay attention.
Clear bias? Question mark.
All right, so I'll use the scale. I don't believe there's a bias here, so I would probably put it more towards a 4 or 5. What I would say is, in an evaluating bias, and this is, I'll say this, I might be wrong. I might be 100% wrong, but I would give you the tool to do it. So don't evaluate the number of sustains and overruling. Look at the value of the objections, because I will say things as a defense attorney that should absolutely be sustained, but I'm also doing it strategically in terms of I might just want to object to mess up the flow. I may object because, you know, I just think it's wrong, but I don't have the strongest argument. And so you want to see what they're objecting to, not necessarily how the judge is ruling. That's a better gauge, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, I also think that the judge is being fair. Judge Glanville is looking at both sides. Now, he might say to the defense, objection overruled, because he wants the case to continue at a faster pace. But we've seen in this trial the fact that the judge gets angry at the prosecution for lack of speed in criminal discovery. So I think all in all, the judge is being fairly even-handed. So I would rate it as even-handed.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I feel the same way. And in fact, the judge undressed or the pants, as we would say, the prosecution on a number of occasions. So, you know, sometimes, like Brian is saying, it's the quality of the objections that matter. And the defense attorneys are getting sustained objections does not mean the judge is being biased.
Oh, no, I think he talked to him about
the prosecution.
I think he talked to him about showing the officers and how to conduct, like who they could show and who not, like, you know, like an update on that, because that's what it seemed like he changed. But besides that, I'm never know what this did.
Has been attacked there. Okay, Matt from YouTube.
Tap the like button, y'all.
What is the furtherance of the gang that the state is claiming? The overt acts so far don't seem to support any furtherance. What is the furtherance of the gang?
I told y'all. See, now we even got people in the YouTube saying it don't look like this shit furthering the gang. What was my initial statement, y'all? I kept saying it. This does not further the gang.
That the state is claiming, Terry.
Well, I agree. I think so far we have not seen the prosecution connect the dots. What we've seen is evidence of these acts, these stops that they made when they arrested people for possession of drugs or possession of a gun. But there was no discussion during any of those arrests about gang activity. So what the prosecution still needs to do once they establish all of these acts and gets all of them into evidence, they're going to have to some way connect those acts. So they'll have telephone conversations where you have a conspiracy with the other defendants that, you know, they were acting in furtherance of the gang activity, that the money that they got perhaps from one of these, you know, stops that happened went towards some illicit criminal activity. And that hasn't been done quite yet.
You know what? What's really amazing, Brian, is that there are individuals who can watch a show and understand it and go about their lives and do what it is that they do. But I think very few would actually listen to what Brian Buckmeyer is saying and then say to themselves, I need to have a follow-up question from something that Brian said. So this one's for you.
Oh,
this is the first time I've seen this. This is a for Brian question.
Is that Victoria Buckmeyer? Sweetheart, stop doing this.
Well, it could be, but this person's going by the name Real with Robo. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
It does sound familiar. Okay. Brian, you said yesterday that thus far you don't see the connection in these past incidents. I don't either. How about so far today?
No, not as yet. And something happened, and first of all, thank you again, one, for watching back to back, but also for the question, Real with Robo. I don't see it. And I'll kind of piggyback off the last question, what Terry was saying as well. We saw something yesterday, for example, and we're seeing it today with the drug paraphernalia as well, where there were 16 grams of a drug on a person. Just to give you some kind of math, I know this because I'm a defense attorney, there are 28 grams to an ounce. 16 grams in most states is personal use. 16 grams, you're talking about, if that's marijuana, that's like a few joints. That's not a criminal enterprise that you are now profiting off of to further a gang. You gotta show me somehow that because Young Thug had a gun in his car, that's somehow furthering a gang. Now, if you said,
good one, Melanie,
had a gun in his car and he drove past a neighborhood and he flashed out and said, if you come by my block again, you gonna get this, then I say, yes, he's defending his territory and that's furthering the gang. But simply having drugs, simply having a gun, I don't see how that furthers a gang.
You want to opine on that, Terry?
Yes.
Because it looks like you do.
And here's why. You saw Nicole Westmoreland, who is the attorney for Mr. Nichols, and she was cross-examining that forensic expert. And she harped on the point that, you know, this was only it didn't even reach 28 grams for most of what they were looking at. And so 28 grams, to Brian's point, is nothing. It's a misdemeanor. It's a small amount of marijuana. So I think she's trying to prove here that none of these are going to connect up to any sort of criminal activity. And not only that, these are small amounts. And why are the police stopping these individuals and, getting information on small amounts that aren't intended to be distributed or sold?
Yeah, interesting. All right, Terry, I'm going to go back to you on this. Colin Cooper from YouTube says, everybody who took a plea deal took it while locked up. Doesn't that look terrible on the prosecution? They let people go with 1 year time served and probation who had 50 plus years over their head. This is really a sophisticated and nuanced question tactically that we as prosecutors and defense lawyers look at all the time. What do you think, Terry?
Well, one of the things the prosecution is considering here is, are they going to get convictions? As Brian mentioned before, we started out with 28 defendants and we're down to 6 for this trial. Others, have pled guilty. And what the prosecution is going to try to do is use that information against the remaining defendants. So we know for a fact that they may be calling some of these other defendants. Now, these defendants could take the Fifth, but we think if
Please
they're called, they'll
hit that like
probably
button,
support
and
the
while you're at it,
prosecution's
share this
case.
video with a
it's
friend.
a calculated, issue here. The prosecution is trying to figure out, look, how many people am I going to try? How many people can I get to take a plea deal? And will I be successful when I actually try the case? So it's not a bad idea to take some pleas in the beginning of the case.
Brian, we used to say as prosecutors, but it was always contradictory to me. When you sleep with dogs, you catch fleas, which was if you put one of those guys on the stand. But let's look at mob convictions. Let's look at organized criminal racketeering cases. A lot of times I had to put a person that got a plea deal that wasn't a great guy. But there's also something about the fact when I'm downstairs interviewing that witness that they just come off as believable and credible. Of course, that's what you hope when they get before the jury. And I've had some people who took plea deals got substantial breaks that were incredibly powerful before the jury. It's a double-edged sword sometimes, though, Brian.
It is a double-edged sword. And understand this, I'm a former public defender, so my answer is going to be colored and biased with that. I can see that a reasonable person would say something completely different. That's where I start, but I go it this way. I think the heart of this question comes down to you let people go with a slap on the wrist when they are facing far more jail time. And the criticism that a defense attorney, at least a public defender, would give is that they are looking for numbers, that a prosecutor's measurement of success is how many convictions that they get.
I told
and so
y'all.
for them, they are successful in getting 9 convictions.
Yo, what the fuck,
even
bro?
though they could have gotten 50 years out of a person but let them walk, it makes it seem like it wasn't
Bro.
that big of a deal. If you could have done so many more years, why are you walking with probation? But on the other side to this dual-edged sword, some of these cases, you need an inside man or inside person to testify to. So you've got to throw back the little fish to catch the big one. Because if you quote-unquote let King Slime go because you wanted to knock the lowest guy or the lowest person on the ladder with 50 years of jail, and they won't testify against King Slime, King Slime's just going to go recruit another lower guy on the ladder. So it's strategic, but it also can have a bit of a bad look from a sense of you could have gotten a lot more from these people. It's just what's the greatest good that the prosecutor's trying to achieve.
Yeah, and that is going to be such an essential decision that prosecutors are going to make. And of course, let me add, for those who are out there looking to go into the prosecutor world, or if you're interested, a prosecutor may have to do that, like Brian says, to be on the inside, but you want to try to find objective outside evidence that supports what it is that witness is saying. That's something that prosecutors will always look for under those circumstances. Great questions, guys. Keep them coming on the social media, on the YouTube. It's time for us to take a short break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us.
Yo, these boys getting paid to say the same shit I'm saying. I get paid $1 per vid to say this shit. I wonder how much these boys get paid. I might have to go fill out an application, get my fake teeth. Bullshit, bro. I'm gonna get a wig too, man. Fuck that.
get right back to it. Some of these questions have been great. Terry Rod Springs asks, at what point do you believe
Tap
the
the like,
judge
yo.
will
Get
be
us to 100
inclined
likes,
to
y'all.
dismiss this for lack of substance and evidence that this is nowhere near a conspiracy, let alone a RICO? Now, let me just be
Now
clear, Terry, 'cause
everybody's
we
saying
understand
that,
there was a
y'all.
conclusion.
Now everybody's saying this nowhere near conspiracy. Didn't I start off saying that? Now, how the fuck is... Bro, that was a year ago, wasn't it? Did y'all hear anybody, like, who was really pushing that? Like, really saying, bro, this shit ain't even a real RICO. Then I went into the dynamics, like, bro, a RICO has to be in furtherance of a gang. Then I went into details to say, this don't push no goddamn gang forward. It's actually a detriment. Even if we was a gang, these moves ain't moving us forward. Let alone me having this rap career, I'll be on your ass. So you lucky I don't get you smoked for doing some stupid shit and having YSL tattooed on you.
Conclusion that there's nowhere near a conspiracy or RICO. We've just started this case.
Tap the
but
like, get us to
nevertheless,
100.
At what point in time will a judge be required, if at all, to dismiss a case like that?
That's a good question, Rod. I believe that the judge is going to wait until all of the evidence is in, frankly.
Low level. I ain't even gonna lie, it's not even actually low level. You can actually see that they was refraining. They would have been way more active being somebody connected to Thug, y'all, if they was really trying to be aggressive in them streets. They was actually staying out the way. I'm gonna keep it real. Now their hype seemed like it was a lot of hype because it's easy to build up hype in the streets. You can all, like, nobody really wants no smoke. So the whole perception is when money gets connected to shit, niggas don't really want, niggas be dick riders. So these boys didn't even look like they was getting a lot of attempts of pressure put on them. For real. And they damn sure wasn't doing that many hand-to-hands, or it would have been a lot of more police activity.
It would be premature at this point for the judge to say, look, prosecution, I don't think you've shown anything yet. And at this point, you know, if someone
should
were to
warn
move,
them to
if
speed
one of
the
the
shit up,
defendants
though.
were to move to have that entire case dismissed, I don't think the judge is going to listen to that. It has to be after the evidence is in.
I think it's more like there was some killings, allegedly, not killers. Yo, when you got killers, we talking for sure. Salute, Melanie. We talking for sure RICOs. These boys got caught up in a little flim-flam, you know what I mean? Back and forth. Not nothing too nutty. Yeah, they took individual cases trying to make a RICO. That's what I believe.
A motion has to be made that, you know, they didn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hold tight,
And
y'all. Let me get
even
my coffee.
at that point, I don't think the judge is going to say, oh, okay, I'm going to dismiss this. This is for the jury to decide. And the judge is going to allow the jury to come to some sort of conclusion here. So even if, Rod, you think that perhaps there's not enough evidence here, I think that so far there is evidence, and the judge just has to wait until it all comes in. So we're going to see the conclusion of this trial one way or the other, unless there's some sort of mistrial, and we'll see.
Brad, we're going to get to another question in a minute. But just so it's clear, the judge isn't the arbiter of the facts; it's the jury that is. And to your point, they wait till the state presents all of its evidence. I presented a case that really wasn't solid until the very end, and the last couple of witnesses that tied it all together. The defense would be able to make an opportunity at the end of the state's case to dismiss it. All legitimate inferences are given to the state at that point in time. Very rarely would a judge grant that. The judge wants the jury typically, I know Brian knows this, to make the decisions with regard to that unless there's really absolutely nothing. I've never seen that motion successful. Brian, yeah, go ahead.
I had it once.
Yeah, you had
a trial. You call it trial or dismissal. They couldn't get the video in. I won the case.
Oh, okay, right. So a substantial piece of evidence that was needed in order to prove the case. That would be an example of that. A witness that's supposed to be testifying, a victim that doesn't show up to court. You could be in the middle of the case, and at that point in time, that motion, you know, may survive at that point. But assuming what we see right now, I don't think that you can anticipate the judge is going to dismiss it at the end of the state's case. But obviously, we'll see what happens with that. Brian, Nurse Lala from YouTube wants to know why some officers' faces are seen and other officers aren't.
Well, Nurse Lala, thank you for that. That's confusing as well. Earlier on, we saw their faces, then we didn't. I think there was some issue with the camera seeing some of the jurors, and then the issue progressed to the law enforcement officers who are directly connected to the case. Don't forget, it's a gang case where these officers are not just officers of the laws, they are probably husbands, fathers, brothers, uncles. And so they have families that they have to not only be protected for themselves, but also protect their families. I think that was the fear they had. But now we're seeing officers who are less connected to the case being shown on camera. And I think it's about a safety issue from one officer to the next.
All right, we got a couple minutes left, but I really love these questions, and I hope we can continue to do this. Cavell O from YouTube, Terry, asked this question, and it's one a lot of people are debating about. Will the resolution of this RICO case and how it is handled set a standard for gangs and or criminal admission via social media, I guess, in the future?
You know, I do think it will have a chilling effect no matter how this comes out. Having a RICO charge here for this type of activity, I think the prosecution is really stretching a bit to say that all of this is connected. I mean, so far what we've seen is that each of these, criminal activities have been for the benefit of the individuals. They still have to connect those dots. But if they are able to do that, then I think
y'all get us to
on
100.
one side, prosecutors will begin to look at RICO as a way to go after criminals, and there's more flexibility in terms of the evidence that gets in because of that conspiracy. On the other side, if the prosecution gets a conviction here for one or more of these defendants, I do think that people who are rapping, these young rappers who are coming out and having lyrics, 17 sets of lyrics are going to be used, or could be used in this case. The judge has already ruled that. So I do think it's going to have an effect on what people are saying, whether it's in their songs or social media.
Brian, real quick, because this is a great question. Just Chillin' here from Twitter said, since it's a RICO case, can one attorney object on behalf of a defendant who is not even his client? This person says, I think I saw Mr. Steele helping Mr. Short out of an objection regarding a witness against Stillwell. I got a couple.
Make it short. Yes, because it's not about the evidence that comes against your client. It's about the evidence in which the jury hears. And because it's one jury hearing evidence for all 6 defendants, you can object or help. Yes.
Yeah, and Terry, we got about 30 seconds. There's also circumstances in which there's some lawyering that goes on there where sometimes they can be agitated if they got to be on the same page too, because if they're not, somebody could be making an objection that could actually hurt their client. I've seen this happen many times where a defense lawyer made a comment that hurt all the defendants in the case.
Exactly. I think here they are coordinating to a certain extent. I've seen them lean over and talk to each other. I've seen them pass notes to each other. And so I definitely think, in fact, I saw Nicole Westmoreland send a note to Brian Steele. So they have 2 different people that they're representing, but they still have an interest to get everybody dismissed if at all possible. And that's what they're trying to do.
Excellent. Brian, I know you got to go, but Terry's going to be staying with us. So we're going to take a quick break here. Law and Crime. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us.
No, I said this. Seriously. I've really been hitting pertinent topics, y'all. For real. I'm actually proud of myself. Shit, I've really been on point. But real shit, and I ain't trying to stroke my own meat in front of y'all. Pause. You feel me? Don't look at me while I do it then. Yeah, I don't know why they ain't hitting the like, baby. But nah, real shit, y'all. They just surprised me with that one. I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to do. Like, I've been reporting and saying my opinion, and technically they coming around the corner. They saying the same shit. Not saying they copying me, but I mean, but I think they might not be allowed to jump out there and say that so early. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They probably, some of them might have seen it, looking bullshit from the beginning. I'm gonna be honest. But gee willikers. From the trenches news. Hell no. That's where you at with it? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no, you ain't.
Lawyer approach another co-defendant without their lawyer present? This comes from Rosie Gar 49 from Twitter. So can a co-defendant lawyer approach another co-defendant without that lawyer present?
Normally, you have the prosecution and the defense, and it's one lawyer for the prosecution, one lawyer for the defense, and clearly they have contradicting and, interest in mind. But here, even though some of the co-defendants may have some of the same theories about the case, they may have some of the same defenses about the case, they still have individual representation, and you need to go through the attorney before you have a conversation, because there is the possibility that there could be a conflict there. So for instance, one co-defendant may want to point the finger at another co-defendant, and so if the attorney for one speaks to the attorney for the other, they need to have representation so that their interests are always protected. Good question, though.
Yeah, that is like an absolute in the world of lawyering. Anybody who is speaking to a represented client is going to wind up having an ethics charge filed against them. And of course, the consequences could be pretty dramatic, and prosecutors won't be all too happy about that as well, because it creates an appellate issue for them, not of their own making. It's bad enough when you create your own appellate issue, but not when there's an issue with regard to that. All right, a defense. Let's work on this a little bit. I think this actually has a lot of depth to this, right? So a defense lawyer's responsibility, sacrosanct, is towards that particular client. And when you're dealing with a case such as this, one of the reasons why each person has to have separate lawyers is because there could be a conflict of interest. Even a lawyer who learns some information from a client, this happens all the time, learns some information from a client, and that client doesn't hire them, but then another co-defendant may want to hire them. Many times, Terry, they're going to be precluded from being able to take that case because they had gained attorney-client privileges from the co-defendant that they did not represent. That's how strong that is.
It is very strong. In fact, it came up in this case for Brian Steele. He is one of the attorneys actually for Young Thug, and he represented other defendants in similar types of cases, and the prosecution was actually trying to get him off of the case. I'm not sure if the co-defendant attorneys were trying to get him off the case, but that issue comes up because you are going to get privileged information from your client, and that information cannot be shared in any way, shape, or form. So it does make sense that if you represented one co-defendant, you would be very difficult representing another co-defendant in the same case.
Yeah, I mean, where's and this is another problem again. Just in real world, in real lawyer world, what can happen under those circumstances is that information. What happens if you have information from the person that you do not represent that may be exculpatory, right? Like, in other words, may help out another co-defendant, but be inculpatory or hurt the original person you spoke to? Where's the defense lawyer's allegiance? To the first person they spoke to or to the second person they spoke to?
I've got to tell you, Bob, if that happened in real life, and if the attorney took that information and helped his second client versus the first client, he could be disbarred for that. There would definitely be some violations there of attorney-client privilege.
You know what we got to do here, Terry? We got to bring in Paul Townsend.
Oh,
Paul Townsend, criminal defense lawyer. My man, Paul, how you doing, buddy?
What?
Hey, Bob, good to see you.
Now, I got to ask you, I've seen it happen.
I gotta ask
I've seen
you.
defense lawyers that, in the real world, your phones are ringing in your office. That's why we have a very significant conflict checked in our office where there's co-defendants in a case. And if they consult with you and they give you information and you decide maybe they can't make the fee, or you decide you're not going to represent them, or they decide to go to another attorney, and then another co-defendant in that case comes in, and you've now had confidences from two, separate people on the same case, there is a way to maybe get around it, but it's something that needs to be done with judicial approval, notice, and waiver of those clients. But talk to us about how lawyers fall into that trap and can find themselves in a very difficult situation.
It's very true. You can get into a lot of trouble doing this. And even in New York City, which, most people realize is a sprawling metropolis, the universe of criminal defense attorneys is not really that big. So this is a situation that happens from time to time where you'll meet with somebody, you'll speak to them, you'll try and figure out, am I the right lawyer for you? Should I be representing? You discuss the facts of the case, you get a sense of what's going on, where you are, have motions been filed, and then for whatever reason, they don't retain you. And now you have this information in your bank and you're thinking about it, and a co-defendant calls you and says, you're my guy, you've been recommended to me, you're so good, I really want to hire you. It's not a blanket, I can't do it, but like you said, the three things: you got to get notice, waiver, and approval, and you really have to be so upfront with everybody from the very beginning about your previous conversations. You've met with them, you've had access to material non-public information, and for you to take on the representation of that co-defendant, everybody has to be in agreement that this is okay. And if the prior potential client who came to your office says, I'm not comfortable with that, I told you things that could come back and bite me, then that's it. Then that's it. You can't do it. As you and Terry have both said, it opens the door to egregious ethics violations. And no attorney wants to get that reputational hit of somebody who is willing to have those conversations in confidence, in private, those sacred attorney-client conversations, and then turn around and use them to that person's detriment later. It's just a bad look overall.
Yeah, and I'll tell our lawyers that are out there that watch us, are our lawyers to be, because I know there are so many that look at the advice that you guys give. You may not even realize it's a conflict at the time that you do it, and then later something develops during the course of the trial, and you're like, oh my gosh, something the other guy said is relevant to my client's defense. You just don't want to be in that position. So most lawyers, I think good practicing lawyers, are like, look, even if I don't really perceive a conflict now, I'm not going to get involved in what potentially could be a conflict down the road. All right, guys, listen, Just Chillin' here from Twitter asked the following question. Why is the state allowed to use the song Really Be Slime as evidence and say that Young Thug is rapping those lyrics when it's actually YNW Melly and Young Thug isn't even on that song? And why didn't Brian Steele bring that up during opening statements? I don't know if they know this or not. Terry, you know everything about this case. Is that making sense to you?
Well, listen, what I can tell you is Judge Glanville decided in the very beginning of this case that lyrics can be used against these defendants. So there are 17 songs that are allowed in, and the judge has stated that you have to lay the foundation, you have to set the relevance of each of these lyrics before they come in. But he ruled, look, for these we are going to consider as we go along throughout the trial. The YNW Melly case, just the opposite occurred. The judge did not allow lyrics to come in. And as a matter of fact, the prosecution said that she wasn't going after the, defendant here because that wasn't part of the case. She admitted that the lyrics to his case and his song had nothing to do with what he was being charged with, the murder of, two of his, collaborators that he was with. So I don't know this particular song that our viewer is bringing up, but what I can imagine is it doesn't matter who's really singing it. If the judge has said, look, I think there's some relevance here, we'll make a determination at trial whether YNW Melly is singing it and he references Young Thug, or whether Young Thug is singing it and he references YNW Melly. The judge decided that some of these songs, some of these lyrics can come in, and the prosecution has to make sure that they've connected it to relevance.
Paul, I want to play devil's advocate on this because I had a very lengthy discussion in the gym yesterday with an individual who was very, very upset with the idea that lyrics are coming in the first place. And I think, as any good lawyer can, I can make arguments on both sides of the equation as to why it may not be relevant in a case. But, I probably get in trouble for saying this. Like, Like hip hop is a genre, and it's not just hip hop or rap. Every genre, whether it's a romance or go back to Frank Sinatra back in the day, exaggeration and making up stories or saying things in order to emphasize a point is part of art. I mean, it could be part of the picture, it could be part of the song. It just, I don't want to be alone, but I tried to explain to this individual, not that whether it should be admitted or not admitted, there's a difference in what the judge does when they say it's admissible and whether it may be relevant. That's in the evidence rules. I always emphasize that you got to look at the evidence book. And then a lot of times judges will say, I'm going to allow it. It's the jury's province as to whether or not they're going to bring any credibility into it. The other argument, Paul, on the other side is 403, as we call it, which says that a judge can exclude evidence, even if it's relevant and it'll lead to undue confusion of the jury, excessive amount of time, or something that could confuse the jury. So where do you stand on this, or feel free to make both arguments?
So that was like 7 questions in one, and I'll try and piece them together as much as I possibly can. To me, and I've had this come up in trials that I've done. I've had clients that have fancied themselves to be aspiring rappers and have had lyrics on their phones that prosecutors have tried to admit. And I have fought tooth and nail to keep these out. In my opinion, this is nothing more than protected First Amendment speech and expression. It's an art form. It is not meant to be taken literally. It's like a novelist who puts pen to paper or fingers to keyboard and writes out something that somebody does. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are espousing that same value system, that they condone the actions that they're talking about. It's a form of expression. And so the idea that it could come in as evidence in a case, I take issue with, but I also, to play devil's advocate, I understand that there is a balancing process. And as you say, the judge isn't saying these are carte blanche coming in. There are still certain evidentiary thresholds that a prosecutor has to make to use these things. So they have to prove that they're relevant. They have to lay a proper foundation. And the defense attorneys, Brian Steele and all the other co-defendant lawyers here, are going to have an opportunity to jump up and down and say, a proper foundation wasn't laid. You haven't tied this to my particular client. You haven't shown that this is relevant. You haven't demonstrated how this is going to help the jury make the determination as to the ultimate issues in this case. And if the judge agrees, Judge Glanville is free to say, you know what, you're absolutely right. I don't think that you've met that threshold. And in this particular instance, these lyrics are out. You're welcome to make a different argument for the next set. So I do think, to me, rap lyrics have no basis in a criminal trial. I don't think that they are sufficiently indicative of somebody's state of mind, but I understand why a judge would allow for the argument to let them come in.
Yeah, it's been something that's been highly debated by a lot of attorneys, and I would imagine. Okay, and I'm going to ask you one more question before we take a break. Let me change the scenario a little bit. It's like law school. We do law school. Now I'm going to ask you one question. It may have many pieces to it, but it will be one question. Trust me, not 7. It'll be 1. Okay, so let's say, for the sake of argument, these lyrics are extremely specific. These lyrics talk about, I hate my wife. I'm going to go out there. It's just a matter of time, and I'm going to decapitate her right on 5th and Elm. And then down the road, 2 years later, the wife winds up decapitated on 5th and Elm. Would that change the equation?
To me, no. I mean, you could say these guys rap about possessing firearms or trafficking in narcotics, and if one of them gets arrested later, with a bag of cocaine in their pocket, do I think they should be allowed to introduce the lyrics where they talk about how much they love selling drugs on a street corner? The answer is no, because despite whether or not the lyrics themselves bear some resemblance to reality, the idea behind a rap song is not necessarily to tell the story exactly how it happened. It is to express yourself through the art form of rap or hip hop or rock and roll or whatever it is. So just because art imitates life doesn't necessarily mean it is relevant to show that things happened exactly the way that the rap song says they did.
Yeah, very good analysis, guys. And I'll tell you what, I think you have to be extremely careful, even if it were to ever be admitted, to make sure that this is really something solid and also not infringe on that bad character testimony, that you're basically making them look like they're a bad person simply because they write it. It's a really fascinating area, guys, that I'm sure is going to be debated in this case and others down the road. But take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us.
Case so they can make the correct decision. So yes, Tall Glass, they definitely do
Tall
go
Glass
to others
again.
and use research to make sure they're making the right decisions.
Yeah, Paul, this is where I think that a lot of people, and I try to explain to my clients, or even when I was prosecutor trying cases, that if it was so easy to do evidence rulings in a trial, you wouldn't need to go through law school and you wouldn't need to get trained. But there's a big old book of evidence rules. I call it the Bible. So when I'm training people, I'm like, I want you to know those evidence rules inside and out. Those evidence rules are the guardrails, right? It's like a football game. If you pass the ball and
give me
catch
to
the guy
100
catches
likes.
it outside the line, it is not a valid pass. And it's kind of like the same thing with evidence rules. There's hearsay rules. There's what we call 404 other act evidence rules. And the judge, in many cases, it's not the same thing over and over again. And they have to be very particular to get it right. And I used to feel as a prosecutor, too, that's even more important for a prosecutor. And I know you may disagree with that being more, I know you were a prosecutor, criminal defense minded, because at the end of the day, if the prosecutor gets a conviction and they find that the judge violated the evidence rules, there's more of a likelihood that that conviction is going to be reversed. You really have to know what those rules are. So I find also judges will also consult with other judges. Hey, I've got this unique evidence issue here. I've never handled it before, because all those rules that are in that book, right? Yours are probably about that thick, mine are about that thick. Every one of those rules comes with about 1,000 cases that interpret that rule. So talk to us about how important it is for the lawyers and the judges to really know those evidence rules well.
It's one of the most important things about trial practice, because in every trial, every single trial, there are issues that will come up that are going to be hotly contested between the parties, and both sides are going to think that the evidentiary rule supports their position. And as you said, it's so important for a judge to get it right, because judges don't want to be overturned. Defendants don't want to be potentially wrongfully convicted and then have to go up on appeal and hope the appellate division agrees with them. But prosecutors also, they want to maintain the integrity of their cases. And good prosecutors recognize that their job is not to convict everybody, it's to make sure that justice is done. So they want to do the right thing also. And it's so important for a judge to be able to know this, because as you say, you're on the fly there. A lot of times you don't have the luxury of being able to put off, it's 2 o'clock, I'm going to think about this issue for today and we'll come back tomorrow morning. You're expected as a judge to just have the answers. And it's really impressive for a lot of these judges who deal with these high profile cases, who make these incredibly complex evidentiary issue rulings and who have these reasoned, thoughtful decisions that they give on the record while the two attorneys are still going back and forth arguing. It's a really, really incredible thing to observe. These judges have this book of knowledge on the rules of evidence, and they're able to interpret 25 different cases on some minute point that coincides with the rule of evidence, and deliver something that both parties have to just kind of sit and agree with. And a good judge will make it so that even the party that loses understands exactly why they're losing.
Yeah, and they have to make a really good record of it. How many cases have we covered on the Long Crime Network that we're covering again on retrial because there was an inappropriate evidentiary ruling that later the appellate courts or the Supreme Court reversed? In fact, we're going to be discussing one probably later on today. And as a prosecutor, thank God that's never happened to me, but I was always very cautious that I wasn't stretching too far in the evidence rules, and that if the judge was making a mistake, that I jumped up and said, this is a mistake that's going to cause a reversal, and get the defendant to say, no, judge, I'm okay with the ruling, because that is something that would be relevant on appeal. So there's a lot of tactics that go into make sure that doesn't happen. Guys, a lot of great questions that we have right now. And Kenzie Davis from YouTube, speaking of appeals, Terry, says, has anything that has been discussed this far, and things are jumping around on my screen here, so it's a little difficult, discussed this far into this trial, reach appellate standards?
You know what, Bob? I have not heard that. I think that's a great question. I haven't heard that so far in the trial. I mean, the biggest issue I think Judge Glanville has decided was this evidentiary question as to whether or not the song lyrics could come in. And he said that they are admissible, but as we discussed before, you still have to lay that foundation. You still have to prove that there's relevance to it before it comes in. So I think the judge made a good decision by saying it still has to pass the rules of evidence. He didn't just say, okay, all the lyrics can come in. But I do think it's a very controversial issue here. I mean, as Paul said earlier, this is something that is being used against rappers. If you look at all of the other areas of entertainment, that's not used against them. If they talk about a murder, it's not used against them when there's a movie about it. And, I think here there is some bias going into this because rappers have this particular view and they have this particular culture, and prosecutors around the country are using that against them. So I think if there's any grounds for appeal, it could be the lyrics. And, so far I haven't seen anything else that was evidentially wrong.
I was bringing up something. There are people who are hip hop rappers that have never grown up on the street or in the inner city, but they're writing on the genre. They're writing the facts. They're writing the things
bluffing.
To communicate.
Thank you, white man.
Audience.
I said, man, thank you, bro.
It needs to be very, very carefully done. All right, Kalea, India.
No, why you ain't expound on that? Come on, bro. We need more.
From Facebook.
Why you ain't drill that?
Yeah, this is another great one, Paul. Do emotions matter when it's a big case with a lot of defendants with this magnitude? Emotions, everything is about emotions. Does it matter in a case like this?
Do emotions matter? Emotions always matter. And when you're an attorney, you have to find the balancing act between using emotions and facts, because trial work is 75% factual and the other half is showmanship and emotion. So you're there as a circus barker. You're there as a tour guide. You're doing 100 different things to try and win the jury to your side. And one of the ways that you do that is to appeal to their emotions. You want them to be sympathetic to your client. You want them to be understanding. You want them to feel what your client feels, his fears, his shame, his whatever it is that is going to be helpful for you. You are tugging at those jurors' heartstrings. You want them to experience real, raw emotions when they're looking at your client, and you want them to experience the emotions that are beneficial for you. The prosecutor, of course, is going to want the other way. He's going to want the jury to look at the defendant and get angry. He's going to want them to be burning up. And a lot of times, one of the objections that we as defense attorneys make is, Judge, he's just inflaming the jury. He's just inflaming the passions, the emotions of the jury. He's putting up photographs that are graphic because they're stirring up the jurors' emotions. So emotions definitely play a huge role in trial work.
Maya Angelou, not what you say, not what you do, but how you make people feel. Paul, I want to go back to one question that Kenzie Davis had asked and get your point of view in this, because as I'm thinking about the case at Terry's just answer, is anything we discussed as far that would create appellate issues? Now, me and you have talked about this specifically. Every state is a little bit different on what their evidence rules are. They're generally the same, but they're a little bit different. And to what level an appellate court will tolerate an error is a little bit different, whether it's plain error or not. There's all these different standards that they use. Something that I found to be really shocking is that when I train prosecutors, you tell me what your thoughts are. The number one way, at least in my state, that you are going to get reversed is by overreach in your opening statements or in your summation. Because what you say, and even though the court says it, is not evidence, they do tell you to listen to the attorneys because what they have to say is important. And I mean, I have seen courts reverse on things that I've read over and over again, and I'm like, they talk about flipping the burden to the defense or commenting on the defense's right to remain silent. And it can happen so easily, typically in summation, when a prosecutor's agitated or not that seasoned, where they can make an inadvertent comment that otherwise could be perceived that way. Were you surprised at the opening statement that the prosecutor made that was objected to, that in my opinion clearly flipped the burden during the opening statement? What were your thoughts?
I knew exactly where you were going the minute you talked about your training of young prosecutors, because we have had this conversation before. And that opening statement, I do think, can very easily present some serious appellate issues for burden shifting. You know, the prosecutor basically said, you're not going to hear any evidence from the defense on X, Y, and Z. Well, the defense isn't required to present any evidence on X, Y, and Z because the burden stays with the prosecution for the entirety of the trial. So a prosecutor, it's not proper for a prosecutor to make comments like that you're not going to hear the defense attorneys argue whatever it is, because they're not required to. And you're putting confusion out there into the minds of the jurors. You know, well, am I supposed to be hearing that? Is he supposed to convince me of that? Is that his job in all of this? And the answer to all of those is no. The prosecution bears the burden. And when you make comments that slide the burden or shift the burden, even if you don't explicitly say it, if the insinuation, if the illusion is that the defense should be proving something to you that they are not, that is reversible error. An appellate division is not going to look kindly on any lawyer, any prosecutor that tries to even subtly convince a jury that the defense has an obligation to prove something to them.
Yeah, and those courts don't care whether you did it inadvertently or advertently. The bottom line is, at least in our courts, they make it very clear you'll feel the pain. And in a certain sense, you may be giving the defense a crack at a free trial, because that is a significant appellate issue that will be raised. You can be assured if there's a conviction. All right, guys, awesome commentary. Great questions. Keep them coming. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, listen, I mean, really, these are really great questions. I really mean this, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Invisible Woman from YouTube. It says, Paul, if Jeffrey Williams is not convicted, will he be able to come back and press charges against the state for putting false charges against him?
Hell no.
That's an extremely difficult thing to do. In order for somebody who has been arrested and who either wins a trial or even has their charges dismissed by the prosecutor, for them to come back and actually effect a lawsuit against the police department, against the city, against the prosecutor, there's a really high bar of showing of malicious misconduct. Basically, you have to prove that the prosecutor or the police knew that the charges that they were bringing were false and elected to do it anyway. And you have to be able to prove that. So it's not enough that you're acquitted. It's not enough that you think that the prosecutor knew that you didn't do it before the trial started. You have to have concrete evidence showing that there was direct knowledge of your factual innocence and that they decided to prosecute you anyway. It's a very, very hard thing to show. It is possible in very limited circumstances, but it is extremely rare.
Well, Terry, I used to engage in the impossible because there were times where I had, and I'm surprised more criminal defense lawyers were not in the civil rights world. But to Paul's point, it is a very complex area of law because you have federal civil rights violations, you have state violations, you have violations for malicious prosecution, false arrest, and on top of it, there's different filing requirements from state law versus federal law. I used to love it because it was really complex, right? But in the end analysis, in federal law, for example, for a federal civil rights violation, you have to show a custom, practice, or policy of deliberate indifference. It comes from the name of a case, Monell. And to Paul's point, while it doesn't require necessarily that you knew, it requires pretty much that you were aware that your customs practices and policies were deliberately indifferent. And then this is where the big argument has occurred over and over again. We especially heard it during the George Floyd time period and during those kinds of cases. A lot of states also impose immunities, okay, which basically say if the officer or the entity or the government officials were acting objectively reasonable, even if they were completely wrong, we're not going to allow them to be sued. So let's get into the politics of it, right? Because I used to go crazy when nobody would really discuss it. I was a government official. I handled tens of thousands of cases as the head of an agency. And I believe our people did things honorably, honestly, ethically, with integrity. We cared about getting it right. We cared about using
Job
the system
security is a bitch.
to assist people get better from addiction and mental illness.
Oh,
and things like
now
that.
you really
also
lying,
proud
bro.
of those people that we put away for as long as humanly possible because they represented continuing danger.
Oh my
but it's a
God.
human institution, and people make mistakes.
No.
What that immunity is supposed to be doing there is that even if you can get past all those hurdles, is to say, you will chill people like Bob Bianchi or people that work for Bob Bianchi from wanting to be in that environment if every single innocent mistake that they make can be a civil rights case against them. What are your thoughts
Bro,
about
these
all this?
professionals.
Well, you raised some excellent points, Bob, as always.
Hell
I
no,
look at
y'all
this
showing
in
y'all
two
true
different ways.
hand.
One, on the civil trial, or two, on the federal level. The state is going to bring, charges against someone. And if those charges are, defeated and the defendant wins the case, you might think, as our viewer has asked, that you can bring a malicious prosecution claim against the prosecutor. But to your point, there's protection in place. If the prosecutor is making a decision, they had probable cause to go ahead and bring that indictment against the individual, and whether or not, they acted in good faith, it is very difficult to bring a malicious prosecution charge against someone who is acting within their duties on the state level. I do think that on the federal level, when we're talking about civil rights, when we're talking about due process, or even the pattern in practice, I think those are a little bit easier for the prosecution to prove than on the state level for a malicious prosecution. And I say this because I believe that when someone's rights, their civil rights, their due process, equal rights, when that has been violated, the federal government can actually use evidence that goes beyond like what actually happened at that crime scene. So I do think that if you wanted to bring a charge and you wanted to say, look, my due process was violated here, I would do that over doing a malicious prosecution. But let me just end by saying this. Both of those are very difficult to prove. I mean, we've seen it in the past. You talked about George Floyd. We've seen some successes in some of the cases that we've been covering, but it's still very difficult to prevail.
All right, Terry, let me bounce it back there because you kind of said this before. One of those things that I think you were talking about, criminal civil rights violations, which are different from civil rights violations. Maybe a better area to go, but in those cases, in the criminal one, they're allowed to bring in a lot of conduct that otherwise may be inadmissible in a normal trial. Just like RICO can bring in a lot of conduct and connect people who may not have known that a murder was going to be committed, may not have wanted a murder to be committed, but if you are part of the enterprise and the crime occurs, you can be held accountable. And the reason I ask this is that Slyte from YouTube asked this question: is this RICO dangerous for our democracy?
Well, it's an excellent question. I mean, it could be, as any law could be, if it's abused. I think if it is used as it is intended, it's not dangerous for the democracy. And if a prosecutor believes that there is criminal activity, that there is an enterprise, and that they are conspiring to commit crimes, I think they should be allowed to use RICO for that very purpose. And we're seeing it done more now than we have in the past. But if that's abused, and oftentimes the prosecution team is going to want to bring the RICO for the reasons you just stated, Bob, because you can get more evidence in when you're talking about a conspiracy. You can talk about those phone calls. You can talk about activities that may not even be illegal because it's all part and parcel of that conspiracy, of that RICO claim. So,
Right, activities, phone calls, and conspiracies that you may not have had any participation or knowledge was even occurring. I think that is a really great question. As a prosecutor, it certainly is a great tool, but you brought out something, Terry, that I think is really important. I said this as a prosecutor as well. Sometimes they give us more tools and they give us more laws, and you hope that prosecutors will use the rule of reason with regard to how they implement them. But many times I have noticed, even with my own colleagues, that they've gone and taken those laws, not for what they were intended to do, but using them in other environments, which I felt was inappropriate. That is really, really a great question. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. Keep your questions coming. Love them. We're going to be back in a little while.
Yo, they phony as a John with this lunch break. Tap the like button. I don't know where these people came from. Tap the like button. Help me get over 100 likes, man. Got people in here. What's up? So what y'all thinking? Everybody at Law and Crime all of a sudden is saying the case look weak. I said this myself, so I agree with them. I'm glad that me and Law and Crime have something in common. Yes, please give me to 100 likes if it's real people in here. Please. I don't think we going this whole 6 months, y'all. I don't think, like, to be honest, bro, I think this judge got it in him to nip this before it get to 6 months worth of what we've been watching so far. Like, cause let's look at it, right? It's been pretty dull. Nothing incriminating to make us feel scared, right? So let's say they do get the ball rolling and they do start amplifying where it starts seeming like but it seemed like even at their peak at this rate, it's not going to be nothing. So we know they coming with nut as their heaviest point they trying to make. And we know that all of the elements to that is hearsay. So the best thing they got is Woody, y'all. To our knowledge right now. Like, they going to embarrass themselves. They better not put him up there, y'all. Like, that's what it's starting to look like now. Yo, that's why Miss Love, all right, let's go into speculation. Miss Love feeling like she don't want to be up there no more. 2 days back to back, huh?
I can't get posted back to late night. That ain't happening.
On a fresh restart?
No.
Salute for the subscription, baby. I appreciate the likes, too. So, yo, they bringing up cases where somebody got chased into a gas station, a little nigga, for half a gram of crack, y'all. That's the only thing. And they actually bringing that up in the trial to insinuate what? Some major mainstream rapper has something to do with a half a gram of crack in a gas station.
Get posted back to late
Like,
night.
come on, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That might be one of the wildest reaches we ever seen in the court being televised. Them snitches ain't ready to add up to nothing, bro. With this other shit not being valid, it's like it makes the snitches look like, yo, y'all really just was trying to get yourselves out of trouble, bro. Why is all y'all doing this? When the members take the stand, nobody ready to say nothing. They ready to say a whole bunch of we was rapping. Crack will do it. You're not catching me with no half a gram of crack, man. Too easy. Hopefully the jury looking at it like we looking at it. Oh, nah. They got black people over there. They don't want on their psyche that they sent someone to jail with this half-ass case already. I'm going to keep it real. Because the biasness that come in on juries be proximity. People that live so far, they'll believe whatever, is being kicked to them from the defense. From the state. And they'll kind of just believe that you are some young thug, right? No pun intended. But when it's black people, they know more inner workings and have more of a "you look like me" concern, right? So this is the theory, and this is proven in science, bro. People have concern for people that look like themselves. It's like a movie or a fucking commercial. If they target in the market, if you really want to hit home, make the person look relatable, like your cousin, nephew, bro.
All right, so we're breaking
Sis.
this case down here
Straight up.
while we are awaiting the jury to come back from the lunch break, and they're really great questions. Paul, do you want to have any response to the RICO and your thoughts about that?
Any from
and
Fulton
just to
County,
bounce
y'all.
off that, there's another question that we got. I want to try to find the person who gave it to us. I may have to look for it, but I'll give it at the end of your question. If they're successful, is Pandora's box now being opened in these kinds of prosecutions?
So I agree wholeheartedly with the answer Terry gave before the break. I think she's spot on because RICO is a tool. All these laws are tools, and tools can be used appropriately or inappropriately. I think most people will recall that RICO was really initially invented as a way to combat the mob in New York. That was the goal. It was too difficult to get the high-level people in the mob. They just kept getting all the low-level guys, and they would do time, and then they'd be replaced by more low-level guys, and they could
this
never
ain't
get
that.
the people at the top. RICO was a way to tie people into an organization and go after them. Now we've seen.
Zero.
I
Salute,
think
bro.
RICO has kind of been abused over and over and over again. If you look at cases like what happened to R. Kelly, was what R. Kelly did horrible? Yes. Was it RICO? I mean, I think that was a bit of a stretch. We've seen this with so many different laws. We were just talking over the break, that tools start out addressing a specific need, but a lot of times prosecutors take these tools and they do start applying them to situations which the drafters of the law never intended, but which prosecutors can
Won't you be
shove.
honest? Stop, don't lie. See, there you go playing the 50. The drafters of the law left that gray area open so a certain group of people who wasn't prepared to defend themselves properly in the monetary financial side of law would be exposed. Keep it funky. It's a business. Don't sit up here and say, yeah, it's dirty how they weaponizing it. Tell us the truth, baby. Nah. I see you got the nose. Tell us the truth. Yeah.
A round
see, y'all, I
peg
got
into a
you.
square hole.
See, he tried to leave a part out. You heard what I said, though? Yeah, I'm telling you, y'all, I ain't like these other niggas. Yeah, I know. I look like, yeah. Nah, I would have served you. But that don't mean I don't know some shit. Nah, you right.
And somehow make it fit. Does the circumstance technically fit under the legislation? Well, yes, even though it might never have been intended to. And so therefore, well, now we can use RICO. And I agree that most prosecutors, at least most prosecutors that I've met personally, are good and decent people who really want to do the right thing in all circumstances. But there are unscrupulous prosecutors, just like there are unscrupulous defense attorneys and doctors and cops in every industry.
Oh, yeah. Unscrupulous. What do you mean? Dirty? Not going by the law? What do you mean by that?
That will use whatever tool at their disposal in a way that helps them get the goal that they want the most. And
job security?
That's what we have to be skeptical of and on the lookout for. So, no, I don't think RICO is the end of democracy, but I think it can be dangerous.
Yeah, well, Shorts from Northwest from YouTube had asked that variation on that theme. And I'm going to go one step further, Paul, since you said it. I'm just curious. What I find are, yes, abuses of what the intention of the law was for. But I'm finding more and more there is a lack of training of lawyers and prosecutors in particular about a philosophy of justice. I mean, I found myself saying a lot of times as a prosecutor, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that you have a tremendous amount of opportunity to bring people towards rehabilitation and mental health counseling. A lot of the people that we confronted were mentally ill and addicted and things of that nature. But I find that the younger prosecutors are not trained as well about what this sticky maybe moving target of justice is. And if you're at least not thinking about what justice is, which is also mercy, compassion, and punishment and deterrence, then you're never going to get there because you're not even thinking about it. And it frustrates me as a defense lawyer now when you're trying to explain to somebody, we can make a positive difference here in someone's life, and here are the reasons why. And it's like bullets off Superman. They're just not listening.
Yeah, I started my career as a prosecutor in Brooklyn, and I was very fortunate that I had supervisors that really understood concepts of justice in the way that I think you probably conveyed them when you were training new ADAs, that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And justice doesn't mean pushing for maximum jail or prison time on every case, based on what the statute allows. There are times when justice looks like community service, when justice looks like, the minimum, when justice looks like dismissing the case under the circumstances. Justice comes in all manner of shapes and sizes, and it's not a one-size-fits-all thing depending on what the charge is. So I think that prosecutors really have an amazing amount of power and responsibility. And I agree with you that sometimes what we see with younger prosecutors is that they're so nervous about being viewed as weak in their own office that a lot of times they push for things that maybe they don't even necessarily agree with, just to make sure that they're not, underdoing it. And justice doesn't require that.
I've seen that, Terry, and that's because the boss is not letting them know that it is not weakness to come in and say that you think a just result can occur. Maybe it's the context of the crime, maybe it's the evidence in the case, and also failure to be able to appreciate the evidence in the case, the value of the case is another huge problem, and that's why they wind up losing cases. But in the end, a defendant is tortured for years going through that process. I got about 20 seconds thoughts.
You're reading my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. You need to have bosses who say it's okay if you lose a case. It's okay if you have a case dismissed. It just means you have to, next time look at it a little bit differently and make sure you look at both sides of the argument.
I'll go to my man, Carmen Messana, who was my mentor, who told me there's plenty of cases, Bob. If we think we're doing the right thing here, don't worry about it. Our job is to do justice, not just get convictions. On that note, Terry, I want to thank you so much. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Bro. This has to be a show. It's not even giving off real vibes at this point. It's kind of giving me mock trial type of vibes, because they basically downplaying the seriousness of it now at Law and Crime. They even questioning the validity of it. Which says a lot. They questioning the total validity of the RICO, y'all. Tap the like button, y'all. Help me get to $150. They real people. Law and Order posted. Technically I'm interested in this type stuff, y'all, because of how close, the streets is to crime, and you got to pay attention. And then even in the entertainment world, a lot of the content that was being made throughout the 2000s, a lot of it is based on crime. Like, we talking about Gangland, the Smack DVDs, even regular TV, Law and Order, these types of shows, CSI, to the gangster movies, the real gangster movies. I mean, it's all in it. So I guess this a part of our culture regardless, not just ours though. See, that's the thing. It's a underworld class in each group. Now, some of them didn't learn how to be a little bit more reserved, and I understand why we not as reserved. Straight up. I get it. Now, when they got the ability to tap in and be extracurricular like us, and they don't have nothing to lose, you got some guys in some of these other communities that go butt naked. And technically, if you check their jacket, it line up with a nut from out of our community, where you like, oh, he was doing what? But They try to keep that maintained so you feel me, it don't leak out. Now we, through lack of,
It's 2
all
o'clock.
right, this the difference. You can't just tell, quote unquote, a nigga what to do. Yeah, niggas will be underneath the branch and fall in the suit and compliance and all that, but that shit only go but so far. Y'all know how this go. Before niggas gonna be like, yo, you know what? Yo, I ain't gotta listen to that. It's not even a buck. If you look at it the opposite way, it's actually niggas bold enough to stand on their own. A lot of us. So I ain't gonna lie,
Welcome back to Law and Crime. This is our final hour of coverage. If you're just joining us, my name is Bob Bianchi. We're having a great time here because we're taking your questions during the lunch break for the RICO trial of rapper Young Thug. So let's make sure we get to the social media if you're there or YouTube to see whether or not you have any questions you want our great guests to answer. Now, this Grammy-winning artist, Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, stands charged with racketeering activity and participation in a criminal street gang. Now, prosecutors allege that Thug and 5 other co-defendants are on trial for being a member of the gang YSL, which they say stands for Young Slime Life. Defense attorneys claim, no. YSL is nothing more than a record label. The indictment includes charges of theft and burglary, murder, conspiracy, and weapons possession. Prior to the start of the trial, a number of defendants took plea deals, including rapper Gunna. So let's start getting to some of these questions. We have a new guest, Paul
Don't say
Townsend,
that like
still
that.
with us, but we now have Aaron Reed with us. He's a criminal defense lawyer out from Arizona. Welcome to the show, Aaron. So one of the questions that now that we talked about Gunna is that Gunna took a plea in this case, and I was Hip Hop Press 365 out of YouTube who asked, when Gunna accepted his plea deal, does that mean he wrote a statement in addition to the video footage of him admitting that YSL is a gang and committed crimes? Paul, I'm going to go to this one for you first because we kind of were talking about this a little bit before. Sometimes prosecutors have to put people on the witness stand that they may particularly not want to. But if they do use Gunna's plea and somewhat admission about with respect to a street gang, how powerful can that be? Because these defendants are close with one another.
It has the potential to be very powerful.
Mike.
You have a number of people who are arrested in connection with the allegations that YSL is a street gang. And you have some people who already have, raised their hand, changed their plea to guilty, sworn under oath that, yes, YSL is a street gang and I am guilty of these charges that you have indicted me on. So if the prosecution can use that, if any of these guilty pleas came with the need for cooperation and potentially testimony against Jeffrey Williams during his trial, then we may see some of these people who have pleaded guilty put on the stand and being forced to admit that YSL is a street gang.
But that's not a crime, and you do agree that they're not going to get up there and say something against their alleged boss. Let's go into the frequency of how many times somebody with a low-level case really goes against the boss. They not even being threatened. With no real serious, like, is it really the type of situation where you think even if it was serious, that these workers would go against their boss in this situation?
That's going to be very impactful for the jury because these are people on the inside. These are people who know the inner workings of this organization. And for them to come and testify under oath, yes, YSL is indeed a street gang,
that don't mean nothing. Being a street gang is not against the law. Yes, we was a street gang, which is not breaking the crime. So what did you guys do in furtherance of the street gang? Oh, no, we ain't break no law. So you're allowed to say you're a street gang. Stop saying that. Y'all, him saying we're a gang is not incriminating, y'all. It's not. That's not what they're being charged with. You got to prove furtherance. We could be a gang all you want. You got to prove crime and furtherance. Fuck wrong with niggas. Yo, tell niggas on the internet, start holler at me. For real. Niggas dick dumb out here. Yeah, you gotta prove crime and furtherance. Being in a gang is not against the law. I can say we was a gang. Yeah, we was a gang. You was breaking law. Huh? What's that? Huh? Was you in a gang? Yeah, hell yeah. Why so? Fuck wrong with you? Did y'all break law? Huh? You get it? That's legit, y'all. No snitch. It's not against the law to be in a gang. It's not. They done said it a million times.
They've admitted under oath. A jury is going to really get a reaction about that.
Yeah, and guys, this is like what we were saying before as a prosecutor evaluating that witness, because Gunna may not necessarily be the happiest guy getting on the witness stand testifying on behalf of the state. And if the jury gets that, and it may actually lend them more credibility when he's speaking. So it's not just, okay, yeah, can you attack them because he took a plea? Part of that plea was cooperation. Sure, that's the area the defense is going to go in cross-examination. But I've literally...
No, it's been done a lot, Allie. See, the gang is like a motorcycle club or a police union or... Yeah, hold, noon. Don't go that far. You got walk light first before you hit them with them heavy ones. But tell them about the small groups. That's gang. You feel me? Tell them about the smaller ones. You know, the little small ones locally around. You know, the Freemason lodges, the church. What they call? What's the motherfucking church conglomerate? You know, what's that called? That's gang. They riding. You understand? Like if somebody make that whistle, whoop, whoop, yo, niggas is pulling up. That's anytime somebody make a call and niggas pull up, yo, that's gang. Technically, y'all know this. Football. I mean, you got certain goddamn high schools. the fans in the players and team, if they decide that they ready to fuck y'all up in that stadium, it's a wrap. They gang. Real shit. Nah, we wrong. It ain't a conglomerate. Nah, it's something different. Nah, what the church group called, y'all? Y'all know this name. It got a name. I think it start with a C, though. It's shorter than conglomerates. They gang, though. Congress, fuck it. They gang. I mean, blatantly Republicans and Democrats. Gang.
Witnesses like this that get up there clearly don't want to be up there, but the jury believes them at the end of the day. It really comes down to how they testify.
Well, shit, Fed and state is gang beefing with each other, just to keep it real. The word gang itself can easily make the jury vote against you. I give you that, Alley Mass. That was well put. Good defense. Good defense. I give you that. That is very true. But that's why this defense is making them say, well, every time y'all locked them up, y'all didn't allude to them being a gang. So they working that shit down, Allie. They is busting that shit down. So it's basically going to look at the end. So you basically put this gang shit together at the end. No time you lock these boys up for these crimes in between did you accuse them of being a gang. Ugh. So yeah, congregation, there you go, baby. It got more syllables. Fuck. Good look, Rico. Rico came through with the saved us. The congregation, they gang. You don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke with them. They got a couple of dollars too. They know how to raise money. Yeah, they put money on your head. You don't want to smoke with the congregation, bro. If they spin that tray around that a couple times and that shit get put on your head, yo, your ass is out of here, cuz.
In front of the jury, Aaron, speaking of juries, we have a question here.
They low-key building the persuasion of a guilty verdict off of the gang word. The weird part is the defense is building the non-guilty verdict off of the...
I can't give Poster back to late night.
You just started calling it a gang.
No.
So they going head up with that. I remember, that was my attack in the first place. This ain't no gang. Y'all, I'm telling you, day one, this ain't no gang. This shit is a record label, and that nigga's Mick Jagger. I can't believe y'all disrespecting us like this.
From Real with Robo from YouTube that asks another very practical question. Do you think all these breaks and coming back late affects or irritates the jury like it annoys us? Now, I got to push back on this question a little
Yes.
bit. I love that they're coming back late because it gives us time to answer these questions.
Shut the fuck up, you clout chaser.
But the point is well taken. We try so hard not to let that happen, but sometimes the jury's waiting and waiting and waiting in a small
already sold their
room,
ad space for the case.
anticipating to come back at 12:30, and it's not 1:30, it's not 2 o'clock.
I don't think so, Doubt. With this new form of media, they in cahoots with YouTube and the AdSense situations. I think they might have spent away from that, and that might give them the leeway we've been seeing now to go against that old style and get a more organic, unscripted version of ad placement. Real shit. I like what you just did though, because that is a thing.
How does that affect the jury? Is it upset them?
They selling out ad space premeditated on the amount of views they're going to get, like they selling out prison bids.
It upsets them. It's already a very lengthy trial process as it is. This case is very complex. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of people involved, and that alone lends itself to needing court time. And when there's breaks and delays, the jury knows that they're not in there. They know that the case is not proceeding forward without them there. So in their mind, they're thinking that, yeah, this is taking forever. We're in this tight room. We're here every day. It's a difficult thing mentally. I don't think it really affects either side. It's just more of a demeanor of the jury. They're probably not going to be in the best mood during the trial, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, the judges try to do everything they can, right, Paul, to accommodate them and to let them know that there's reasons for that. But this really happens. I think it's more
on the fact that you have no financial connection to Thug and no drug money or no type of business outside of music, I'm going to have to say YSL is solely a record label. And by that alone is proof. Finances, y'all. They don't even got no house raids or no substantial material. Like there's nobody in YSL, yo, that they found that has like a Porsche, the motherfucking mansion in Miami, and it's like, yo, where you get it from? Well, we caught him with motherfucking 3 birds of cocaine, a little bit of fentanyl. No, he was one of the only ones that was really doing his thing on some kingpin shit, and we think it's connected to, none of that, bro.
frustrating, Paul? You tell me. When you're in the middle of the trial and there's a constant back and forth with going to sidebar and constant objections. And that's why as a lawyer, you have to be very, very careful and strategic with any objection you make. Again, we talked about this before. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Paul, have you ever had those lawyers that will object literally to every picayune reason in the world, and you kind of sit back and laugh because you're saying you are just really making this jury hate you?
Absolutely. One of the first trials that I had as a prosecutor, I was up against a relatively inexperienced defense attorney who I guess had been instructed by her supervisor not to let anything go that, you know, if you can't object, just stand up and object. And I had a police officer on the stand. I intended for his testimony to only take about 15 minutes. He really didn't have all that much to offer. He was not a critical witness in the case, but she objected to literally every single question. And it got to the point where I would just look over at the jury every time she did it, and they would roll their eyes. They were sighing. They couldn't believe it. These were not hard-hitting questions that were really getting to the core of whether or not the defendant was guilty. And the jury was just beside themselves. And the judge eventually called us both up and kind of very gently asked, you know, if there was any way that we could move this along, and maybe some of these objections, you know, were outside the bounds of the evidentiary rules. And she did calm down a little bit after that, but it's definitely something that impacts the jury, and it's a strategic decision to object. You need to make sure not only that you're right on the law.
CHEPAITIS.
Good afternoon. Back at it like crack addict.
Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with UL Research Institutes.
And have you had other employment prior to your employment with that institute?
I have.
Can you describe for the jury what that employment consisted of?
Yes. Prior to UL Research Institutes, I was employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long did you enjoy your employment with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It was about 7 years, give or take. A couple of different periods within that time.
Is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation also known as the GBI for short?
Yes.
I'll be referring to it for that way from now on. Okay. All right. And what did you do while you were at the GBI?
I was a forensic chemist.
And when did you begin your employment at the GBI?
In 2012.
Okay. And about when did you conclude your employment with the GBI?
So the first period I was employed by the GBI was from 2012 to 2016. At that point, I went to graduate school to pursue my master's, and after that, I returned to the GBI from beginning of 2019 to the end of 2021.
Okay. And where did you go for? Can you describe any undergraduate experience you have?
Yes, I have my Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from Georgia Tech.
And you did indicate to the jury that you had a master's. Where did you go to get that?
Sure, my master's in chemistry from Georgia State University.
When did you complete your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate was completed in 2012.
And when did you complete your master's?
In 2018.
Okay. And while you were working at the GBI as a forensic chemist, were you required to go through any specialized training?
Yes, I was. I completed the approximately 9-month-long training program.
Okay. And at the time, during the time that you were working at the GBI, were you in any way required to hold any certifications to do the work that you did?
We were not required to hold certification. However, I was certified as a fellow in drug analysis by the American Board of Criminalistics during my first period of employment there.
Okay. And are there any other professional associations that you are a part of?
Currently, I'm a member of the American Chemical Society.
And can you describe for the jury what you enjoy being part of that professional association?
Sure. The American Chemical Society, or ACS, is just a professional organization for chemists. It's an international organization that provides access to conferences, training, networking opportunities, and things like that.
And how long have you enjoyed membership with that professional association?
For the ACS, it's been about 3 or 4 years, I believe.
And what is required to become a part of that association?
That is just a simple sign-up membership. That's it.
All right. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert in the area or field of forensic chemistry?
I have.
And about how many times would you say?
I'd say about 15 plus times.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert within Fulton County to testify?
Within Fulton County, I believe once or twice, yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And have you always testified in the area or field of forensic chemistry, given those testimony?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to transition here, Mr. Chadides. Can you describe for the jury what forensic chemistry is?
Sure. Forensic chemistry is basically the analysis of a substance to determine the presence or absence of a chemical of interest, a controlled substance. And so it's basically chemistry within the scope of the law.
Excuse me. And what kind of information can the results of the analysis performed by a forensic chemist give us?
It can tell us whether or not the item of evidence contains or does not contain a controlled substance.
And when you say controlled substance, can you identify for the jury what you mean by that?
Controlled substance being anything that's written in the law that's either illegal or in some other way controlled by a pharmacy or by some other entity.
Okay. And what kind of controlled substances did you test for during your time intervals at the GBI?
Sure. I tested for any number of controlled substances. I don't know. Would you like me to name a few?
Yes.
Sure.
cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana. Those are just a few.
Did you have any other duties at the GBI other than testing for controlled substances?
No, I did not.
And have you, to be sure, have you personally had the opportunity to conduct testing analysis on controlled substances?
Yes, I have.
And would you be able to give the jury today a rough number about how many times you've performed such analysis?
I'd say well over 5,000 cases I've worked.
Okay. And what type of instruments did you utilize while at the GBI to conduct such analysis?
So we used a number of different scientific instruments and techniques to conduct the analyses. Would you like me to give a few examples? Sure. So we usually use a balance if we have to weigh a substance. So that's a pretty simple test. After that, we kind of split our tests up into what are called preliminary and confirmatory tests. The preliminary tests include things like thin layer chromatography, or TLC. They also include ultraviolet spectroscopy, or UV. And then some of the confirmatory tests that we do are kind of those techniques that give us a specific identification of a substance. So things like gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, otherwise known as GCMS, as well as infrared spectroscopy, or IR, FTIR.
Now, you just used some big words that are far greater than I'm able to understand. Can you, for the purpose of the jury, explain a little bit about what you're talking about when you use those words such as gas chromatology and infrared spectrometry?
Spectroscopy. Sure. So the preliminary tests, like I mentioned, for TLC and UV. So UV, I can use that as an example. Ultraviolet spectroscopy. All that is basically shining a UV light on something, a solution, to kind of give me an idea of what may be in the sample. And those preliminary tests also, they also serve to separate the components of a mixture. So a lot of times substances that are received for testing are mixtures. We have to be able to separate those mixtures into their individual components. And after we separate those, we also have to identify them, and that's kind of the second part, the confirmation testing that we do.
Okay. And can you describe a little bit about that confirmation testing, that process or procedure that goes through?
Sure. So it's we'll say a more specialized kind of chemical technique is all it is, basically. It's something that's able to kind of literally break apart the molecules that are in the sample and give us an idea of what they are.
And after the molecules, to use your words, are working apart, how are you then able to determine what they are?
Sure. So most of the tests that we do, most of those confirmatory tests and some of the preliminary ones as well, give us a graph. That's all it is. It's just a piece of data that we look at, and we can compare it to a known reference standard, for instance, and that helps us in our identification.
And when you say known reference sample, what do you have in mind? What do you mean?
So if we're looking for a controlled substance such as cocaine or methamphetamine, we have a reference standard, so a pure sample of that substance that we can test at the exact same time and compare it to our results.
Is it fair to say that the known reference sample is the type of thing you're looking for?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
What are the possible results types that that can obtain after you completed a round of testing?
What do you mean by that?
What are the results that you can receive?
So the results we receive are either we found a controlled substance or we haven't found a controlled substance.
And the type of testing that you have kind of been walking us through, is this the type of testing that is generally accepted within the scientific community?
It is, yeah.
And do courts typically allow experts to testify about such subject matters for, say, a trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are there standards, while you were at the GBI, that controlled how the testing was performed within your particular division?
Yeah, so the GBI is what's known as an accredited agency. So you think about professional certifications, accreditations at any kind of job, and the GBI is no exception. The GBI has that accreditation, and that accreditation allows the GBI to follow a specific process for their testing, and that testing is governed. That accreditation is governed by an international body that sets down these regulations.
Okay. And those regulations that you're describing, that international body, did you follow them?
Yes.
Okay. And are there best practices associated with the type of testing that you did?
Yeah, those best practices would fall under that accreditation. Yeah.
And is forensic testing within the chemistry background something that an average person can do without any specialized training?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to qualify Mr. Patrick Chapitis as an expert in the scientific field of forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Chapitis? Anyone? All right. And the court will designate Mr. Chapitis as an expert in the area, or qualify him as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Chapitis, I want to ask you, did the laboratory, GDI, receive any evidence pertinent to the reason for which you're here?
Yes.
And what evidence did the laboratory receive pertinent to this case?
Well, if I could see it, I would, or if I could see a copy of my report, I would tell you, sure.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor, I should have asked, may I approach? Thank you, Your Honor. Now approaching you with what has been admitted in evidence and pre-marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Okay. Mr. Chapitis, what have I handed you?
So what I received to test in this case would be one bag of solid material.
Okay. And from what you are looking at, can you identify when the laboratory received the evidence?
When the laboratory received it, no, I can tell you exactly when I received it.
When did you receive it?
It would be February 17th, 2020.
Okay. And after you received that particular piece of evidence that's already been admitted, can you tell the jury what you did with it?
Yes. So first I verified all the information on the package, and the way we usually do that is by, when it's received to the laboratory, the evidence receiving technicians would take pictures of it and give it a unique GBI case number here, as you can see on this barcoded label on both sides. I would first compare the pictures, make sure that the barcoded sticker has the case number that matches what I'm seeing in front of me. And then I would open it up, and then begin my analysis, and that would typically begin, and in this case it began with weighing the substance.
And the material that I handed you, to be sure, is in fact what you tested when you were at the GBI?
It is the sample I received and took a sample of to test, yes.
What color is the material that you have in front of you?
It looks to be white to me.
And can you describe the texture or feel of that particular evidence?
It just looks like it's a block of substance.
Is it solid material?
It is, yeah, solid material.
And can you describe for the jury where you received that evidence from?
Where I received it from was the Atlanta Police Department.
Was there a case number associated with it from the Atlanta Police Department?
The Atlanta Police case, according to the label, is 2002-11823.
And for this particular piece of evidence that you performed an analysis of, can you describe what that analysis consisted of?
Yes, so like I mentioned a little bit ago, was that first I weighed the substance, and all that is I took a net weight, which means I took the entire sample out of the packaging and weighed it on a balance. And once I had that information, I could continue on with my testing. The first test I did was one of those preliminary tests. In this case, it was thin layer chromatography, or TLC. And all that is a separation technique where I take a little, I take a little bit of the substance, dissolve it in a liquid, and I have a glass plate with a film on it, and I basically spot a drop of the sample solution on that, and that's able to separate out all those components in the mixture that I talked about earlier. And at the exact same time, I spotted a solution of reference standard as well. And then at that point, I was ready, after forming some preliminary conclusions about what may be in the sample, I moved on to one of those confirmatory tests. In this case, GCMS, or gas chromatography mass spectrometry. And all that is, the first part, GC, is the part that separates, again, the components in the mixture. And once those components were separated, it moved on to the MS, or the mass spec portion of that test. And the mass spec is what gives me that graph that I can compare to my reference standard and say, hey, this is what I have in the substance.
At the end of all of that analysis that you performed there, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And what was the conclusion?
My analysis confirmed the presence of cocaine in the sample tested.
And was your analysis subject to peer review?
It was.
And is that commonplace at the GBI?
Yes, every case that gets called into court is peer reviewed.
And with respect to testing, is there a known error rate or anything associated?
In this case, since the substance was not, we didn't get a quantitative result on it. All I did was get a weight. The only thing that would be subject to that would be the weight of the substance.
And what was the weight, if you could?
The weight was less than 1 gram.
Okay, and with respect to the analysis that you performed on this particular test, on this particular solid material, did you follow the standards and protocols that you outlined for the jury earlier during our conversation?
I did.
Okay. And Mr. Chapitis, after you performed the analysis within the lab that you described, what else, if anything, do you do?
After I perform the analysis, I would generate a report to state my results.
Okay. Now it's showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 88J and has already been previously served with this defense counsel in discovery. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, sir.
Mr. Chapitis, what have I just handed you?
My report for this case.
And how do you know that that's your report?
It has my GBI case number on it that matches what's on the evidence, and it also has my name and signature on it.
And has that report that I've handed you been altered in any way, form, or fashion since the time that you authored it?
No, it has not.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 88J.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to State's 88J?
Yes, sir. I'll object under the Confrontation Clause that was made for testimonial purposes, Your Honor, and if the court doesn't admit it, I would object under the continuing witness rule.
I'll deal with the issue second later. As to the first basis for your objection, I'm going to overrule that, and I'll admit it over your objection to State's 88J.
Okay. Mr. Chapitis, on that report that you have in front of you, is there a particular name by whom, was this testing requested by anyone?
It was requested by the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. Does your report include a name from anyone from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it says S. Stansel.
Okay. And is there a person associated with as a subject for whom that substance was known?
Yes, Durante Beebe.
And the substance that you tested, did you conclude on your report a drug, where it fell on the drug schedule?
Yes, it fell under Schedule 2.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state now passes this witness to the defense for any further cross.
All right, cross. Anyone?
Not on behalf of this court.
Anybody else? Okay, state have anything further?
Not for this witness.
All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse?
You may permanently, Your Honor. Excuse Mr. Chavitis.
Mr. Chavitis. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Thank you for your patience with us. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Your Honor, I am approaching the witness stand to retrieve the admitted evidence, and at this time, the state.
Before you move on, you just identified State 78A. You haven't tendered it, is that correct?
It was admitted, it should have been.
Who is it admitted by?
Just a brief one, Your Honor.
Doug eating oranges again.
Admitted by way of Officer Stantz.
Salute to all the gangsters that peel the white off they oranges. You know, that inner layer of white that be on that. You niggas so gangster, you don't even want to eat that white. You feel me? Nigga ain't with that. You know what I'm talking about. That little fuzzy shit.
Yes, sir.
What was it, 78A?
78, maybe phonetically.
On phone now.
I lost the translation. It should be 78.
Okay, all right, well then we're good. Okay, all right.
All right, Your Honor. At this time, the state now. Well, Your Honor, are you ready to hear?
You got that bitch right. Look, he eating that bitch slice by slice like a
Yes,
cute chick
Mr.
on the
Sharp.
first date. He don't want to be, you know what I mean, taking big bites. Pause.
I'll ask the city documents for their announce what they are.
Okay, just generally, I think they're supposed to do that.
Specifically this one, because I think that there's.
He hasn't identified it for the record yet,
Bro.
so.
Your Honor,
Look, this little nigga got on a cocaine white suit in that bitch.
What is it you want to tell me?
if he identifies it, it's going to be too late for me to.
What document are you referring to, sir? Oh.
I have seen.
Bro.
All right, well, come up and have a look at it then.
Your Honor, if I may, defense counsel has had the opportunity prior.
Well, let him look at it again, just to make sure he's satisfied that.
I just want to know what you need.
Tony Montana in that. Doug got the cooking channel, huh, man? I ain't gonna lie, he a new. The way he talk, he a new. He might as well go up there with Martha Stewart and Snoop and be just the third, like, you know what I mean? He just hop on cats. I think it'll rock. What you think? Straight up, put him right in the mix. I think that's perfect. I really think my man could fit in. Pause. He is scarfing them little ass one slices of a tangerine. You know niggas don't eat one slice of a tangerine, bro. Grown men eat whole half tangerines, bro. My man peeling that bitch slice for slice like a cute chick you just met on the first date, you understand? She don't really want to scarf. Yeah, she ordered the spaghetti, but she taking like little ass bites. She ain't trying to slurp the noodles. little baby bites and shit. You telling them like, nah, go ahead. I already know. I know you don't eat like that. You too thick in the bottom. I don't even know why you doing that to yourself. Eat that shit while it's hot. Go ahead, girl. What you want me to close my eyes? I see you. Go ahead. Nah, go ahead and slurp them noodles. Nah. I ain't treat you to this high price dinner for nothing. Eat them noodles. Look. Yo, the state has nothing coming with these niggas meeting up in huddles like this, y'all. That's a couple $1 million in the huddle, y'all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bro.
We good? Mr. Sharp?
Mr. White. I'll let, is he about to admit it?
No, I don't know what because you interrupted. He hadn't finished when I was talking and you interrupted him. So let me just kind of see what's on
like
the table.
Hassan Campbell.
Yes, all right. Yes.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Rule 24.901 of the Georgia Code, the state now moves to admit Exhibit 83J into evidence, which is a certified conviction for Mr. Durante Beebe. And if the court should like to see it, I can provide that at this time.
Your Honor.
And what does that states what?
States Exhibit 83J, as in Jacob.
This is Hassan Campbell, brother that got molested too. He went to law school, so it'll never happen again.
All right, sir.
Yes,
Yes, it'll be. I noted it.
Your Honor, I would ask, beyond that objection, there are some extraneous documents being presented that go beyond the certified conviction. So it would be a objection to the introduction of the extraneous documents.
Can I see it?
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Yo, if Hassan Campbell robbed you and you looked and caught the side view of that nigga when he was dipping, this nigga right here got a guy pointed out in the lineup, bro. Like if you was flipping through that book, this nigga right here could have definitely went down. Straight up. He'd have been fucked up when he seen the picture of Hassan. He'd have been like, damn,
Mr. Short,
that is that nigga said I look like.
Brown, come on up.
Look.
All right,
Look, bro. Oh, let's see.
You don't need to press that button at all.
Hell yeah,
just talking,
like, yeah.
Just talking to the microphone, okay?
I'm gonna find out they both involved in law enforcement. Yo, if you post a clip of this on Twitter, just this right here, and say Hassan Campbell shows up to testify in the Thug trial, and it was just this clip right here, what would niggas think? You just looking at this right here, and you like, oh. How the fuck is Hassan Campbell involved in this? They literally could clickbait this, y'all. You cannot tell me from this angle that you could tell off top, if you just seen a little 30-second clip, that that's not yo. The best you could do is say, yo, his hair ain't like that. That's the best you could do. That's the best you could do. Nah, that nigga beard ain't, you feel me? But you can't say that don't look like him. You gotta start looking at other parts and shit. Like, hold on, bro. sneaking it in his mouth. Whoa, bro. Oh. Sneaking what? What is this? Tap the like button, y'all. I don't know who these people is. If you knew, yo, follow the channel. It look like him from the side? Pause. No funny business. Yeah, no monkey in the round. No home skillets. The judge is horrible. No, I think he actually playing the game right. He want to look like he tough, but at the end of the road, it's gonna be nice. You feel me? I think he playing the game right for the camera. Real rap. Salute, Jarrell. You was slam trolling last night. Yo was trying to get a flat earth beef spark. Yo wanted to see me flip out about flat earth, y'all, and I ain't never, I don't even get into that.
83J as in Jacob.
Jarrell tried to line me up.
Pursuant to the court's permission to publish, I will now do so for the jury. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. In front of me is a certified conviction for Mr. Durante Beebe in the case of State of Georgia versus Durante Xavier Beebe in the criminal action number of 20 SC 174500. This plea was entered as a non-negotiated plea to the charge of possession of cocaine. The disposition was guilty, and at this time, Your Honor, excuse me.
Fred Van Vliet ass nigga.
This particular charge pertains to the incident occurring on January 21st, 2020.
Yo, what was that guy used to play for the Jazz? He was kind of nice. I know y'all remember this nigga look like this.
I will continue. The charge pertains to the incident in the indictment, in the accusation pertaining to the incident occurring on January 21st, 2020, wherein which he was charged with unlawfully possessing and in control of cocaine, a Schedule II substance in violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. And at this time, Your Honor, I will proceed to read the sentence that was given by Judge Melanie Lethbridge. According to the document, it states that the defendant is sentenced to a total of 3 years probation with conditions. And Your Honor, those conditions are, the state will forego reading those.
Oh,
yes,
yeah?
sir.
Why? That nigga was named Darren something.
Additional objection to this being admitted with reference to Mr. Nichols. There's a standing, I guess, a continuing objection under the Jefferson case, but also, Your Honor, I would object it going into evidence under 24.
Okay, is this for later or for?
For now.
For now?
Yo.
For now. I am objecting to this going.
Can you come up to the bench, please?
Sure.
Yo.
All right.
Yo. The nigga took the day off yesterday. Niggas don't want no parts with pony. Come holler at the homie with the pony. I told y'all. If the case baloney, holler at homie with the pony. What is wrong with you? Man, if you feeling like the case baloney, holler at homie with the pony, man.
You don't have to press anything, just talking to the microphone.
Man, tell that nigga holler.
Yeah, talking to. All right, we'll see. But hold on 1 second.
Bro, stop. Uh-oh, there go young Malcolm. Niggas laughing and shit. Nah, niggas ain't going to jail. Yo, he be looking like yo, this nigga came to court with cocaine white on. Everything. Nigga, it's wintertime. She in that bitch with a cow coat. Bro, she dragged her nuts. She came to court with the cow coat. What wrong with her, bro? Just straight like that. Yo, I can't believe that nigga came in with the motherfucking milk suit though, bro. Yo, that nigga feeling himself. Yesterday he had on the motherfucking 5 Heartbeats joint. Who is getting this shit for this nigga, bro? That nigga got on cocaine white everything, bro. He doing life. So this is the last time he get to shine, huh? Yo at a prom in that bitch. Bro, yo is going to his 12th grade prom. His senior prom, bro. This it right here. I can't believe she bundled up in that bitch with the motherfucker. That bitch had to cost a couple dollars. I'm gonna keep it real. That jacket don't look cheap. The cow coat. Yo, give me a price while we wait. Give me a price. What? Hey, Dochi, stop telling.
Yes.
Thug face looks swollen under the left eye. You mean like he eating good or somebody stole him? What you talking, 3,500? Okay. Yeah, you right. I ain't gonna lie, she been waiting she needed somewhere to bust that bitch out to. Yeah, he sharp as a tack over that bitch. I ain't even gonna lie. He doing her thing. Homie in the back with the mint green blazer on, that bitch tough. I ain't gonna lie, he's sitting back like a mob boss. He need to sit up a little bit, bro. You looking, yeah, good look, bro. Thank you. Nah, stop leaning back like that, bro. You sitting back like a mob boss and shit, bro. The half a gram. Ooh. Nah, the nigga with the half a gram not in there, I don't think. Yo, every time they show these videos, the niggas in there, I mean, the people in the video, I don't even think in the court. Like, I don't think none of the videos they showed so far have been actually somebody that's in here right now. I think Quay might have been on one because of the name, but it still didn't look like that, nigga. I'm gonna keep it real. I might be crazy, though. Yeah, fix your shit, bro. Or straighten your tie. Flush. Yo, what's thugging with y'all? Huh? What's thugging with you? Took your shit. I said that shit better than yo. Hell yeah, you heard me. What's thugging with you? It's still phony, but I'm making it better, bro. Relax. Yeah, cuz. Mm-hmm. Nah, cover your mouth, cuz. Cover your mouth. Come on, cuz. Ponytail still up there? Oh, Ponytail got us on timeout. Ball head interested back there. He looked like he used to play hockey. Nigga Thug just broke the fourth wall and looked straight in the camera. That's how you know a nigga meant for the camera. Niggas are looking at the camera from a long distance. Know where that bitch at? He looked straight in that motherfucker. It's gonna be better on the other side, cuz. Tap the like. Yeah, subscribe up, baby. If you're new in here, type in the chat. It's all love. Good morning. Evening. Winter white? Nah. I'm wearing regular white. Man, that bullshit ass rule. If you got a couple dollars, cuz, fuck this shit if it get dirty. I'm wearing white because I understand the rules to wearing white. You can't tell me because it's winter time. Niggas can't. It's like when somebody, you ain't supposed to wear white. Like Air Force Ones. My girl, I bust them bitches out any time of the year. It's certain time my girl like, what are you doing? You ain't supposed to wear white shoes. What? These bitches is brand new. What are you talking about? I can't wear some brand new shoes. That's bullshit. Oh, salute G Junior. Nah, for real, I like white. But that boy got on the whole white suit. He crazy in there. I don't think that's suitable for court. He looked like goddamn Tony Montana, so. I wouldn't have wore that white suit today. That purple shit he had yesterday was better than the white. Salute, Josh. Catnap yet? Nah. Wavy, what up? He look guilty? Who look guilty? Doug? I don't think so. He could look tired. You never heard that about wearing white? Nah, ask a female or somebody. Like, we don't really give a fuck. But, like, my girl was on it. She say this shit all the time, bro. Like, it was something I kept doing. Like, it was something I did a lot in the winter with white. And it was like every time I did it, she would say something. And I'm like, yo, that shit don't apply to me. And I actually kept thinking about it like, yo, you bluffing. But technically, if everybody else not wearing white, why you shouldn't? Shit. That mean I'm gonna be shining. For real. White for Christmas. See? I don't like the rule, man. I get it though. All right. I get it. White is dangerous in the wintertime where you walking around, because I think she was saying it because of white shoes. But it's a thing about the whole outfit. At a certain time of year, you really not supposed to, yeah. Yeah, I wear white and something like, you ain't gonna catch me with no damn all white on, but I'll wear a white tee and white shoes all the time. Yeah, there you go right there. Arm said it right there. There you go. You're not supposed to wear white after Memorial Day, bro. Look, somebody else say Labor Day. See, man, I don't fuck around, man. If I feel like wearing goddamn some fresh-ass Air Force Ones right now in a white tee or a white jacket because that's how I'm feeling, I'm busting it out. You can't tell me nothing. You actually encourage me when you tell me that nobody else is wearing it. When you tell me that that's the rule and you mean tell me nobody got on white ass because of this? Well, shit, I'm busting them out. I'm wearing them today. I'm glad I saved mine. Yes. They out of season. Shit. See me in black? I just started wearing black. I swear to God. And the only reason I wear black is because it matched with certain shit that I had that kind of forced me to wear it. But if you notice, it's always something plain. Like I don't remember ever having a pair of black jeans, y'all. Ever. Black dicky pants. Black work pants and shit like that. Not no black jeans. Doug blinked his eye to the camera? Nah, that's how I rock. I smoke. In the summertime, I'm definitely white. Like you'll never catch me with a black tee. Yo, I probably bought black tees less than 10 times, and probably bought white tees over a couple thousand.
It's 3 o'clock.
Maybe. Seriously. That's how bad it is, y'all. Like I really ain't rocking with the black. That shit hot out there in the summer. I think the fact that he wore that sweater yesterday, I think that proves that the case not that serious. And then Law and Crime actually backed this up and said that they wouldn't have allowed him to wear the sweater if there was if they was his lawyer, which that was the same thing I said. Like, yo, if this case was serious, Brian still wouldn't have let that boy wear that wolf sweater. So this case can't be serious. What y'all think about that? That angle right there. Like the boy had the wolf sweater on, which is like, come on, yo, what you now you got subliminal messages and shit. So I don't know, yo. I think that said a lot yesterday. Tap the like button for me. Get me to 150. And I said it, and then they turned around and said the same thing behind me. I said, yo, as soon as I seen him in the morning, or whenever we was going where we was going, I would have looked at that sweater and looked at his face and said, yo, no, just take that off. Because he had the white shirt underneath with the tie. I would have told him, yo, come on. Can't do the wolf. But the Law and Crime people actually said, one of them was an attorney. He said, yo, if that was my client, I wouldn't have allowed him to get life on the line right now. It was the black dude. Well, the token black dude. He cool though, Brian Buckmeyer. I ain't gonna lie, he cool. When Thug It Out ticket sales go up, for sure. For sure. We talking a book. We got a book.
I can't give posted back to late night. That ain't happening.
Extension of a career.
No.
Definitely an extension on a career. I could actually see some political opportunities on the strength of his jacket ain't dirty, y'all.
That ain't happening. No,
Joseph.
No.
Case Super Week. Yo, I can actually see some political future for this boy. On the strength, this case not heavy. It's people that had worse jackets that have turned into politicians, y'all. And I'ma have to say, in a major black city, I ain't saying like a mayor or none of that. I'm talking about like wind up doing some old, not no old just, community service type shit. Nah, I'm talking about like really, yeah. And he ain't the only one though. I was thinking this about T.I. because it looked like there's some Atlanta Boule people that's making some moves.
All right, sir. Are you prepared to call your next witness?
Didn't sell his soul? Ooh, Josh, I don't know about
The
that.
next witness is coming. Can I approach one of the members of the defense?
Soul selling might have been done early.
Some information I just learned.
Councilman? Yeah. Oh, it might not be politics, y'all. It might be a speaker that kind of talk in that manner. Doug is a brother Mason. That's a fact. And from a Memphis lodge. Was it Prince Hall? Let's talk about it. Memphis Lodge. Him and Duke. Is Duke in this RICO, y'all, or no? girl in there? What, he licking his lips at her? They got a lot of sidebarring going on. You took a plea? Oh, okay, my bad. My bad. I just remembered I ain't heard nothing else about his ass. He was smart. So, I mean, all right, so niggas saying that Funk and Duke ain't tell? Like, niggas ain't put no pressure on them for taking deals? That's crazy. Because ain't no video come out of them saying it is a gang. But we know that they did have to say the same thing. See, that ain't fair, y'all. And I ain't a Gunna fan, but that's fucked up what niggas doing to Gunna. That's dirty. And him and Gunna. Where you get that? Hold on, bro. According to Brick Baby, you be fucking with Brick Baby, huh? Oh, all y'all Crips. What, you a Crip? That's what you doing? This whole time? You in here cripping? Hey, Dow. What's up with you, Dow? What you got?
Okay, before we call our next witness, members of the media, this particular witness, I'm going to ask that you not film. Just this witness, okay? Thank you. You can still do audio and many other things, but it was brought to my attention, given the work this person does, that we probably shouldn't video them at this time. Okay? All right. Okay, call your next witness.
Niggas want to come testify.
Your state calls Officer Applewhite.
All right, Officer Applewhite, summon him, please.
Niggas say Officer Black Punk. Fuck.
All right, Officer Applewhite, sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind, to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as witness before you sit down.
You swear to affirm the testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That nigga Applewhite.
Absolutely. State, your first and last name.
Ian Applewhite, IANAPPLEWHAITE.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Good. Sir, where are you presently employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
And in what year did you start with APD?
I started in June of 2016. I got sworn in 2017, January.
Okay. And what unit were you assigned to when you started with APD?
Zone 4 Evening Watch.
And how long were you in that unit?
Approximately 2.5 years almost.
And what was your responsibilities in the Zone 4?
I was a beat officer. I was assigned to 403's beat. Just patrol, answer 911 calls. If I do have downtime, I do proactive work.
Okay. And for your entire time with Zone 4, were you always assigned to Zone 4?
No, well, I was also part of the Zone 4 fit team. Then I went to the gangs unit as a gang enforcement officer, then auto crimes enforcement officer, and now in Zone 2.
Okay. So what years or what months were you
Ponytail
with
connected to the mob.
I want to say it was April of 2021 to January 2022, something around there.
Okay. And you also mentioned the auto crimes unit.
Yes.
What years were you in the auto crimes unit?
Started February of 2022 until I'm confusing myself right now. February of this year, sorry, till September.
Till September of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And September of this year, what unit are you assigned to?
Zone 2.
And what are your responsibilities in Zone 2?
Answer 911 calls. During my downtime, I do proactive work.
Now, what the fuck does that entail?
On or
Proactive,
about
explain.
May 9th, 2020, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 415.
And were you post-certified on May 9th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is proactive work?
So if depending, the cost for services are low, you usually will go out.
Yo, give me my credit, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on, if you knew and you ain't know what type shit I be on, you heard me just call that shit. I was early, too. $2 for the coat. Oh, man. You heard me call it, y'all. Now, what the hell is proactive?
Try to conduct a traffic stop, or you might want to go to a high drug area and try to get, some drugs or something like that.
You mentioned high drug area. Are you familiar with high drug areas based on your, I guess, will you tell the jury, and what unit did you become more familiar with
With the Zone 415.
Objection, speculation.
151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I did an undercover buy at that location.
Where?
And why did you do an undercover buy?
The Zone 315, they were conducting a detail, and they asked for the Zone 415 assistance. My role was to do an undercover buy at different locations within Zone 3.
Oh, yeah.
About how many undercover buys do you typically
So it depends. I mean, if we get a lot of people, maybe that's it for today. If we get one or two, then we can probably move to the next location.
Oh, yeah.
On May 9th, 2020, did you have a reason to visit 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Why? Tell me, why did you visit 151 Cleveland?
So again, Zone 3 was conducting a detail. This is one of their high crime areas. And they wanted to do a little, and try to put an impact on the drug sales in that particular area along the Cleveland corridor. So they asked me to go undercover, try to buy some drugs. So I was pointed to that direct location by one of the Zone 3 officers. Said there might be something going on in there. So I walked in. As I walked in, there was a male who was wearing white pants, white shoes, with a blue jeans jacket. He was standing somewhat in the doorway. I walked in, and I just asked him, "Hey man, you got some smokes?" He said, "Yeah."
Some
"How much you
smokes?
want?" I said, "I got a 20. He reached in his pocket, pulled some weed out, wrapped it up into a lottery ticket. I paid him the 20. He said,
"You did a controlled buy on $20 worth of weed? Fuck out of here! What the fuck is going on?"
"Hey man, here's my phone number." I got his phone number, and I left.
Yo, I never served niggas in gas stations.
Once I got back into my car, I left the location to update the takedown units of the sale, give them a description of the mill that I bought the weed from, and just proceed to the next location.
Okay. So based on, based on your experience at Zone 4, your time in the gang unit, time at Auto Crimes unit, and your current assignment in Zone 2, is, in your opinion, is 151 Cleveland Avenue a known gang area or high crime area?
Yes, sir.
Now, you made reference to a transaction at 151 Cleveland Avenue. Can you kind of walk me through that transaction?
Okay, so I pulled my undercover vehicle up at the pumps. At the same time, I do have close cover who are somewhat in the area just in case something goes wrong. I exited the vehicle. I walked into the store. Again, he was somewhat in the doorway. I walked in. I approached him. "Hey man, you got some smokes?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "What you want?" I said, "I got 20. I gave him the 20. He rolled up some marijuana, dropped it into a lottery ticket, one of those things you find at the counter. Rolled it up. I handed him the money. As I was about to walk off, he said, "Hey, big bro, here's my phone number." I took his phone number.
I'll overrule the objection.
Officer Applewhite, in what capacity were you working on May 9th, 2020?
Undercover.
And how many undercovers had you, how many times had you gone undercover before?
That actually was
A 20.
I'm sorry, who said that?
Mr. Adams.
A controlled by.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll sustain the objection, I should say.
Atlanta ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Who did you come in contact with on May 9th, 2020?
I think it's John Travis. I'm sorry, hold on. DeAndre Beebe. Yeah, DeAndre Beebe.
And what was the location of the sale?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, and what was that? Was that in
It's in Fulton County, yes.
What did Mr. Beebe sell you?
Marijuana. Or suspected marijuana.
Crazy.
Did you tell Mr. Beebe that you were an officer?
No, sir.
What did you do after you purchased the marijuana from Mr. Beebe?
I immediately left the location and relayed the information to the takedown units. One of the
Yo, so they trying to say these boys had control of this spot. I believe that's what they got to be doing. They trying to say these is drug control buys and little things they did. But yo, 16 grams, a half a gram of crack, some fake drugs. Hold on, fake drugs in one of the arrests, and now we got this situation. A control buy for a 20 of weed, y'all. And the niggas talking about a RICO?
close coverage from Zone 3. He met up with me, I believe it was at the Walmart on Cleveland Avenue, and I gave him what I bought. And then I think I went to the next location or to Zone 3 to to write my supplement report.
Or?
Zone 3.
To write a supplement report.
Did you clearly describe Mr. Beebe to the other officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that description?
Black male, white pants, white shoes, blue jeans jacket.
Did other officers respond to the scene?
Yes, the Zone 3 fit and Zone 4 fit team.
About how many details have you participated in with Zone 3?
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A lot. About over 4.
Okay, and what do those details consist of?
High crime area. Sometimes we do details for stolen vehicles, warrants.
What makes up a high crime area? Could you explain? Is it a certain amount of crime, and what would those numbers be?
Or drug.
And what's the actual distance of this crime area? Can you explain or show us? Like, is it a certain street or is it a certain mile radius? How do you come up with this area?
When other officers responded to the scene, were you still present on scene?
No, sir, I was gone.
And did that basically complete your investigation with this matter?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Cross. Mr. Sharp.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Adams.
Uh-oh. About to put him in the blender, y'all.
Applewhite or Applewhite?
Applewhite.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Like A. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Got just a couple of questions for you in regards to what you just testified about, okay? And if you don't hear me, if you don't understand my question, please get my attention, let me know. I'll be happy to repeat. Okay? All right. So this is May of 2020 that we're talking about in this case, right?
Correct.
All right. This incident happened back then, and then you were part of the Zone 4 fit team. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Okay. You were working in what is called an undercover capacity.
Correct.
Now, you used some terms earlier that I want to talk to you about. You talked, for example, about high crime area.
Correct.
Right? Zone 4 is a particular portion of the city of Atlanta, right?
Correct.
There are many different zones in the city of Atlanta.
Correct.
There are very many high crime areas in the city of Atlanta.
Correct.
Zone 4 ain't the only high crime area in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
All right, so although we're talking right now about an area that someone says is a high crime area, you can go to areas of Buckhead, Atlantic Station, where there's a lot of, where there are drugs being sold, right?
Correct.
You talked also about a high drug area, right?
Correct.
There are a lot of high drug areas in the city of Atlanta, aren't there? Right, it's not just Cleveland Avenue.
Right.
Right? It would be incorrect to say that the only place there are drugs sold or where there's crime that takes place is Cleveland Avenue. That wouldn't be accurate, right?
Okay.
In fact, if as a police department or a police officer you chose to target a high crime area and you wanted to go into somewhere in Buckhead, you could find a high crime area in Buckhead to target, right?
Correct.
To do undercover buys at, right? To find people who sell weed, correct?
Correct.
On this day,
I can't
you went, you didn't go on your own. You were told by, I presume, correct me if I'm wrong, other members of the FIT team about this particular location.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Right. I mean, they could have sent you anywhere else. As a matter of fact, if I heard correctly, you said that there are a couple different areas that you would go to. You'd maybe hit one area, right? And depending on, I'm sorry, I keep taking glasses on and off. I got to see. Let's see. If we get a lot of people,
I can't give posted back.
then you move on, you go to another area.
No, so if I have, let's say we arrested 10 people, that's a day's work right there.
That's a good day.
It's a day's work.
Okay.
It takes a long time to process the evidence, you know, the warrants, the transportation. So again, if I get one person, then we'll move to the next location.
Go to somebody else.
Another location. I don't
Love.
You know.
Well, you got a number of people. I mean, you said there's one person
right.
versus 10 people.
Right, gotcha.
One person, you got more work to do.
Right.
10 people, I'm done for the day.
Right.
Okay. You ever heard the term weed man?
Say again?
Weed man.
Weed man?
Yeah. I mean, you know how sometimes folks, I don't know, college kids, regular kids, adults, young folks go looking for the weed man to go buy some weed?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? You heard that term before?
I've heard.
There is such a thing called a weed man, right?
Right.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sometimes it's one man. Sometimes it could be a woman. It could be a weed woman, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
When you got to, what's the address? 151 Cleveland Avenue. You're there to do the undercover buy, right?
Yes.
You are dressed in an undercover capacity. You look like a regular dude.
Right.
And you encounter this guy that you referenced earlier who is in white clothing, I think you said, right?
Correct.
You walk in, and you approach him. And you ask him if you got anything.
Right.
Entrapment.
You were looking to buy some weed.
Correct.
And lo and behold, you bucked up on the weed man, and you got $20 worth of weed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It's entrapment. He sold it to you and it wasn't prepackaged. That means he wasn't even prepared. He just made $20 out of his own stash, and that boy ain't no drug dealer.
And I think I heard you say that, and then this was a young, his name was BB.
Right.
I think you said Durante, something like that?
Durante, yes.
Okay. He gives you $20 worth of weed in a, what'd you say, a lottery ticket or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get your $20 worth of weed from the weed man, and you're out of there. Okay. Was he by himself?
Well, no, they had maybe one or two other people in the store with him.
Okay. All right. But what has just taken place is you just bought $20 of weed from this kid, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that appears to be the long and short of it. You left out of there. Your job for the day, at least at that point, that location was done.
Correct.
$20 weed sale.
Right.
Okay. And then you left and you told the takedown unit. Did I get that right? Is that the name of it?
That's correct.
Okay. They're the folks that you would call and say, hey, I just bought $20 worth of weed. Come and get the guy.
Correct.
And you weren't there, but presumably they went to go get the guy.
Correct.
Okay. There wasn't anything else going on at the location when you pulled up, right?
No.
No, nothing else, just some kid who you asked
Just
for
you
and got
wanting
20
weed.
bucks of weed from.
All right.
Nobody offered it.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Nobody offered
Further
it.
cross? All right, Mr. Sharp?
Nah, they say Ben ain't living in Atlanta. Hard body though. Yo, if you in the entertainment industry, you don't live home. I'm gonna keep it
Good
real.
afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right.
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
Mr. Beebe, first of all, do you see him in court today?
No, let me see. I can't really tell now.
Oh, whoa. Whoa. Yeah, he served him out his own sack, bro. That's not no goddamn RICO. Nigga, it wasn't even premeditated. If you really serving, bro, you got things bagged up, weighed, it's scripted. I'm waiting on you. And I'm asking you before you ask me. So one rule of, if niggas really selling drugs, they're aggressively selling them, meaning we looking for sales. So before you even had a chance to get close to me, I'm letting you know, I got that loud. Y'all know, stop.
And Mr. Beebe, on that day that you encountered him in the gas station, he was wearing white shoes, white pants, and a blue jean jacket, correct?
Correct.
Is there any other clothing description that you recall?
That's what I saw, and that's what I gave out. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, anybody else have any cross? All right, any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Officer Applewhite.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, y'all. Who the fuck told you to go to this gas station and ask for some weed?
Are you looking for crime or targeting people?
Crime.
Bullshit.
Why are you targeting high crime areas?
Because that's where most of our incidents occur. Shootings, drugs. A lot of the community members. They complain a lot. I'm speaking for Zone 4. And that's why we're in the area doing what we're doing.
Are the complaints documented?
And were you looking for weed for yourself?
No, sir.
Was this for purposes of targeting high crime areas?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Oh, y'all forgot to ask him. When he made this arrest, did he make the determination whether or not this was connected to a gang? They forgot to ask him, y'all. They gotta press him. They ain't ask him. They ain't asked this dude that. Yeah, did they? Yo, when you made this arrest, did you see anything involvement to any gangs? No. They ain't asked that yet, did they?
You weren't targeting on this day shootouts or killings or anything like that. You were targeting a weed sale, right?
Again, the detail was a Zone 3 detail. All I know was to do is to go buy some drugs, not necessarily weed, maybe crack, some pills, depending.
Nah, hell no. Whoa, you're not gonna do that. This was a controlled buy, bitch. That's premeditated. Y'all planned this. Don't act like it was just some don't let him slide, bro.
Time. That's what I was going for.
Your assignment, your focus at that time, at that location on Cleveland Avenue, was to go buy some weed.
Some drugs, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Damn, why you do the gang shit? Come on, white beard. White beard.
All right, at this point in time, may Officer Applewhite be permanently or temporarily
No.
excused as a witness?
No.
All right, Officer Applewhite, thank you for your patience with us.
They let him
permanently
slide.
excuse you as a witness. But don't discuss your testimony to anybody.
They needed him to say it too, y'all.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know why they let him slide. Come on, Brian Steele, what the fuck you doing?
All right, stay calling your next witness.
Looking like John Stockton and shit.
Officer Jim Hawkins.
All right, summon Officer Hawkins, please.
Tap the like button if you knew it. DA wrong for this? Nah, she helping everybody get money, y'all.
Are we good with this witness?
Put everybody in the right spot. It's
You
just
okay?
a show.
All right, you can film.
Needed to be on the big screen. They
All right,
made
Officer
it.
Hawkins, good afternoon. Madam, come on up. you please approach
They made it.
MYN, last name formerly Hawkins, HAWKINS, currently Magavero, MOGAVERO.
And what name was this from?
Magavero is fine.
Okay. I'll bet which last name. Oh, okay. Also, Magavero, where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since August of 2017.
And what is your current assignment?
The larceny from auto unit
And how long have you been with that larceny unit?
from February of 2023.
If you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department, starting with your assignment after the academy.
Okay, so I've been sworn since March of 2018. June, I was assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch. I worked there until February of 2020. At that time, I was assigned to the Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit. And then I stayed there until August of 2022. And then I went to Zone 3 Day Watch for a few months until coming here.
So it's safe to say a good majority of your career so far has been zone.
Correct.
All right. And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in May of 2020?
Yes, I was.
I want to take you to May 9, 2020. What unit were you assigned with APD?
The Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit.
And what were your job duties and responsibilities working with the Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit?
It's a proactive patrol unit, so conducting traffic stops, stops on suspicious persons in the community, or whatever other directive we had for that day. Usually proactive policing.
And you also said you served as a patrol officer within that community.
Correct.
As a patrol officer and also worked with the crime suppression unit, were you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Correct, yes.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I've answered a number of 911 calls there. I've completed traffic stops where people have pulled into that gas station, directed patrols, going inside speaking with the clerks at the gas station as well.
Why are there directed patrols at that location?
151 Cleveland Avenue, it's part of it's high crime at that location and in that general area.
And when we say high crime, what are we referencing?
Shootings, drugs.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 78J. It should show the screen. Excuse me, 79. And looking at 79J, where is 79J?
This is from the front of this gas station, 151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And is that what you were just referencing as a high crime area?
Correct.
Now, when you go out to patrol or do target patrol, why are you going to that? What brings you to that area to target patrol?
Just due to the nature of crimes that happen at that gas station, at that intersection, Cleveland Avenue, Old Hapeville, supervisors and probably coming from the top down, they want to make sure those areas stay safe, so they ask us to spend some extra time there.
And in your experience, are you getting any calls from community members about that location at 151
Yes.
Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, absolutely.
So in your experience, the community is concerned about what happens at that?
I'll sustain this to form.
In your experience, is the community concerned about what happens at that location?
Yes.
Same objection, Judge.
I'll sustain this to form. You rephrase it.
Have you ever seen concerns about that location from the community?
Yes.
I hear Mr. Harvey mumbling in the background. If there's an objection, please state it.
That objection would be hearsay.
Okay, overruled, and your objection, Mr. Matthews, is overruled as well.
All right. I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to respond to 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
We were in the location, there was an undercover officer at that location looking for drug activity at that gas station.
And do you recall what time of day did you respond to that location?
So that would have been about 9:46 at night.
I see you open up an envelope. Is that your police report?
It is.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report. How refresh your memory? As to what time you responded? I'm going to show you what it gives you. Commissioner Pro Toronto,
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108R. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 108R, and you can flip it.
I do, yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize Exhibit 108R?
This is the narrative portion of my incident report.
Okay, and we're looking at State's Exhibit 108R, help refresh your memory for the time you arrived at that location.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and just read it to yourself, and once your memory's refreshed, you can look at it.
Okay. I'm all set.
Okay, what time did you go to that location?
At 9:46 p.m.
All right, and what happened once you arrived at that location?
We received word from the undercover officer at the location that he was just sold 1 gram of marijuana inside the gas station. And then at that time, he gave the description of a black male wearing jean jacket, white pants, white shoes, who sold him that marijuana.
Once you had that description, what did you all do?
All of the units that were there that day pulled into the gas station. There were numerous other people at the gas station as well, but that was the main focus at first. And then when I approached, I got out of the vehicle. Other units had already got out of their vehicles and were in the process of detaining that male.
Okay, so let's slow down. You said there were a number of different locations going on in it. What do you mean?
So I can't give the exact number of officers that were there that day, but there were other vehicles that were associated with the vehicle that Mr. Beebe was in, and that they were seen interacting with him as well prior to our arrival.
Those other people were seen interacting with Mr. Beebe?
Correct.
All right. And what kind of car was Mr. Beebe?
He was in a white 2020 Honda Accord.
Now, were you all able to detain Mr. Beebe?
He was detained, correct.
Okay. Where was he seated when you all first interacted with Mr. Beebe?
He was in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
And if you just said I apologize, but what kind of car was he in?
A white 2020 Honda Accord.
Okay. And once Mr. Beebe was detained, what happens next?
He was detained, and then at that point I started my search of the vehicle.
Okay. And what, if anything, was found when you did your search?
So there was 13 grams of marijuana in a clear baggie that was found inside the vehicle, the passenger seat, as well as a marked $20 bill that the undercover officer initially had, and that was used during that sale of that 1 gram of marijuana.
Okay. Was there anything else recovered?
From inside the vehicle, yes. There was a small backpack, a multicolored backpack. It was on the center console, front center console, and there was additional marijuana found inside that backpack.
Okay. And who did that backpack belong to?
That was Miss Chastity Williams.
Okay. Once you found the marijuana inside the car, did you arrest Mr. Beebe?
I didn't place him under arrest. He already was detained, but at that point, the marijuana on the seat was determined to be his.
Okay. And was there anything else recovered from Mr. Beebe?
There was also a firearm recovered from him.
And was it recovered from his person?
Yes.
And that firearm that was recovered, was that firearm ran? Was it run? Did
Yes.
You run it? Did you run
Yes, it was.
And what happened once you ran the firearm?
It was.
Foundation, Your Honor. Also saying this, just want me to rephrase that one.
Sure. Did you recover a firearm?
I didn't personally recover it, but it was recovered on scene, yes.
Okay. And when that firearm was recovered, did you run, was the serial number run?
Objection, Foundation, to who ran? I sustain the objection.
Do you know who ran the firearm?
I ran the firearm.
You ran the firearm, okay. And when you ran the firearm, what happened?
The firearm came back as stolen.
And did you ultimately collect that firearm?
It was collected, yes.
Okay. And what about the marijuana?
The marijuana was also collected as well.
Did you? Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90K, 89K, and 90K. Tell me if you first recognize State's Exhibit 89 and 90K.
Yes, 89K I recognize.
Okay, how do you first recognize 89K?
This is the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer.
All right, and what about 90K?
Did you weigh it?
This is the remaining marijuana that was recovered from inside the vehicle.
Okay, and was that recovered again? Where was that recovered again from inside the vehicle?
On the passenger seat.
And where was Mr. Beatty sitting at?
He was in the passenger seat.
All right, and does that appear to be, based upon looking at the bag, what you collected back in May of 2020?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 89K and 90K into evidence.
Any objection to 89 or 90K?
No objection.
All right. 89 and 90K are admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Mr. Adams, do you want to look at the firearm?
Sure.
I'm now going to show you what's going to mark as 91K.
Okay.
You can look at it, tell me if you recognize 91.
I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize 91K?
This is the firearm that was turned in, that was on Mr. Beebe's person, and the serial number matches as well.
Okay, is that fair? Does that appear to be the gun that was recovered off of Mr. Beebe back in May of 2020?
It does.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 91K into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, State's 91K is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you collected the evidence and turned it into property, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
It did.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead, Mr. Adams, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Rank, please.
Investigator.
Investigator, thank you. And you'll excuse me, I heard your name earlier. I heard you say Hawkins, but I think you said it's changed, right?
Correct. It's McGavro.
McGavro?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Investigator McGavro.
Correct.
All right, so just a couple questions, if you don't mind, about this incident back in, and I keep hearing May the 9th, but it was actually May the 8th, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so if I heard correctly, you responded because there was an undercover sale that had been made at that location, all right?
Correct.
You advised that there was a $20 marijuana sale that had been made. I don't know if you knew at the time the name of the person was Bibi, but you had a description of the individual.
Correct.
Right? And when you got to the location, you saw someone fitting that description, jean jacket, white pants, and that person was in a vehicle.
When I saw him, he was no longer inside the vehicle.
Okay. So the first time that you get to the location, he's already been detained or taken into custody or whatever by other police officers.
Correct. They were actively detaining him.
Okay. And they found, let's see, the item that you were just asked to identify a little while ago that I think is over here. So you identified two things. One of them was the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer. That's different, right?
Correct.
And then there was some marijuana found in the car that Mr. Beebe was supposed to have been in.
On the passenger seat, correct.
On the passenger seat. But he wasn't in the car when you pull up, right?
Correct.
Okay. You just know that you were told that there was some additional marijuana found on the passenger seat in the vehicle that he supposedly was in before you got there.
Correct.
Right. And what, 14 grams of marijuana?
Correct.
This right here?
Correct.
Okay. And $20 was the $20 that $20 that the undercover officer had used to buy this 1 gram of marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. Started off, and it was a gun that was found there for this gentleman, Mr. B. He was found on him or in the car where he was supposed to be.
On him.
Okay. This white Honda Accord was determined to have been owned by a young lady, or a lady, I'm not sure if it was young or not, Chastity Williams, right?
Correct.
She was detained, and I think, was there some marijuana found on her as well?
It was not found on her person. It was inside of a backpack that she advised was hers.
Okay. And there were some other people there at the location that the police had detained and searched and I guess found some marijuana on also?
Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody there, whoever happened to be there at the gas station at the time, was either stopped or if they were coming into the gas station was stopped and detained and searched, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, sorry, not everybody. There were people that were not detained there as well.
At least 6 folks, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ranging in things from a couple grams of marijuana. That's the kind of, I mean, essentially that's what happened, you guys. Whether they was detained, if they had some marijuana on them, well, they're either going to jail or they're getting cited or they're getting arrested or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That was the extent of your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Were you part of the FIT unit or the FIT team at that point? Okay. Everyone who was there, all of the law enforcement officers who were there were FIT team officers, right?
No.
No? They have just other regular beat officers who were called to the scene to assist?
There were canine officers there as well who are not part of the FIT team.
Got you. Because, of course, if you got some marijuana, or if you think that you're going to find some marijuana, you want to have the canine around to go ahead and kind of sniff around and find whatever's there. Is that about accurate?
Correct.
Okay. This was a marijuana buy operation. This wasn't some sort of gang operation, was it?
Correct. So,
okay. Thank you, Magavero.
correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I tell you to get up? No, you didn't. Okay, go sit back down then, okay? Because there are higher considerations other than you. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you want to take a comfort break, is that right? See? All right, okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to take a comfort break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's come back at 4 o'clock, okay? And then we'll start back at that time. Mr. Sharp, you can ask your questions then, sir. All right, we're in recess, 15 minutes. All right.
All right, y'all, what's up? What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? Looking like, yo, they basically look like the state, it's just, they needed work, y'all. They securing the future work. Look like this is job security. They ready to get mad funding for new court cases, new jails, all of this, bro. I swear it looked like just, man. I would love to talk to a person who used to work in this field who don't no more. Like for them to be like, bro, in comparison, like yo, in comparison to the cases that you normally seen, like this, like what we got going on? Because I swear, y'all, I've never seen a RICO or a case that's considered to be high caliber be so light. Never seen nothing like this. This is like, it's making you question law. Like, how often do y'all do this? We don't be in there. Feel like y'all jipping me on the taxes now. Straight up. Feel like they jipping on the taxes. Straight up. But yeah, y'all. Case look like
Officer Applewhite?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking for crime or targeting people?
Crime?
And why are you targeting high crime areas?
Because that's where most of our incidents occur, shootings, drugs, a lot of the, community members, they complain a lot. I'm speaking for Zone 4, and that's why we're in the area doing what we're doing.
bullshit.
Were you looking for weed for yourself?
No, sir.
Bro, what?
Was this for purposes of targeting high crime areas?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
How effective are you by moving a gram of weed, bro? Like, that's
You
the
weren't
drug
targeting
war?
on this day shootouts or killings or anything like that. You were targeting a weed sale, right?
Again, the detail was a Zone 3 detail. All I know it was to do is to go buy some drugs, not necessarily weed, maybe crack, some pills, depend. But at that particular time, that's what I was going for.
Your assignment, your focus at that time, at that location on Cleveland Avenue was to go buy some weed.
Some drugs, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anything further?
Salute.
All right, at this point in time, may
Salute,
Officer
Elvis.
Applewhite be permanently or
I
temporarily
appreciate that,
excused as a
Elvis.
witness? All right, Officer Applewhite, thank you
appreciate
for your
that.
patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. But don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Yes.
I appreciate that, Elvis. Straight up. As you can see, the state made sure that he determined that she said it wasn't a gang, didn't he?
And looking at 79J, where is 79J?
This is from the front of this gas station, 151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And is that what you were just referencing as a high crime area?
Correct.
Now, when you go out to patrol or do target patrol, why are you going to that? What brings you to that area to target patrol?
Just due to the nature of crimes that happen at that gas station, at that intersection, Cleveland Avenue, Old Hapeville, supervisors and probably coming from the top down, they want to make sure those areas stay safe. So they ask us to spend some extra time there.
And in your experience, are you getting any calls from community members about that location at 151
Yes.
Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, absolutely.
So in your experience, the community is concerned about what happens at that.
I sustain this to form.
In your experience, is the community concerned about what happens at that location?
Yes.
Same objection, Judge.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase it.
Have you ever seen concerns about that location from the community?
Yes.
I hear Mr. Harvey mumbling in the background. If there's an objection, please state it.
Objection would be hearsay.
Okay, overruled, and your objection, Mr. Matthews, is overruled as well.
All right. I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to respond to 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Fix the
Yes.
mic.
Okay. Why did you respond to that location?
We were in the location. There was an undercover officer at that location looking for drug activity at that gas station.
And do you recall what time of the day did you respond to that location?
So that would have been about 9:46 at night.
I see you opened up an envelope. Is that your police report?
It is.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report. Have a refresh your memory as to what time you responded. I'm going to show you what it gives you.
So again, this is Officer Jasmine Mongavero talking about the crime in that area, talking about these undercover drug deals that are part of this Young Thug racketeering trial. Obviously, those kinds of photos showing the jury the scene is definitely going to help. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we want to see the continuation of Young Thug's trial. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Yeah, they crazy with it, ain't they? What y'all thinking? Y'all think she bluffing? Oh, shit. Salute to everybody that's in the chat. Tap the like button. Get us to 200. Get us to 200 likes, man. Give me a rush of some likes, man. I'm trying to relax. I ain't want to keep talking. They kept popping back up. But, I mean, y'all pretty much see where I'm at with it. The state look like... I mean, if you knew, I pretty much thought that the case looked light, y'all. So I'm gonna let y'all know for the new people. So I'm gonna just let y'all know I was really feeling like the case was pretty light. At this point, I'm almost for certain this boy coming home. I'm gonna jump out there. I'm almost for certain. Like I don't see no way they bounce back. Because what they betting on, it look like, is the tattletales. And I don't think that's going to really work with this other evidence not giving me no type of heavy fear. I don't feel fearful of these people. And mind you, this jury lives in Fulton County. So keep that in mind. Jury lives in Fulton County as well. So, I mean... all that old hearsay, that's normal, you feel me? They know people that's outside too, and a lot of black people understand how outside works. It really ain't, the way the movies trump it up. They be regular guys. You know what I mean? It don't even be all that. Yeah, somebody might get caught up in some little fluke situation. Did they want that to go down? Nah. So a lot of black people actually understand that technically, for real, he's an artist. He need to protect himself. So when you bringing up all these guns, every black person know if you got bread and you from around one of these neighborhoods, ain't no way you don't be having no guns. Ain't like you see niggas with a whole bunch of security, and that really ain't even feasible. And if I was Young Thug lawyer, I would actually start bringing up some of these elements. Real rap. I would start bringing up some of the elements, y'all, that, you know, and this kind of like my Ja Morant concept of, bro, this industry he's involved in actually glamorizes wealth, whether it's real or not. So when we talking about, you know,
It's 4 o'clock.
weaponry, are we really trying to say these boys was on offense for 10 years? Because don't y'all think we would really be looking at something a little bit more serious than this? Because this is crazy. We talking about dudes that was obviously trying to defend themselves from somebody making them a goddamn stat. Come on, this is obvious. Now let's look at how much money he spends on his own career to make money. How much time he spends on doing it. Like when we start getting into that, bro, it's gonna basically look like he don't even have time to be conducting no bullshit.
And welcome back, everybody, to our
That's why
live
niggas has
coverage
got
here at Law and
a gram
Crime.
of
I'm
weed.
Jesse Weber. Good to be back with all of you. So we remain focused on the racketeering case against rapper Jeffrey Williams, better known as Young Thug. Williams and 5 other co-defendants are on trial for participation in a criminal street gang called Young Slime Life, or I should say that's what prosecutors say YSL stands for, because the defense claims that YSL is Young Stoner Life and it's just the name of Thug's record label. Now, while the state theorizes that YSL is actually a criminal enterprise responsible for all of this violent street crime, really interesting back and forth from the prosecution and the defense, but we want to get back into that Atlanta courtroom. And we are going to see the continuation of the testimony of Officer Jasmine Mangavero talking about an undercover operation. Let's go.
Permission to approach your honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108R. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 108R. And you can flip it.
I do, yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize Exhibit 108R?
This is the narrative portion of my incident report.
Okay. And we're looking at State's Exhibit 108R, help refresh your memory what time you arrived at that.
Yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and just read it to yourself, and once your memory refresh, you can look at it.
Okay. I'm all set.
Okay. What time did you go there?
At 9:46 p.m.
All right. And what happened once you arrived at that location?
We received word from the undercover officer at the location that he was just sold 1 gram of marijuana inside the gas station. And then at that time, he gave the description of a black male wearing jean jacket, white pants, white shoes, who sold him that marijuana.
Once you had that description, what did you want?
All of the units that were there that day pulled into the gas station. There were numerous other people at the gas station as well, but that was the main focus at first. And then when I approached, I got out of the vehicle. Other units had already got out of their vehicles and were in the process of detaining that male.
Okay, so let's slow down. You said there were a number of different locations going on in it. What do you mean?
So I can't give the exact number of officers that were there that day, but there were other vehicles that were associated with the vehicle that Mr. Beebe was in, and that they were seen interacting with him as well prior to our arrival.
Those other people you were seeing interacting with Mr. Beebe?
Correct.
All right. And what kind of car was Mr. Beebe?
He was in a white 2020 Honda Accord.
Now, were you all able to detain Mr. Beebe?
He was detained, correct.
Okay. Where was he seated when you all first interacted with Mr. Beebe?
He was in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
And if you just said I apologize, but what kind of car was he in?
A white 2020 Honda Accord.
Okay. And once Mr. Beebe was detained, what happened next?
He was detained, and then at that point I started my search of the vehicle.
Okay. And what, if anything, was found when you did your search?
So there was 13 grams of marijuana in a clear baggie that was found inside the vehicle, the passenger seat, as well as a marked $20 bill that the undercover officer initially had, and that was used during that sale of that 1 gram of marijuana.
Half ounce.
Before we summon our jurors, can I
14
get
grams.
a number from the defense?
That's crazy, bro. This
Number
case
from the
is
state to come on
ass cheap. Niggas could have ate all these drugs. These niggas not even sophisticated drug dealers. Yo, you can eat 14 grams, yo. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I did it. Now, don't get it twisted. You need some time a little bit, but you be all right. Sound crazy, I know. I know. Be surprised. Her Cannabis Club. Nah, now she bumped up. They caught him on a controlled buy for 1 gram, but he had 13. Total half an ounce. 14 grams. Not even bagged up. Not even bagged up, bro. He gave it to him in a lottery ticket out his own bag. So we talking 1 Ziploc. I got half a zip. You asked for some weed. I ain't even pitch it to you. You come up asking me. I bust you down a gram, and all of a sudden I'm in a goddamn raid. I'm in a goddamn a controlled buy investigation and shit. This is crazy, bro. I never heard no shit like that. Nah, it ain't possession because he got the control buy. It ain't possession no more. Got that control buy. It's a lineup. The control buy turned into us now. Yeah, that's that. That's that. That's intent to distribute. Yes, sir. With the control buy. And the marked money. Yes, sir. Yeah, you don't want, that's what I'm saying, yo, this shit is, they juiced it. They do this every day, though, because it's like, they ain't got nothing else to do, so it's an easy juice. You can sit in the office and be like, yo, I know what I mean, I'm going to go over here and basically look for a sale. Control buy. We got a case. Keep the courthouse filled. Possession and sale. Now, you probably do. But you know how they do it. They stack it up just so they could drop a couple so they get you the pleader one. You know how they do. You know how they do, babe. You know they stop. Eating a half would definitely take a little time. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I had a little bit of time. They was at the downstairs door, and I thought they was coming up to me, but they didn't. But by time I think I got past a half easily, like because it was more than that. So I think I cleared the half easy, and this wasn't even that easy to do because this was some tough bud. This wasn't no soft shit either, you understand, Paul? Some tough bud. So I know niggas could take, you mean, some loud. Nice, good louds. Thug ain't got nothing to do with these petty ass sales. They dropping their case, bro. They dropping their case trying to connect this boy to this shit, bro. They might as well have just ran with the bus shooting and the nut shit, bro. All this little flim flam shit. I don't think the jury gonna be impressed. I think they gonna be more let down that they reaching with this. To be honest, it's kind of taken away from your validity on your old. I thought you said he was a threat, bro. Normally when niggas is threats, they got some work, bro. Oh. And on TV. Yo, even Tommy on Power got to work, bro. Like, come on, bro. What we doing? Niggas ain't got no work. Yo, and this, hey, yo, y'all wanna know? This was even my question with O-Block and the whole Chirac shit. I noticed when I heard their music from time to time, it wasn't a lot of drug selling in the lyrics. Niggas was talking about sliding more. And that stood out. Hey, yo, hold on. Niggas would rather slide than get money? I say, nah, that's ass backwards. That's ass backwards. And I'd rather get caught up for, some drug activity versus a body. So if we gonna be talking about anything and incriminating ourselves, I'd rather tell you that I be out this bitch all day hitting sales. You understand? So, dude, why so even talk about selling drugs? You ever heard these niggas say, yo, I'm cooking up a whole brick? Like, ain't no braggadocious crack, coke lyrics. Just getting high lyrics. Oh, man. That's why you agree. Oh, here you go. Yo, we got Rat in the chat. Yo, Green, why you send me a cash app? You trying to get me federally indicted. Now you working with Trench's News and shit. Last night he was trying to cause smoke between me and the female. Now he working with Trench's News. This nigga. Every time he get bored, he want to start trying. Now I know your style, bro. You want to do some hardcore trolls when niggas are chilling.
Members of the media, before we call in our Officer Fikes at some point, is he going to be the next witness?
No, Your Honor, we have.
What do you mean you agree with him, bro?
Okay, are we
That's the nuttiest opinion on the internet right now. I agree
I don't know. I guess we're
with
almost
Trench's
finished with
News,
cost, and our next
says
witness, Mr.
Green
Garcia, is
Jarrell,
not along with
quote
us.
unquote.
Members of the media, when we call Officer Fikes, given the issues that I told you earlier, not this next witness is fine, but with Officer Fikes, if you would not film him as well, okay? And I believe that the state is going to organize a meeting for all the councils for the respective media outlets to discuss with you next steps. So that's in the works and that's coming. But for the next witness, okay, Officer Fikes, please don't.
Nah, he not right, Jarrell.
Him, okay? All right.
Nah, he not right about the senseless killing. Every community that's been in poverty has used their own community and crime to come up out of it, and they had killing involved. A lot more aggressive than us. So he's dead wrong. He's using that as an excuse to say that's why he's telling on niggas. He's trying to fix it, when that's actually not even the root of the problem. So he ain't right, bro. That's just, don't believe these niggas that's claiming they selling out and they claiming that black people got a problem, and they not talking about the actual source. What created these environments that these people live in. And other groups did just the same thing. We're just repeating what they did when they was the poorest people and allowed to do crime. And focused on it. Come on, bro. And they used it to facilitate the businesses and monopolies they have right now, just as well as they're still deeply entrenched in the underworld. And committing crime and murder. You understand? So like, nah, we ain't doing that. That boy ain't right. That boy a rat and trying to excuse himself.
Can I call in the jurors, ladies and gentlemen?
I thought he was slick. Nah.
Okay, all right.
If he said something slick, I'd have I'd have let him slide. But nah. And look, and come on, he from Chicago. I know about the history of Chicago. Them boys ain't the culprits. Every goddamn ethnic group in that city had gangs that was more prominent than the blacks before blacks was prominent in the gangs. Figure that out. Straight up. This old black crime thugging shit is new. You never heard of him until I mentioned him? Oh, nah, he weird as a motherfucker. He told. I seen him with the mask on talking before, but I never watched his channel.
Lieutenant Walker, do we need to have a conversation with the gentleman at the bench here?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, counsels, can you all be seated for me just a second? And I'll have a representative from the defense, please, come up.
That was the one that was jiggling yesterday, Judge.
My man Brian Steele. A La Costa Nostra. Raleigh Fingers. Noodles. Brian Steele is high level mob. Ain't no way. That boy's sophisticated. Noodles. Salute to the new people that came in, bro. Appreciate y'all for popping up. Hit the like button if you didn't. Become a member if you feel like you enjoying the content. You already know. I'll be rocking out with my cock out. No pause. Just enjoy it. If you want to talk on the stream, yo, I got it. I got the link for you too. If you want to pull up, like you feel me, you want to let your voice be heard. Straight up. Even if you L7. And if you see Bezu, tell him I'm looking for him. Post it. Tell him his OG looking for him. If he say who, tell him he know who.
I was not recording. I had not started recording. I was setting up the tripod. Okay, wait. Just want to make sure. It seems to be an issue with her.
They laughing. Look. What's so fucking funny? What?
Until the next situation. Thank you, sir.
Doug nosy as a bitch. Oh, yo, laughing over there, y'all. Ball Black laughing, y'all.
Good.
What's funny?
Okay, all our jurors ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Okay, summon our jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
Yo, they really was laughing, y'all. This might be, look, they still laughing. They still laughing. Paul Black next time. Yeah. Ball Black. I called them Ball Black, not Paul Black. You could call them Ball Black. That's a decent name, though. Like, fuck it. Doug scratching his crotch and shit. Whoa, they doing Mason. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Look at their hands, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. Look at their hands, y'all. Nah, fuck that. Look at that grip. Pause. Look at that grip. Look at that handshake. Who the fuck you know you shake they hand like that? Come on, y'all. You ain't never grabbed nobody motherfucking hand like that. Look how still smiling. Like I told you I got this shit, boy. I told you I got this shit, boy. Boy, right in the court, y'all. This some Stockton and Malone shit, bro. Fuck wrong with you, man? Hit my cash
I
app,
tell
man.
niggas I'm burnt out all the I tell niggas I'm burnt out all the time. Check
where the
this
posted
out,
nigga at right
everybody
now?
in the
What's going on
goo.
with posted?
Hold on, Posted came
up?
I ever see E-Bands, I'm gonna break that nigga face.
Yeah, I can't
Lions
give
Paw.
posted back to
That's what
late
that's
night.
called?
That ain't happening. No, 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 no.
Yo, look at his smile. Bro, is he saying, yo, did Brian Steele just not say, what did I tell you? You my nigga. Now, is I'm your nigga or is I'm your nigga? What he saying, y'all? Now, who the baddest niggas of them all? That's what he said. Now, who really the baddest nigga of them all, y'all? That's how he's... Now, you thought you met some slick-ass white boys, bro. Nah, I told you. Yeah, I'm a brother. I'm one of the bros. Yo, he hit him. Whoa, arm. Oh. Did he just say he was going to be in the cell later to meet him? Whoa. Thug holler, what time? He said probably around like 9. As long as you got them same pants on that you wore to court the other day, shit, it's gonna we gonna get it in.
Yeah, I can't give posted back to late night. That ain't
Did he just say he had a box of condom and meatloaf?
No.
What? Yo.
Let's see what Aaron can come up with.
What? Thug. Be careful, bro. Brian, yo, he might be just trying to save you, yo, so he can date you, bro. Stop. Don't play with your head like that. Bro, look, he's smiling at. Look how he looking at. Like, yeah, I got it. Like, yo, like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. It's another young brother going down to the system. But I'm gonna get my money.
Yeah, I can't give posted back to
Thank you,
late
Sergeant
night.
Newman.
That
Ladies and
ain't
gentlemen, please be seated.
No.
All right, Mr. Shaw, you ready? Yes, sir. Okay, come on up.
Oh, it's still her? Oh, they had all that convo about her?
May it please the court. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Investigator Magroville?
Magavero.
Okay. All right,
Hey,
thank you.
fuck it up.
Couple questions. 151 Cleveland Avenue, this gas station, is that, are you familiar with that area, generally speaking?
Yes.
Okay, that is right across from where the McDonald's used to be on Cleveland Avenue.
Correct.
All right. So, were you the lead, would you consider yourself the lead officer in this case?
Yes, they asked me to take the case.
Okay. And you're the one that wrote the report?
Correct.
Okay. And you were responsible for making charging decisions in this case?
It was a collective effort.
Okay. Were you one of the people
That's not
consulted?
what-
Yes.
And ultimately you
That's
were
not
in
him.
charge of documenting everything, correct?
Correct.
Did you take out the warrants as well?
It was a collective effort for that.
Okay.
It's not him.
And I'm not going to ask you specifically about any laws, but generally speaking, as an officer, are you trained in criminal laws?
Yes.
Is that part of the training offered by Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And did you go through that training?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar generally with the criminal code of Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My understanding is Mr. Beebe is not the only individual that was arrested at 151 Cleveland Avenue that afternoon or evening?
Correct.
Okay. Also arrested was Chastity Williams, correct?
Correct.
Okay. For drugs.
Correct.
Shaquille Scott was also arrested.
Correct.
For drugs, including possession with intent to distribute drugs, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Antonio Johnson was also arrested for drugs.
Oh, it better not be the same drugs.
Correct.
And I'm going to try with the pronunciation of this in Madam Court Reporter. It's, I believe it's Cyquavious. Sequavious Martin was also arrested at the scene, correct?
Correct.
For drugs?
Correct.
And a Curtis Barber, who was 35 years old at the time, correct? Which would make him 39 today, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was also arrested for drugs, a firearm, and for possession with intent drugs.
Correct.
So you arrested, besides Mr. Beebe, 5 other individuals for drug offenses, 2 other individuals with possession with intent to distribute charges, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was based on your training that you received about the criminal laws of Georgia?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in any of these individuals, in the arrest of Chastity Williams, Shaquille Scott, Antonio Johnson, Sanquavious Martin, or Curtis Barber, were any of those individuals, or Durante Beebe, were any of those individuals charged with Gang Act violations?
That I do not know.
Well, did you charge them with Gang Act violations?
I did not.
Okay. And those same 6 individuals, Durante Beebe, Chastity Williams, Shaquille Scott, Antonio Johnson, Sanquavious Martin, and Curtis Barber, do you see any of those individuals here today?
No, you don't know.
Can't see everybody, but no.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Boot smoke.
Yes, Mr. Matthews Jr., go ahead, sir.
Hello, how are you?
So back in May 18, 20, at the 151 Cleveland, there were a number of officers who arrived to the scene, correct?
Correct.
And you did conjure a report in connection to your involvement in that case, correct?
Correct.
But in your report, you did not reference any video, graffiti, any photographs taken or any video that was taken of any gang graffiti at the premises of the 151 Cleveland, correct?
Correct. I did not.
And as a result of your involvement in that case, you didn't refer to any gang units? You didn't refer to any gang units in reference to your involvement within that case?
No, I did not.
Anybody else from the defense? Okay, any further redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. As a Zone 3 officer with the crime suppression unit, are you responsible for taking out gang warrants?
No, I am not.
Who's responsible for taking out any gang warrants?
Anybody who's on the gang unit.
I believe both Mr. Adams and Mr. Sharp asked you about some of the other individuals found and some of the other items that were found at this scene during this evening. So we talked about Ms. Chastity Williams. She's the person who had was she the person in the car and had the book bag with marijuana?
Correct.
Sustained.
Ms. Shaquille Scott, what drugs were found with Ms. Scott?
Ms. Scott had a pink purse on her person. Upon search of that purse, there was a total of 29 grams of marijuana located in a clear plastic bag. There were 15 smaller bags of marijuana as well. There were 2.2 grams of crack cocaine, 9.7 grams of MDMA located in 12 separate baggies, and 1.6 grams of powder cocaine, along with $35 US.
35? What the hell? These drugs fake. Did you test the drugs?
The next individual, Mr. Antonio Johnson, what was found? What if any type of drugs were found with Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson admitted to having a blunt inside the car.
How would he do that?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Going to Mr. Sinquavius Martin, what if any drugs did he have on him?
3 grams of marijuana located in his right pants pocket.
And was Mr. Martin actually arrested, or was something else occurring?
He was given a copy of charges.
Okay. And let me go back as to Miss Chastity Williams. Was she arrested, or was she given something else?
She was given a copy of charges.
Okay, so not arrested.
Correct.
And Mr. Curtis Barber.
The judge over there buying fake Off-White off of Temu.
What drugs did you find with Mr. Curtis Barber?
He had 34 grams of marijuana, as well as 8.9 grams of crack cocaine.
The marijuana, was it all in one bag or individual bags?
That was, the marijuana was in individual bags, and then the crack cocaine was all in one bag.
Did Mr. Barber have cash?
He did.
How much cash did he have?
$2,000.
Oh.
And did he have any weapons?
He did.
What kind of weapon did he have?
A black Keltec PLN.
I'm sorry.
Black Keltec PLN 30.
There we go.
And were there any other weapons found? So we had
Racks.
the gun that was found on Mr. Beebe, this gun that's found on Mr. Barber. Were there any other weapons?
No.
Finally got some money,
Not that I
y'all.
recall.
Was they going to look at your
Finally got a piece of change, y'all. At least we could pay rent with that motherfucker. Shit. Damn. Rent money. Oh, time.
No, those were the 2 firearms.
And all those were found at 151 Cleveland Avenue.
Correct.
And again, was that what you was told or was called a high crime area?
Correct.
I ain't checking.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
Yes, please. So it sounds like there were a host of people in that location who were either possessing drugs, right?
Correct.
Or possessing with the intent to distribute drugs, right? Or maybe even selling drugs, right?
Correct.
A lot of people, a lot of different people, right?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a while ago whether or not you took out any, or you had the responsibility for taking out quote-unquote gang warrants. You heard that question, right?
Yes.
And you said no, that's not your responsibility.
Correct.
But someone else, if advised by you, and if you thought it was warranted, would have the ability to do so, right?
Not only if advised by me.
Okay? If advised by anyone, any law enforcement personnel who had any indication that there was some gang stuff or activity going on at the location that night, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is May the 8th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Am I correct that in 2020, 2021, whatever, no one took out any gang warrants in regards to what happened at that location on May the 8th of 2020? No one took out any gang warrants, right?
I can't answer that question.
Did you?
I did not, no.
You advise anybody to?
No, I would not.
Are you aware of anybody taking out any gang warrants based on what happened at that location on that day that we're talking about?
No, I'm not aware of any.
All right.
The last person that Madam Prosecutor asked you about, Barber, I think was his name. The guy who had some drugs and some money on him. What was he wearing? Describe his clothing to me if you don't mind.
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Anybody else?
Good job, bro.
Any further redirect, madam?
Just one quick question.
Sure, we'll see.
In addition to the $20 that Mr. Beebe had, was he found any other money? Mr. Beebe, in addition to the $20,
that the marked $20, did Mr. Beebe have any other money on him?
Yes.
Okay, how much?
$105.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, at this
Good
point in
one.
time,
You better not.
Officer Bureau be permanently or temporarily excuse the witness.
permanently, Your Honor.
All right, madam, I'm going to permanently excuse you, the witness. Thank you for your patience with us this afternoon. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. All right, Ms. Hilton and any member of the defense, can I see you all for a second? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have it on pretty good authority that the next witness is short. So, I know, please don't laugh openly, okay? All right. And the attorneys are hurt their feelings, okay? All right, so, I'd like to take up this one other witness and then recess for the day, and then we'll start afresh tomorrow morning, okay? So are we okay with taking one more witness? It's fairly short, okay? And then we'll recess for the day. All right. Call your next witness, madam.
It'll be Mr. Smith.
Your Honor, state
All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead, sir.
State clause, Edwin Garcia.
All right, summon Edwin Garcia, please.
Edwin Garcia, pull up. Go say summon him. That's some old witchcraft type shit or something, boy. You mean, boy? Sound like a drag
All right,
queen.
Mr. Garcia,
Oh,
good
there she
afternoon,
go.
sir. Come on,
Ow.
approach the witness stand.
She been in there the whole time, looking like that.
Once you get there, before you sit down, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness.
Yes, sir.
All right.
She been tucking that ass back there all day.
I do.
Trying to get off camera. Sweet thing. Oh, she don't bring her snickerdoodle
My
ass
name
up
is
here.
Edwin Garcia, first name spelled E-D-W-I-N, last name spelled G-A-R-C-I-A.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Garcia, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences in the Chemistry Section. This is also known as a state crime lab.
And how long have you been working at the GBI?
I've been working at the GBI for a little over a year now.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training?
I can't get
Certainly.
posted back
So
to Lake
I
Night.
earned my
That ain't
Bachelor's
happening.
of Science degree in chemistry from Morehouse College, and I underwent the identification of genus cannabis training program at the GBI.
In that role, do you have any continuing education requirements?
Yes, I do. I have to fulfill hours of training throughout the year at the GBI, and I'm also still undergoing lectures that are oftentimes presented at the GBI.
And Mr. Garcia, have you personally had an occasion?
I can't give folks back to late night. That ain't happening.
Yes, I have.
No.
A little over 200.
And how many reports have you prepared in connection with your testimony?
Yes, a little over 200 as well.
I was wondering, did he say that?
Mr. Garcia, what is Delta-9 THC?
So Delta-9 THC or Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, it's a cannabinoid found in the plant material of the genus cannabis, and it is the main psychoactive ingredient in cannabis.
And how do you test for it?
So to test for Delta-9 THC in the plant material, I first collect a net weight of the evidence. A net weight is the weight of the evidence without any packaging. After this, I then conduct a microscopy on the evidence where I look at the smaller characteristic features of the plant material.
Bullshit.
After this, I then conduct gas chromatography mass spectrometry, abbreviated GCMS. Here, I'll prepare my sample, then I'll run it on the instrument. It'll go through the first part of the instrument known as the gas chromatographer. At this point, what the gas chromatographer will do will separate the sample that I prepared into the individual components that make it up. Once it exits the first part of the instrument, it'll then enter the mass spectrometer, the second part. Here what happens is that all those separated individual components will be fragmented. Those fragments will then be collected as data in the form of a graph known as a spectrum. I can then compare the spectrum of my sample data to that of a Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol reference spectrum to see if there are consistencies.
And if your tests perform accurately, what will those tests normally yield?
If the tests are performed accurately, the microscope will let me see the smaller features and will let me know if it is plant material of the genus cannabis, and the gas chromatographer mass spectrometer will let me know approximately how much Delta-9 THC is in the evidence.
Is this type of drug testing that you just described subject to peer review?
Yes, this is subject to peer review.
And,
yeah.
Are there standards that control how these tests are performed?
Yes, there are standards. There are policies in place.
Let me hit this blunt real quick and tell you how much bullshit he just told you. What the fuck?
Subject to peer review. Who reviews?
So peer review means that, and for my cases, 100% of my cases are peer reviewed. This means that another scientist in the GBI crime lab reviews my cases to make sure there aren't any errors of any kind.
So, going back forward to the standards, are there best practices as well?
Yes, there are best practices.
Okay. And is this type of testing generally accepted within the field of forensic testing?
Yes, this testing is generally accepted in the forensic field.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender Mr. Garcia as an expert in cannabis identification.
Cap, no, get him out of here.
Mr. Garcia?
Cap.
Hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Garcia as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Thank you, Your Honor. In connection with Mr. Garcia, in connection with deal as case number 2020-101-2426, did you test any leafy material in this case?
Yes, I did test leafy material in this case.
Okay. And
Leafy material.
You may, sir.
okay. Mr. Garcia, I'm showing what's been marked pre-marked as State's Exhibit 93K. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the case, the report that I concluded to for the evidence that I tested.
Has that report, has there been any altercation, modifications to that report since you last offered it?
No, there haven't been any.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to admit the state's proposed exhibit 93K.
Any objection to state's 93K? All right, hearing none, state's 93K is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Garcia, again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
What
worries.
did you test in this case?
So the items that I tested were 2 bags of leafy material. The item that was submitted was item 9. I tested sub-item 9A, 1 bag of leafy material, and item 10, which had 1 bag of leafy material, which I tested as well, making the 2 bags of leafy.
And did you use the principle that you just talked about when you performed the test in these cases?
Yes, I did.
And based on your testing, excuse me, were you able to reach a conclusion?
I was able to reach a conclusion.
And what was that conclusion, sir?
For item 9, sub-item 9A, my analysis confirms the presence of plant material of the genus cannabis with a greater than 0.3% tetrahydrocannabinol concentration. For item 10, my analysis confirms the presence of plant material of the genus cannabis and contains less than approximately 1% tetrahydrocannabinol.
No further questions at this time.
Cross. Mr. Adams.
So I see, do you still have that report up there?
Yes, sir, I do.
May I?
You may.
Thank you. All right. This is a report prepared by you in regards to the items that you tested, right?
Correct, yes.
And am I correct that you tested these items on, let's see, well, actually it was received by you on January 27th of 2023?
Is it fine if I look at the report?
Absolutely, please do.
Okay. Yes, January 27th, 2023.
Okay. So items that were seized back in May of 2020 didn't get to you until January 2023, this year.
I don't know when they were received, but I do know that I got them this year.
Okay. You don't know when the person I'm sorry, let me see that for a second.
Yes, sir.
Let me see that for a
You would
second.
agree with me that this has
Let me see that shit.
Agency reference number
Let me see
and
that for a
case
second, please.
individual at the top listed, is that right?
Come in.
Correct, yes. The report does have that.
The case subject or the person listed is someone named Durante Beebe, right?
Yes, that's what it says on the report.
Okay. You don't know if and when that person, Durante Beebe, was charged with any sort of offense, but you know that you didn't test this item to determine what it was until January of this year, right?
Yes, I don't know when the subject was charged. I just know that I received this evidence this year, and this year is when I tested it.
All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
You just got this to test.
All right. May Mr. Garcia be permanently or temporarily excused the witness?
Yes, sir.
Permanently? All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Better not.
we're going to go ahead and recess for the day, as promised.
There you go.
Because our next witness is going to take a little bit longer. So
Oh, it is?
makes
Who
sense
is it?
just to start that witness tomorrow morning.
Who is
Okay,
it?
so since we're concluding for the day, I'll give you the customary ad nauseam admonitions. All right. So, are we going to talk about this case going into the parking lot, or to how it is you're getting to your mode of transportation? No. All right. Are we going to talk about it tonight when we're at home at the dinner table? No. We're going to let people, third parties, come and talk to us about this? No. All right. What about phone a friend? No. How about look up something on the internet, or as my northern colleagues said, so you can become wicked smart about any of the other issues around.
This nigga got jokes and shit, bro.
Right.
He a goddamn comedian, yo. You ain't never seen a judge this social, y'all.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your adhering to these ad nauseam admonitions. I know that people have told me that
Niggas like Steve Harvey.
Lawful trial, just trial, fair trial is to both sides. So we appreciate you adhering to all of these. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Take a juror sticker, and so you can be prepared to come in tomorrow morning. Remember tomorrow morning, I'd like you all to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And we'll go ahead and see where the day leads us at that point. I believe that tomorrow,
What time we start, bro? Yo, salute to everybody that came through, bro.
we'll leave around 4 o'clock. All right, so we'll get a full work day in. We'll probably come recess around 4, and then remember Thursday and Friday will be augmented days to allow you all to have some, make other plans and appointments, okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right, any questions of me, ministerial in nature? Anyone? Okay.
All right, y'all.
How's your
So
headquarters
we wrapping
back
up
there?
day 6.
Good?
I'm going to say the defense did an impeccable job today, and the state is the state is embarrassing themselves at a high rate at this moment. But I guess we're going to have to see it play out. Maybe they got the tricks up their sleeve. But I appreciate all y'all coming through. I'll be back. I'll be back at 8 o'clock. I'll be back at 8 o'clock. Salute to everybody that came through. Bring some more content back later on. They should just drop the drug charges. They try and make something happen. I appreciate everybody that tapped the like button too. Straight up. Salute. Tap it on the way out if you didn't already. I'll be back at 8 o'clock.